Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world, it's guerrilla cricket. It's the 5th test. England have lost, oh shit. But if you're an Englishman, I think it's not been that bad at all, considering it's India. We've been kind of competitive. Fucked up the big moments when, you know, probably shouldn't have, but what the hell, I think it's an improvement on the last time we were in India. Anyway, it is the 5th test. It's in Dharamsala. It's like Durham in spring, as far as I can work out, which might be in England's favour. England have won the toss, decided to bat. The only change is the useless Ollie Robinson, who I've been touting as should have been in the team all the way through the tour, was absolutely shit in the last test. Blamed it on a back injury, but it's probably because he's doing some shitty podcast with his wife on golf or whatever it is. But he has been ditched, and Mark Wood is back in. Presumably it will, I don't know, pitch won't dry out in these conditions. It's 8 degrees apparently, but we can have more than that with the 2 guests I have this morning to open the show for the 5th test, with a lovely picture in the background from Western Australia, Perth. It's the man from the Weather Cave. It's Messy Jez. Morning, Messy.
Good morning. This is the closest I ever get to snow. It's fucking gorgeous. Even if there's no play, we've just got a beautiful view to look at. So I'm happy with that. And the forecast, you can take your pick. The BBC says it's going to be a maximum of 3 degrees. The Weather Channel says it's going to be a maximum of 21.
That's quite a big difference.
The likelihood is it'll probably get to 12 or 13 degrees, something like that. So it'll be cool, but it's not going to snow, I can tell you that.
And from Singapore we've got Anindo. Morning, Anindo.
Hey, morning, Bear, morning, Messi. Absolutely lovely to see Dharamsala every single time. I'm looking forward to actually watching a match at Dharamsala someday when I'm back in India. But this should be a great contest. It's been a great series, as you said, Bear. I think England's done rather well given the lack of bowling strength. From a spin perspective, young spinners come in and they've outperformed their expectations. I would say against admittedly a weakened Indian batting attack, but then it's given India the opportunity to bring in a lot of new players. I think, including today, which we'll talk about, there've been 5 debutants in this series. So it's a good opportunity, I think, for both teams. It's been a good opportunity for both teams to discover new ways of playing and trying to see how they can adapt to the circumstances.
Well, indeed, we should say for India, 2 changes. Bumrah's back in for Akashdeep, sorry, and Devdutt Padikkal is in for Paditar. Now, Padikkal is who I thought Paditar was when Paditar was picked, so finally got there. I remember him being quite an explosive left-handed opener, if I'm correct, in the IPL.
He is an explosive left-hander. He's tall. He's about 6'3". What happened, I think, with him, if I recall, is that he came in and had a really 1 or 2 good. He's only 23, so I think 1 good IPL series, and then he had some severe health issues, intestinal problems, etc. So for a couple of years, he wasn't able to play the way he plays, and then last IPL and this Ranji Trophy season, he's been in outstanding form. I mean, he's got something like 4 centuries in 6 matches in the Ranji Trophy this year. So yeah, he's an exciting prospect. I'm looking forward to seeing him.
If you haven't got a triple in the Ranji, you're useless, aren't you then?
Well, you only get triple in Ranji when you get surfaces like Jadeja does to bat on.
Yes, true. Yeah, I mean, for me, I've got. In fact, we had it's 8 degrees apparently at the moment, by the way, because we had Ed Benson sent us a nice audio message. He's out there at Dharamsala. I've got a friend who's gone out there to Dharamsala. Everyone wants to go to Dharamsala because it's a beautiful place, and
Yep.
we'll probably see a few of them in the crowd when they pick out the English people. It'd be quite amusing.
We should be able to hear Ed from here.
Well, yes. Actually, his voice message is very calm and quite low.
Oh.
Go on, Inlindo.
And I was just saying we're also celebrating the 100th Test match, which we seem to be doing several times during the series, of 2 players this Test match. So Ravi Ashwin and Johnny Bairstow.
Yep. Both got to milestones. Ashwin's had an all right series, but it's weird, isn't it? Hartley is the top wicket keeper in the series. I mean, if you're an Englishman,
I think that says more about the lack of other English effective bowlers than anything else, to be honest.
well, no, I mean, Jimmy's done okay. He's looked a bit tired in second innings. He's got to get to 7,000. I don't know if he's just going after war, and he's got this summer basically, and he'll probably be all right in England this summer against the West Indies, Sri Lanka. He'll probably get a hatful of wickets, but he's starting to look the old man that he is, especially in second innings. Not so much in the first, but you bowled him too much, and he looks a bit tired. We're about to get going, so I'm going to play some player jingles. We have, obviously, for England.
Sam Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Sam Crawley must fight to survive.
The other England opener is...
He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
And opening the bowler for India is...
And now then Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
And he's coming in for the first ball, which is to duck it. Little bit of swing, bit of a loosener, wide of the off stump, left alone even, through to the keeper. And there is no run. It's early in the morning here. So, but last time we'll have to do this, as we said. We should say good morning to a few people. We already had a super chat, thank you very much. But I'll let Messi introduce that at the end of the over. Do we know anything about the pitch? Any pitch reports?
The expectation that it'll cut a bit and it'll spin later.
Okay. It looks quite nice, flat, true surface to me from here. That swings and goes away, no run.
Sorry.
Go on.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen regardless of the pitch, I agree with you, it looks like quite a flat pitch, but any movement that you're going to get is in the air. I think at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, you are going to get some movement. In the middle, as time goes by, I guess you're going to get some spin. First day, cracks don't appear to be much, so I don't see you're going to get much spin in the first day.
No, it doesn't look that way, does it? Another one outside in the channel, outside off stump, too wide. Crawley's not interested. Through at the keeper, no run.
But you'll see the movement when I guess the Raj comes in. That's really.
Yeah.
He's going to try and get big movement.
Well, I mean that would be good for it. That would be good for Jimmy. I mean Wood doesn't really swing it, but I don't know. Last test, everyone puts a bit of effort in. See what happens. It'd be nice if we can go away 3-2. Each test an individual event, after all. If we can win this one, it'd be good for England, I think.
As an Australian,
Jasper in. That's a big in swinger. Swinging too much, and Crawley tries to work it into the leg side. He misses it. Hits his pad. Drills out on the leg side. No run.
As an Australian, I'm very torn because, as ever, of course, I want to see England lose. But from an Australian perspective, with the World Test Championship, Australia stand to gain effectively if India win. So it's 6 of one, half dozen the other.
It's amazing. Every time the Test Championship starts, we have two of the hardest series possible going. Whenever the it starts, we always seem to have India away and Australia, whether home or away.
Well, you didn't get Australia away for this one.
No, we didn't get Australia away, so we didn't get battered 5-0. That's through to the keeper. Another bit of swing, and there's no run.
Which hasn't helped with the standings, by my guess.
No, it never does. You know, we always start each term, as it were, with the World Test Championship, usually playing Australia and India. As I said, India's generally away. So I mean, last time it was 4-1. This time could be 4-1 again. Last time it was the Ashes.
It's not generally away. I mean, the last time it was in England.
Was it?
Yes.
It might well have been. Clipped into the leg side. Nice shot by Crawley. Oh, they're going to go for 3. They are going to go for 3. So Crawley gets off the mark with the last ball of the first over. It's a big in ducker by Bumrah, but it gets clipped nicely off the pads by Crawley. I think he's England's top averaging batsman in this series, if I'm not mistaken.
That's not surprising. He's been the only consistent one.
Yeah, Duckett's been kind of consistent, not consistent enough, but he's got some good starts but he's Duckett, you know, he could get out any time. If he gets going, it's amazing, you know.
So,
go on,
I need to acknowledge Sagir Parkar, who's our first super chatter of the day. He sent us $5 Australian. Says, here's to a good starting day of this test match. He also says he's at work, so he'll have to it's muted and in the background for a while. And Daniel Bowman says, good afternoon, lads. Leah's with us. She says, morning all, not doing so so thankfully there's a test to take my mind off things. I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear that.
Yep. Hope you get better.
Frank Rockefeller says all bowlers are independent. Well done, Hartley. And Jay Grover's with us on Twitter. Says, morning all, never got to Dharamsala, but it were my manner. Proper missing mamas.
Well, second over starts by the unknown bowler, who I'll give us jingle to now. First ball is outside the off stump, left alone through the keeper. It's no run, it's this man, obviously.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way There's only one man who can save us now. His mother's heritage.
I mean, weirdly, I guess you say in this series, England's much vaunted middle order has pretty much failed. A couple of scores in there. Pope had a bright start and has faded. Well, he's got a 40 or a 50 somewhere else, but he tends to get out. Left alone through to the keeper and there's no run. Bairstow has not fired at all, really. I mean, he got a couple of decent 30s in the last test, but you need more than that. Stokes had a couple of decent scores, not got a ton. He hasn't got a ton, has he? No.
No.
No. He's got an
I don't
8.
think
He got a
the
70 or an
Stokes has
80.
just had a couple of decent innings in 3 test matches, so it's really not enough.
Yeah,
And-
exactly.
and
It's not
bowled.
enough. And you know, this is it. I mean, India's middle orders has its problems, but you've got the eyes. Well, the Jazzwal at the top has just blown us away, basically. Oh,
and Gill's
flashed
done
out
pretty
by
well.
Crawley outside the off stump, and there's no run. Yeah, Gill's come
like
back
it.
all right, actually, after a what seemed like quite a poor start.
Almost being dropped.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, Rohit's not had a very good. I mean, apart from that ton, he's been pretty poor generally, I think.
Yeah.
And Jaiswal has got almost exactly twice as many runs as England's top scorer, which is Crawley, and Gill's got more runs than Crawley as well.
Yeah, well, that makes a difference, doesn't it? I mean, that is
Yeah.
the difference. England have faltered at the times they've needed to crack on, and India have actually solidified and done well. And that's a beautiful shot by Crawley.
Straight into his slot.
Yeah, straight into his slot. It's long half volley outside off stump. Well, it is for Crawley anyway. Hits it on the up beautifully. Beats the man at mid off. First of these for the day. It's 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And that's right into his arc, isn't it?
Yeah. Rohit had actually a very good interview. I think it was at the press conference last night, and he spoke about his captaincy. I'll speak about it after this.
Current temperature 6 degrees, humidity 56%. Oh, that one's gone. Beating the outside edge of Crawley. He's just playing the line, and it done too much. Beat his outside edge through the keeper. No run. Go on.
Yeah, he was. He basically said he's learned more on this particular in this particular series about the mistakes he's making as a captain and how to learn from various situations and from the seniors in the team, especially Ashwin and Jadeja, which I thought was a very good admission. It's quite a long bit where he talks about his captaincy. It's an interesting one.
Well, Siraj again in that channel outside off stump. This one doesn't swing as much. Starts too wide though. Crawley lets it through the keeper and there's no run. Yeah, I guess Bazball, the one thing it does make the opposition captain is bloody think about a lot of things, because he was really passive.
Yeah.
It's
When
not,
things weren't
not
going
just
well.
that, though, is it? It's not just that, though, is it? It's a preparedness to learn on the job and a knowledge that you don't know everything. I mean, you've seen captains like Alistair Cook who just did the same thing year after year without apparently learning anything as he went.
Well, so
a few
with
more
Root.
tweets. Mog has sent us a super chat. $5. He says, I'm at work and it's genuine balls.
Oh my God! You have to go into the office, Mog. That's terrifying.
Frank Rockefeller says it looks a little icy. Jay Grover says I'm pissed and want to eat momos. Trying to super chat. Duncan Ennis says, hi all, it's 5 p.m. here in New Zealand, so it's beer and nuts on the veranda. Nice one. Mayank says, morning all, still much the 6th here in the US, aka my 30th birthday. I'm old. Happy birthday, Mayank. Congratulations,
Oh.
mate.
Did he get an edge on that? He certainly looked behind the duck. It swung a long way from Bumrah around the wicket. Bounced before it got to Jarrell. And there's no
I
run.
don't think he touched that though.
No,
He
it was,
left
it was a long
left
way
it.
from the bat.
Yeah, of course he left it.
It was a duck it leave, yeah, but he prodded at it.
Only leave he's ever had in his life.
6 degrees is. I can't. 6 degrees. I kind of weird that the Indian players are all in short sleeves if it's 6 degrees. I wouldn't be.
Yeah,
fucking
they've
sure.
got 2 vests underneath, I suspect.
Little heater packs maybe. That's defended by Duckett. Square on the offside. Can't beat the man at gully. There's no run.
It was interesting that one that he missed didn't even carry to the keeper.
Yeah.
So you wonder.
You certainly get the feeling that this pitch is going to be nothing like any of the other pitches they played on. Just because of the weather conditions, it probably is not. You know, it's not going to have beating sun on it at 30 degrees.
Let's
Probably
see what-
might not
well,
break
let's-
up.
No, you may not have 30 degrees, but you're going to have beating sun, and the temperature might go up a bit. I don't think you're going to see this kind of movement during the day.
Yeah, I don't even
yeah.
mean that. I mean, will it break up? Will it offer spin? I mean, it should do. It's India, but you
it
kind
can.
of get the feeling that maybe it won't. Oh wow, that's completely squared up. Duck it. That's a
Oh,
cracking delivery.
That's impossible to play, right?
Yeah, exactly. Good
Doesn't matter
length.
who you are.
Just short of a length, so I had to play at it and got completely squared up. Beat his outside edge, through the keeper, and there's no run. Crawley smiles and nods
Duck
and
is
goes,
just
"That was
checking
good
the
delivery."
pitch to make sure he's still in India.
Yeah, that was an absolutely cracking delivery.
Oh,
Well, Jimmy will be licking his lips. This will please him.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh.
It
He's-
would have taken a better batsman than Duckett to edge that one.
Yes.
Sorry.
Bumrah's upping his pace a bit. That was 137 k's, which is near the top of his range, isn't it?
A little bit fuller this time. Duckett managed to get a bat on it
No.
and go square. No run.
He can bowl up to about 145, 146.
Yeah. He
Can
can. Yeah, he can get up there, Bumrah.
I mean, I've seen him before bowl up to almost 150, 148, 49, but that's just that's some time ago before he had this injury.
Yeah, which he's still easing into. Was that live? No, that wasn't live. I was going to say they went on that particular, just clipped down to leg side as a highlight after
Well,
2.4 overs.
Himachal Pradesh versus Delhi. Pacers took all 36 wickets. Spinners bowled 19 out of 298 overs. I am not sure that's going to happen here. India's got 3 spinners playing.
That one is defended by Duckett. Again, down into the gully, and there's no run. I wonder if we'll see Stokes have a little bowl in this one. Because we've only got... Otherwise, we've only got 2 bowlers. One of them's Woody. He's not exactly a stock bowler. So, it'll be interesting to see if Stokesy himself has a little twirl with the arm later. We'll find out, I suppose.
I hope not, for his own and England's sake. I think it would be foolish in a 5th test of
Well, if he's...
Dead rubber, yeah.
I mean, that one swings into the pads of Duckett. Goes out on the leg side, will be a leg by. Well, if he's fully ready
I
and
think
he's
Bumrah
fit...
got the line wrong on that one.
Yeah. I think if you start too straight and it moves too much, especially on the pads, it's just going on to the pads, isn't it? And big swing, though. I don't know. I mean, this is it. Stokes' knee is okay, and the physios and everyone says it's okay. And he has a bowl, and he feels okay. That's all you can do, isn't it?
Jay Grover says, I don't know what you do for a living, Mog, but I'm seeing Jonathan Price in Brazil. Dara Zizi is with us, says hi all. And Mog says, you're not far off, Jay. Jay also says, Mike, all the best people have their birthdays in March. I hope for the fuck off jingle on Saturday. Is it your birthday on Saturday, Jay? Brilliant.
It's true. My birthday's on the 15th of March.
My daughter's birthday tomorrow. She was born on International Women's Day and International Women's Year.
Oh, wow.
1975. So that was well timed.
Wow.
Well, all England's players on the balcony have all got their puffers on. A lot of them are wearing beanies. It doesn't look particularly warm.
Yeah. Yankee 7000 reckons the Bears lost weight. If so, well done.
Well, yeah, I have. That's into the leg side and there's no run. Unfortunately, it's not because of diet or exercise, it's stress mainly. But, you know, such is life.
He's losing hair as well.
Yeah, I'm just getting old. It's just fucking annoying. Back's going. That was a bit aerial. It was defended by Duckett. Blocked it. It was a sort of deep set city mid on. Not quite an on.
Yeah, Rohit was a bit too far for that.
Yeah. That was blocked back towards mid off. He's pretty short and there's no run.
That was an odd shot.
Yeah, he does play a lot of odd shots, though, doesn't he? He doesn't play very, in any way, traditionally, does Duckett.
That's like an inside-out tennis forehand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Has a very open stance. But it works for him. What the hell?
Yep.
That one's well wide. In fact, too wide probably for Duckett. He has a swish at it and misses it through the keeper, and there's no run.
Mog says, now we have loaded up the new Jurel and Devdut jingles. Or am I going to... Sorry, have we loaded them up? Or am I going to have to prepare an I'm disappointed speech there?
We haven't loaded them up, but having said... told me, then I may go and look for them. It's very... Well, the clouds are low over the Himalayas. That's worked off his pads with no timing by Duckett to short leg, and there's no run. I can find a Jurel one. New Tom Hartley, I did that a while ago. That was, yeah.
This article I wrote on baseball and strategy over the weekend, I guess. I've had some interesting responses to that. One of them from one of my dad's friends who's been watching, cricket since the 1950s, and he said that whenever I see baseball, I don't think it's a new strategy because I remember the West Indies.
That's clipped nicely off his pads by Duckett. He will get a single. It was smartly stopped by mid-wicket. I think I hear some people stomping up the stairs. I wish they wouldn't stomp, but they have stomped. It'll annoy the neighbours, but what the hell. Ah, you star. Thank you very much. Grubby and Tony have just arrived with butter because my tenant has eaten all the butter. Important stuff for toast later.
And that's an interesting interesting thought. That do you consider the way Clive Lloyd's team played? Because before that, I would say Sobers was an exception, etc. Right? But Clive Lloyd's team per se, the way it played, is not so very different from what.
There are a lot of there are definitely a lot of misconceptions about what baseball is. That's a good ball from Siraj. It's gone away. Crawley's played it. It's beat his outside edge through the keeper. It's now on 4 overs done. England 9 for none. Going along slowly.
I'll do a couple
it's
of
about
tweets.
The intent, right? Yeah, sure.
Yes, I thought your article about it was excellent.
Thank you.
And then you might want to tweet that into our timeline. West Aussie Lead says, morning, afternoon or evening all. Winter sports just starting up here in Oz, even though it's still over 35 degrees. And I'm ready for a cricket rest. Been a long 10 months. Let's finish up in style, please. I'm never ready for a cricket rest. Unfortunately, we've got the IPL coming up, which is sort of like a cricket rest. Jay Grover says, for once you have colour-appropriate clothing. Tibetans make us all happy. He also says, those really annoying fucks who said when I was travelling in India, my nostalgia is making me feel like a gobshite 20-year-old student in a student union bar. I've never even been to the city.
Duckett is getting beaten, all ends up once again. A swinging delivery from Boomer from around the wicket. Beats his bat by quite a long way though, and there is no run. I can only find a I'm just saying, what did Jingles? Yeah, it's only that one. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. I'm trying to find the jingle.
Devdut, he says. The England players look colder than the Indian players, just sitting in the pavilion there with their bloody puffer jackets.
That's defended up to mid-on, and there's no run. Who's not playing in this? I've got a Devdut Padikal jingle, but it might be an IPL one.
Well, Mog's obviously done a new one.
I'll have a look. I can't find it. Anyway, Jasper around the wicket into Duckett, who defends that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, we haven't always gone just really hard in baseball. It's just this is it. It's just a question of trying to play on the front foot, isn't it? trying to be positive in
It
the
is.
game.
It is, but I think obviously the article was getting very long, so I didn't want to go into all of that. But during this series, for example, I think baseball's not matured enough in terms of how to handle different situations and adapt to it.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of that. That's nicely clipped by Duckett
Lovely.
off his pads. Not going to run for 4. It's pulled up just inside the rope
No,
by Ashwin. They have got through for 3 though. Yeah, I think
In situations, my point is that sorry to interrupt, but my point is in situations where you're in a very good position, you don't need to just go out and throw your bat. Even in those situations, some of the batsmen are going and throwing their bats without using their brains. I mean, it just seems to have got into their heads that anything can go into people's heads who are watching, but the people who are playing, I think they themselves are not in the right space when they go in, especially the younger guys. They're just going in and just throwing the bat around.
Well, we've tended to lose wickets in clumps as well throughout the series, and that never helps stuff. And you can always get out early in an innings. It's left alone through to the keeper and there's no one. And when it comes down to it, you've got Ashwin and... I mean, I know Hartley's the top wicket taker, but when it comes down to it, you've got Ashwin and Jadeja mainly. And we've got Hartley.
Yeah, but neither of them have
Hartley
really been in top form.
Yeah, but but they have reputation as well. And they're certainly more consistent. I mean, England have tried to attack, right? But they're more consistent with their line and length than certainly than Hartley. Hartley's big problem
but
for
when
me
things
is
are going
consistency.
well for you, you don't need to just play outrageous shots, and which is what England has done. And
Yes.
that's the only point I'm making.
At key moments, and I think Root has been maligned for that. That one beats
It's a
Crawley's outside
learning
once more, no
experience.
run. Yeah, it is. And you kind of expect a little bit more from Root. I think England, to be fair,
It's not only Root.
Johnny Bairstow probably wouldn't have paid if Harry Brook had been there. I think might have made a difference.
Yeah.
Oxymoronica
Oxymoronica
Pope
says,
after that. Sorry, please.
Oxymoronica says, "Come on, England, show us what you're made of. You won the toss. You're playing in the most beautiful ground in the world. I saw that some players were even blessed by the Dalai Lama. No excuses this time. I also think they picked their best team this time." Old Farrah Play says something strange. He says, "I smoked for the first time when I went home to Manchester last month. Best time ever. It's the best. Smoking? You're promoting smoking?
I'm all for it. Well done.
Yeah.
God.
Siraj is in to the pads of Duckett, who plays it up to mid-on. There's no run.
Oh dear God! It took me
There are
an
a
awful
million
long
ways
time.
to die. Don't worry about it so much.
Exactly.
It's also a great way to go broke because I don't know about England, but the cost of smoking in
Australia is
is
ridiculous. I have to say. Yeah, it is just ridiculous.
extraordinarily.
How much is a
expensive.
packet of cigarettes out
Prices
there?
of cigarettes. Yes.
It's about $55, I think.
$55. That's proper
Well,
drug.
you can
That's proper drug
buy
dealing.
a cheap Chinese brand which you've never heard of for half that, but it tastes like shit as well. I've tried it.
That one's wide of the off stump,
good
but
strategy.
too wide of the off stump, and it's into Duckett's arc, and he slams it through the offside. Not great timing, because he's only just made it to the boundary, but definitely enough timing. And he will get England's second forward a day. Oh God, no! I don't want to do that. I want to do that.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Just stood and delivered. Yeah, you were going to say Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope he's annoying. Ollie Pope. He's a bit of an enigma. He scored that amazing 196.
And in the
not
second
been
innings, he looked
the
like
same.
he hadn't scored runs for
Exactly.
200 years.
Yeah, and that ever since he got beaten by that amazing Yorker by Bumrah, he hasn't been the same. as far
No.
as I can see.
Clipped nicely off the pads by Duckett to Shubman Gill, who's a square leg. I don't think it bounced that much short of him. It was sweetly struck by Duckett, but it's probably aerial for a little while because he's clipped it off his pads.
Mog clarifies for you, Bear. He says the Devta Padikal was an old IPL jingle. It'll be old but serviceable. There you go.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, that's the one I've got. I know it's there.
Well, it'll be a while before you get to use it.
Yeah, it will be a while
Yes.
before I get to use it, unless he somehow miraculously bowls some overs, I suppose. Siraj Z-bowl. Siraj is defended by Duckett, back to him, and there's no run. England started off at a very normal pace and in this game. Mind, the ball is moving around, you've got to be a bit watchful. I've swung at a few and missed them. And everyone's in their hoodies. They look very warm in their hoodies. Who is that dude with the glasses on? And then, do you know who he is?
I missed that. And
He's always sitting next to Dravid.
Slightly greying beard.
Yeah, he looks like.
I think he's the bowling coach.
Okay, clipped to mid wicket.
Paris Mumray.
Okay, he looks.
I think that's who you're talking about.
Yeah, he looks like a bit like one of the characters from the In-Betweeners. For me.
Well, I haven't seen the In-Betweeners.
16 for none. England are. Crawley's on 7 of 15. Duckett 8 of 20. England won the toss. They decided to bat once again. I mean, I guess one of the things you can say is it proves how good India are at home. They've won the crucial moments in the test. When England have got into positions, that's clipped into the leg side to Gill, who's just in front of square leg. No run at the end of the over. Give us some tweets and then I'll give you my thoughts after.
Yankees 7000 says the West Indies of the 70s and 80s were the original master blasters. Yeah, although, there were some interesting players a long, long time ago as well. Emily Elizabeth is with us. Hello. Hello all. Heading up to bed soon, but had to pop in and say what's up. Good to hear from you.
Yeah.
And over on YouTube, on Twitter, Leah says, I remember the times when they sold fake West cigarettes from Poland called Pest, which is German for the plague. No point for guessing how they tasted. Oh dear, that was a smart move.
Crawley is going to face up. No, he's not. Bumrah is not coming into bowl. He is now. Crawley 7 off 15, facing up. Sun moves across the stadium. That was a little short of a length wide of the off stump. Crawley lets it through the keeper and there's no run. I guess because they're starting at 9:30, aren't they, in the morning in India at the moment? Is that when these tests are starting?
Yeah.
So I mean that's not going to help.
Sorry?
I was going to say 9:30 in the morning they're starting.
Yes.
Yes.
That's right.
So I mean it is going to be cooler, isn't it, at 9:30?
Yeah, because the day is short, so it'll get darker quickly, which is why they need to start it.
Yeah. No, I was going to say. I mean, the other thing is you have to say. I mean, it's all well and good saying England are fucked up at these particular moments in the test, but you also have to say that India have stepped up and they've done the business when they've had to.
Of course.
They've needed a solid partnership, or they've needed someone to take a whole shitload of wickets. They've done it at the right time. So, that's another cracking delivery. Bumrah to Crawley, gets inside the line, goes through the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, and just to Joe Root, because you were mentioning him. So everyone's gone on about the reverse scoop, obviously being played at the wrong time. But I think it was in Vizag where things going absolutely fine. Suddenly he goes wild and mid wicket. That was just stupid.
Yeah, exactly. He's done a couple of those. And then, funnily enough, he gets a ton when he plays like Joe Root in the last test, and sensible, and and he can. If everyone else wants to be aggressive, he should just do that. He's the glue that like any side needs glue, and he can be that man. That's left alone. Played inside the line once more by Crawley. Delivery short.
Twitter just dumped a whole lot of tweets on me, and there's a very important one from Dave Barrett. It says, "Dear Messi, my brain and body has been ruined by severe jet lag. I am a sad, empty, pathetic wreck of a man. The only thing that is keeping me from ruination is fine champagne and the smoked salmon and cream cheese bagel. Despite all this, I pledge to go harder."
Of course.
Thank you,
Dave.
Dave.
Bumrah is in again. That's what's happened there. There's swung, and Crawley's tried to work it into the leg side. I don't know if he got any bat. I didn't see where the ball went. Did it hit his pad, or was it the the leading edge. It must be pad because the DRS timer is up.
Do you want to see if Fourth is in the waiting room and Cat?
Fourth is. Cat isn't. It's Carticum. Oh no, I've got a completely wrong thing up. Let's have a look here on a replay. It's another big swinging delivery. Oh God!
Wow.
It's missed everything. I don't know how it's not
that
taken a
was
wicket.
like 2 inches above the middle stump.
It swung in the air. It's been tried to be worked into the leg side by Crawley. It's beaten him and it's beaten the stumps. It's gone over the top of middle and off through to the keeper, and there's no run. Jasper it in once more. That one gets off the outside half of the bat. Beats Gully. Goes down to that third. It's very English, this feel of this game. Sorry to say, it's weird. And it's 4 runs.
Eins, zwei, drei, vier.
Just has a very different feel to it.
Yeah. The atmosphere, the temperature, movement.
Yeah.
This is as close to England as they're going to get.
Yeah, exactly. Just try and capitalise. Hopefully. Anyway, Crawley moves on into double figures with that. 11 off 20. This will be our last over, and then we will have a switcheroo. Ooh, prodded that by Crawley. Last ball.
That moved a long way.
It did. Beats his outside edge through to keeper. And there is no run. Ends that over. Time for a switcheroo.
Oh, there's Cat.
We'll be back in half an
I'll
hour.
do a couple of tweets.
You guys know.
Jay says, I've never been gorilla fat, but when I've lost weight, not drinking beer, the amount of people who have taken me aside and concernedly asked me if I were back on smack was concerning. And he also says, Ness, did you just go into a diatribe about puffer jackets? I'm interested. My mum lost it about them the other day for no reason I could understand. As they are about the same age, why the loathing? They do look daft, mate. Well, because they're daft. I mean,
They can be quite warm, though.
puffer jackets. Yeah. And he also says $55 a pack of cigarettes. I really would go back to smack. So fourthly, the next tweet is from Leah 4 minutes ago.
And
Gotcha. Thanks, Messi.
and Kat is going to join us. And she's supposed to be doing well. I'll tell you what happened that first ball. Not a lot. It was just clips into the leg side. There's no run. How are you, Fourthy?
Oh, very well, thank you, Bear. How are you going?
I'm good. It's early in the morning.
Great.
Last time I'm going to have to do this, which is always a bit of a blessing.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's like a cancelled meeting at work. It just gets put back, but it feels fantastic.
Yes. And you know it's not going to go on forever. That one is cut from very, very close to him by Duckett. Goes off down towards third man. It's fielded by, I didn't see who that was. But they'll come back for 2.
Is Kat with us?
Kat is on the Zoom call. Maybe she's getting herself a cup of coffee. Which reminds me, guys, in the green room, is there any possibility you can make me a coffee? I've got a cup here. It is very early and I've only had 2. And it'd be nice to get some more caffeine injected into me.
Yeah, very important. I think me and Kat are in the only warm place here, not Dharamsala, not Sydenham. It's very pleasant here.
It's starting to cheer up a little bit in England. You can feel that spring is in the air. It's not getting dark till nearly 6 o'clock, you know. Defended back up the wicket and there's no run. On days when the sun's out, it's kind of reasonably pleasant, you know, it's that kind of thing. Still too much rain and still too cloudy, but you can feel it's coming. Which is always a good time of year. Always a good time of year.
It is, isn't it? September's always the most depressing. Back to school.
Yeah.
Those things. But
although winters in England, weirdly, January, September, October. I mean, last October it was 24, 25 degrees going into sort of nearly November. It was summer's
arguably concerning.
Well, concerning, yes, but reasonably pleasant.
I know.
The paradox of global warming.
Yeah, exactly.
Clipped into the leg side behind square. and as
The thing which really annoys me is
No
when
run,
they
sorry.
show pictures of icebergs crashing and disintegrating into the sea off glaciers. But they always do that. That is what they do.
Yeah.
Inevitably, they fall off and into the sea. That's what all those icebergs are.
Well, this is true, but I guess it's the rate at which they're doing them, and this is the problem.
It's the rate. Yes, it's the rate. Yes, it's exactly correct. It never feels quite so gloomy this time of the year, is it? Here we go.
Clipped into leg side by Duckett. A little bit aerial, I think, and not particularly well timed. Falls short of Shivan Gill, who's at forward square leg and has no run.
Oh, by the way, if Cat is making a very prolonged cup of tea, I'm happy to take over on ball by ball if required, so just let me know.
Well, you go on, you do it.
Okay.
You take over from me. I've just done a stint. People can like a new voice, 40.
Even if it's all the way from Burwood. I could almost shout across to Cat, we're not very far away, and see whether she's made her cup of tea by now. Duckett is squaring up, just opens himself up, launches himself at that one, the first perhaps ill-judged shot of the morning. Misses it completely. Siraj looks up to the heavens at the injustice of it all. At the end of the 8th over, England 22 without loss. And I think I'm doing double duty, aren't I? Because I'm on... Hang on. Let me get the tweets up as well.
Well, I can give you a couple of YouTubers while we're there. Frank Ross is putting the clocks forward at the weekend in New York, so feudal. Yeah, we're doing that at the end of this month. You're a little bit ahead of us.
Leah says, I remember the times when they sold fake West cigarettes from Poland called Pest, which is German for the plague. No points for guessing how they tasted.
Yes. Well, I think we had that one, but it's okay.
Okay. Bummer in again. And Crawley launches himself at that one. Hard to tell how uppish it was. But he's managed to get one of these.
And we have been joined by Kat. Morning, Kat. Well, I guess it's it's afternoon for you. You're in charge of the show, by the way.
Excellent. I'll have to just get Ian to keep doing ball by ball until I can get my screen working, because I just got in. Yes. I was just in the car. But actually, all that talk of a cup of tea meant that I went and got a cup of tea as well.
Well, that's fair enough.
Well, Crawley's moved on to 15 with that shot, and the score on to 26. Bumrah is in again. It was a very good shot. It wasn't rubbish at all looking at the replay. And right, so that one was probably the poorest of Bumrah's balls this morning. It was wide. It did deviate from the straight, but Crawley was able to just tuck his bat inside the line without any problem. And have they negotiated the tricky first half hour? We shall see.
Well, they have.
Isn't it? All I know is that they've been bowling too well to get an edge. That's all.
There's been a bit of that, hasn't it? Yeah, that's right. I mean, there are some balls they just shrugged and smiled and said, "Well, if you get an edge on that, what can you do?" Bumrah in again, and that's a better ball. They might well have negotiated the first half hour, as Bear correctly points out, but they're into the second half hour, and it's showing no signs of stopping with the deviation at left Crawley. There wasn't much you could do about that one, but no edges yet. How you doing, Kat?
I'm really good. I'm loving this beautiful weather. We've just been over in New Zealand watching Australia play New Zealand in a test.
Right. That would have been lovely, wouldn't it?
It was really good. It was very windy, though. I mean, they say that's a cliche about Wellington, but it was actually the truth.
Yes. And that one's fired more on middle and leg, but very successfully combated by Crawley, although he doesn't get all of it, just wide of Ashwin, who's at mid-on. I think they'll probably come through they've come through for 2, in fact, and he moves on to 17.
That was a very aerial shot back.
Yes, it was, yes. Sometimes my feed doesn't always allow me to quite grasp what's happened straight away. It actually was a pretty poor shot, wasn't it? He kind of scooped it, but into no man's.
Leading half of the bat. Oh.
And that should have, I was going to say, clipped off his legs, but in fact, a leading edge and goes the other side of the wicket this time. And Crawley dicing with fires here. Gets away with it again, though. Comes through for 2, moves on to 19.
I thought that was going to be out.
I did, yeah. Well, I was assumed he'd clipped it to the fence, but next thing you look up and mid-off was interested. It looked as if it ought to have gone straight down his throat, but didn't quite reach.
Yeah, definitely got away with that one. Did you manage to catch Cameron Green's 170 odd not out then?
Yes, we were there for that. That was just a glorious performance by Cameron Green. It was so much fun to watch.
Match-winning innings, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It was really, really terrific. And just the sitting, or rather lying on the hill to watch the cricket, there was really something about that. It was incredible. If you ever have a chance to go to Wellington and watch cricket, everybody, you should do it.
Dot ball to finish the over at the end of the 9th, 30 without loss. How are you doing, Kat? Do you want to take over from ball by ball yet?
I have someone has to let me in. I'm in the waiting room.
Sorry.
My other device.
I can easily do
and
that.
And then I'll go into one device and out of the other device, and then I'll be good.
I didn't realise that.
Right. While that's all happening, Jay says, I was just listening to a very good book by Francis Green and David Kleinston about how public schools are fucking up all our arts and sports. All should be banned. Might decimate the GC team, but all war has its casualties. I don't think it would decimate us, actually.
I don't think it would that much, actually.
Most of us are state school. I'm state, yeah.
I'm state school. There we go.
Doesn't pay for my ago. And Anna Forsyth says, with Bazball, it's always struck me as odd that analysis never considers the tactical strategy was right for a particular over-innings match, but the execution was off. Could even be a bit of both at times. Is it always black and white? That's
no,
really
it isn't.
Interesting.
Of course it isn't, and that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, you try and be aggressive, and it goes wrong, and then everyone gets on your case. But it goes right, and everyone's like, "Wow, this is amazing." It's people are too easy on that one to go, "Well, they fucked it up because they're playing baseball." But when it goes right, everyone's like, "Well, it's really exciting." And it's just like, well, if that's the way you're going to play, you got to accept the good and the bad,
Indeed. So we have
over to you, Kat.
Raj, and it's going to be Duckett who's facing up and letting one go. And unfortunately, Siraj also unable to get an edge in this first delivery. Well, first delivery of his 5th over, I should say.
Yeah.
Looks a bit like, people who are watching, looks a bit like Forthy and me are in the same room with the same bookcase behind us, but we're in the same suburb, but we're in separate areas completely.
There's one long bookcase from one end of Burwood to the other.
Oh, indeed. I can see that you have seen Mr. Jay Grover's tweet then.
Did he spot that book, Forthy, from all that way?
Yeah, I'm not sure he did, but that's the one I've plucked.
Plucked that one out. Next delivery back of the length and turn around the corner, another dot ball. So it wasn't a specific book he asked you to take out, just any old book?
No, he did. He's very specifically said second shelf, 9th one in. So that's what I've gone for. It is The Trees by Percival Everett, Jay, that I've plucked and your direction, which we did for book club. And the content is very worthy, but it's not a great novel, I would say.
Worthy books. Why on earth do book clubs always pick worthy books? It flicks back of the length, lofted into the onside. It's landing safely. And they're taking actually a very quick bit of fielding there. And they've managed to take just the one run. Would have almost got to the boundary, but of course there was a dude out there.
Yeah, I don't read much, he says, sounding like an ignorant fuck. But I mean, I read a lot of the papers, but I just don't find time for novels these days.
You're like Rishi Sunak. You imagine he reads a lot of papers, not many novels.
Yeah, I used to enjoy a good novel when I was young, but I just don't find the time.
Yeah, you need to get the audio books going. That's the way to do it.
Well, I used to like, being able to read and imagine it in your head and all that shit when you're reading a novel, but yeah.
So now the slips have moved to the other side for Crawley, who defends the ball. The score in the 10th over, 31 for no loss. No loss for England. Fabulous work on this partnership. 2 balls to come of Siraj's 5th over.
Well, I don't think our opening partnership has actually been a problem this.
No, not at all.
I mean, we've had 4 or 5 50 opening partnerships or more, I think.
Yeah, the opening partnerships and, in fact, the tail have matched India in terms of runs per wicket. There's a big deficit in the middle order.
Yeah. This next one's driven gloriously. It's heading out through the covers and it's going all the way to the boundary. 4 runs to 4. 5 from the over. So some of these, I mean, the pace of this attack is pretty fast.
Yeah.
Fast bowling, scoring.
It looks like a pretty nice wicket to bat on if you look at it from. There's a few cracks, but they're not very they're not very wide at all. You just kind of get the feeling the pitch will stick together. I mean, I don't know. I kind of get the feeling the pitch will stick together. I think it's just the weather and the way it looks there, and the altitude, and the fact that it's not very warm just makes you think it'll probably remain pretty flat most of the test.
Yeah. So another ball, a wild slash outside off stump. It bounces before it gets to the keeper, and Crawley completely misses this one. But anyway, successful over, 5 runs from it. And over to some tweets.
Yeah, Jay, who's on rampaging form so far today, says, "Cat's freaking me the fuck out. Who is she talking to? Where is this foliage? More importantly, where is Batman?" And the adds is, "It would decimate the GC team," referring to the state school conversation, public school earlier, because there'd be no one to do the rotors. Oh, Tony.
I don't think Tony is public school at all.
I don't think he is. I mean, just because we sound, just because we manage to speak correctly doesn't necessarily mean that millions of pounds has been lavished on our education.
Indeed.
Let's have a quick look at YouTube. Oh, hang on.
Batman's looking very cute.
Batman's coming there. Coming up to say hi. He's disappearing in and out of my background. Good boy, Batman.
Very chilled.
Yeah, he's pretty chill. He's jumping down. He often likes to sit behind me.
Ah.
It's Boomer bowling now, and it's just a dead bat from Ducker. Drops it into the offside and takes off, and they do get a quick single. So good running. 36 for no loss.
Trying to think, have they got any other? They haven't got any other seamers, have they? They've gone for a spin attack as well.
Same. They did a sort of man-for-man swap on one batsman, one bowler.
Yeah.
Deep was a bit lucky to miss out, and there's an injury to Patidar, was it? And they've brought in a very similar-sounding batsman who I'm not familiar with to replace him.
Was it an Indian injury? I.e., we've dropped him, or was it a genuine injury?
Well, I mean, I wasn't there, but it's very specifically an ankle injury in prep last night.
You're thinking they've brought in Padikal, the opening, he's number 4, I think.
Yep.
Anyway, 3 going to go in place. This one's played into the offside by Crawley. So the top order for India is Jaiswal, Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Devdutt Padikal, Jadeja, Sarfraz Khan, Dhruv, the wicket-keeper, Ashwin, Kuldeep Yadav, Siraj and Bumrah. So, yeah, quite a bit of spin there.
Yeah. And they're going to have to turn to it quite soon because the opening bowlers are into their 6th overs. So,
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out if it is going to turn. Maybe it will turn. Maybe I'm just talking nonsense. Who knows?
Exciting that England have selected Mark Wood, which is great. 3 slips in place. This one's clicked off the toes. And Bumrah thinks that was a chance. I can't tell if it was in the air or not. Anyway, they've scurried through for another single.
Yeah, Wood's not. Well, I mean, he was totally ineffective in the first test. He came back for the 3rd and he was all right. Oh, it looks like Siraj has pained his knee when he's fielded that ball. Has he slipped, or is he just? He's slipped. His foot's gone out from underneath his body. It's never good.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Looks like the physio is going to come out for a minute. We don't think he has. Nope, they've gone. Bad luck, Siraj. Sort yourself out.
Oh, he's holding the back. Yeah, he's rubbing and holding the back of his knee. It's never a good sign.
Yeah. So the left-handed Duckett offers a straight bat and wide-legged stance, comes down the pitch a bit and defends this next one at 137 kilometres an hour. So 37 runs on the board for England in the first 10 overs. Pretty good going.
Not bad going, not very baseball, but you know.
Yeah.
It's not 5, 6s I want, you know. Keep it exciting.
So yeah, it's afternoon for us, so 4th END. What time is it for you there, Bear?
It's currently 10 to 5 in the morning. I was up at 3 a.m.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Excited at the prospect of play.
Yeah. As you said.
Well, it's on the edge and goes between gully and point. And there's no run. 2 runs so far from this over. Yes, it's very early in the morning. It's very sad.
Yeah, it's quite hard, but you know, the one good thing is it's kind of end of term fever. Last test, you know, you've not got to do it again after this one, so it feels okay. And I think I've only got to 2 days in a row at 3 in the morning. Until day 5 anyway, I'm hoping. I haven't looked at the rotors the other days. Ooh.
Must be tempting to time shift and just press on through and then sleep between sleep in the afternoon or something.
Generally that's what I do. Cat.
Yeah.
This next one, straight through to the keeper, end of the over, 37 for none after 11 overs.
West Aussie Lead says, hearing about the old West Indies team being entertaining, I agree their batting was with Viv Lloyd and co. But I was at the Wacker back in the day when they averaged just over 8 overs an hour. Efficient, but not entertaining when bowling. Well, yes, that's kind of turned into a bit of a difficult conversation. Were they entitled to bowl at 8 overs now? Not anyway. Leah, I should start a book club podcast where we only read very cheesy romance novels I bought for under $1 at thrift stores. An old farter player says Alan Partridge has cornered the audiobook and the podcast recently. Unreally funny. Well, up to a point, there are 2 million other podcasts to choose from, and some of them are very good. Oh, hang on, Gary's writing in, I'm indulging in dead Australian public intellectuals at the moment as a celebration of the retirement of David Warner, as us state schoolers do, rereading Clive James TV columns and watching Robert Hughes' Shock of the New. He has a touch of Benno in his style.
That sounds dreadful. I can't think of anything worse. But I'm in a book club. We read mostly fiction books, occasional non-fiction, occasional memoir. But we were interested in hearing what everyone's book clubs are, if anyone has a cricket-related book club, perhaps. Siraj is not interested in book clubs. He's instead going to start bowling. He's continuing. So fast bowling, continuing after 11 overs. We still have Siraj coming in a moment. Doesn't look like he's bowled yet.
Well, they're only going to manage.
90% of book clubs are all female. I'm in a very unusual subsection.
Is yours all men in the club?
A big pardon? Yeah, ours is all male. Well, it's Australian. We only do all male or all female things, as you know, in Australia.
That is so true. Oh, that's very funny. It's the next ball is pushed away for a single. Duckett is back on strike now. So these two turning over the strike. Crawley on 25.
I'm in the cinema club. All male, and I'm in a music club, all male.
Men are men and women are women, and never twain shall meet, huh? In Australia.
On the other hand, my trivia group, my trivia club is half and half.
Is mixed. You're in a lot of groups there, Forthy. A lot of organised sports you've got there.
Yeah, it's called being semi-retired, Cat.
My book club is all men, and I don't think it's necessarily deliberate, but occasionally the partners get involved in the book discussions. This next one's pushed into the offside on the bounce, stuck at defending, and he's going at half the pace of Crawley as far as accumulating runs, 12 from 35, Crawley 25 from 33.
With all these clubs, do you sort of rotate houses?
Yes, we do.
Someone brings out the cheese and biscuits and stuff.
Yeah, and there's always a bit of nuclear escalation with those things. So, you know, someone just opens it. And the next club, the special biscuit.
Next one is it's just past the alley. That was a replay. And clipped off the toes, out through square, and another single taken. So yes,
Do you-
ours is the same. Whoever chooses the book gets to host, and they have to provide the food. So yeah.
Do you have to read
it's
this
got-
book in a week or something? I mean, how often do you have these groups?
Once a month. What are yours, Forthy? Well, ours
Yeah.
are once a month.
Once a month, although I notice it's been slipping in recent times to about once every 6 weeks.
We've got 12 people, so it's really once a month, and you get one choice a year.
Well, we're a pretty rigid 7 in our book club.
Ah, yes. So tell us all about your book clubs on the social media. That would
Yeah.
be good to know. Next one, another glorious drive from Crawley. Almost identical to the previous one and straight through to the cover boundary, 4 runs.
Lovely shot.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Before you know it, he's 29 or 34 now.
Yeah, he's driving ahead to his 50. Can you hit it
Just
now?
about 29.
He hasn't got a ton on this tour, has he? He's got 350s, I think. Some 70s and an 80, I think, and not quite got there.
Not too bad.
Yeah, he's averaged over 40, I think, for the series.
No, he's got Cameron Green, 174.
Considering about a year ago, certainly 18 months ago, everyone was saying, it's not Crawley, is it? We're going to have to move on.
Yeah. Oh.
Good. As this next one's wrapping him on the pads. This is a massive, massive appeal from everybody. It's happening in slow motion for me. They're thinking about whether they'll go up and do a review. 3 reviews remaining for both. This is going to be a review, I'm almost positive. What do you think, Forthy? Yeah, and up it goes.
They've gone for it. They've gone for it.
It looked out to me.
Yeah, and you know, if you're English, what you don't want to see is Joel Wilson as the standing umpire.
That's almost certain he's got it wrong. Maybe it's angling down leg side, and maybe because the ball is still reasonably new, it's going to go over the top, and he might get saved by an umpire's call here. Let's have a look.
It was a really confident shout
What's
from
the angle?
absolute
Oh no,
Johnny.
it's quite high. Is that inside edge? No, it's not inside edge.
Good line and going down leg. He's going to escape.
Well, it could be one of those though that hits right at the top of leg stump and is out. But doesn't.
He's a tall
it
man.
Looks more out than some of the ones we've seen. He is a tall man though. Let's have a look.
I think it's going over. Umpire's call.
Oh, just clicking.
Not out. Umpire's call. Review retained. Crawley's laughing, but he was nervous, I think. The umpire is just go. Relief.
Well, Joel Wilson was kind of right.
Just right. Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing to me that all the kerfuffle that's been kicked up over DRS in this series. It's always going to be the way with umpire's call. You're going to get some, you're not going to get some. Adds a little bit to the drama. But with umpire's call, the umpire's never really wrong, are they? So it saves their blushes. And you just got to hope you're on the right side of it. And then there's the other decisions that have been, I mean, the LBW in the second wicket, the second innings, the last test that got root. I mean, it was out, but there's a really, really good review by India.
This next one, back of the length again, very fast. Last ball of the over, dotted away into the leg side. 43 for no loss. A bit of an escape there for Crawley in that previous over.
Jay, who's on a roll, says, I'm a soft lad these days, I proper love Batman. Bez, grammar, posh. Tony, public, forgot the name. Forthy is from Coventry, one of the few cities which is both depressed and
Are we going to do a change now? Okay, we're going to do a change now, apparently.
Okay, all right. Shall I?
We're going to have one more over. We're going to have one more over.
Oh, we're going to have one more over. Okay. And he adds, Forthy, is it possible you could recommend a podcast one I might enjoy? Tell you what, I'll recommend 3 history ones. The rest is history. Very, very good. 2 a week. Brilliant. The Collapse of Civilizations, you get one every 4 months or 5 months, and he puts like 2.5 hour podcast, puts a massive amount of research. And the original, the granddaddy, the OG, the History of Rome.
It's Bromra continuing, and this ball is sent to short leg, short mid wicket, and they are not taking a run there. Duckett is on strike. So you like history there?
I quite like the idea of the collapse of civilizations. That sounds quite interesting.
It's really good. And then Ninja correctly adds Empire, which is very good as well. So there's 4 history ones.
And of course, Sombrero.
Oh, Sombrero 4, that, how could we forget?
Exactly.
Not a history podcast as such, but excellent nonetheless.
Yes. Ooh.
Ducket faces up, 3 slips. This one squirts off on the edge and goes to gully. It goes through, actually.
Yep.
Heading all the way down to the boundary. Bit of a lucky, streaky 4, but it's a 4 nonetheless to Ducket.
These 2 bowlers have gone on quite long, haven't they? Both into their 7th over. Well, Bummer's into his 7th over. Long spell to open up.
Through any minute, but I still want Crawley to get 50 first.
Yeah. He's led a bit of a charmed life, hasn't he? He's a couple of leading edges that could have gone anywhere. Wrapped on the pads a couple of times. But still there, that's the important thing.
So they've put an extra, well, I don't know if they have put an extra slip in there now, but that's almost 4 slips. There's a little bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th, but this one goes straight through to the keeper. So it's not quite a gully, is it? It's like the 3
5th
slips
slip.
and a... Yep. So there's a lovely big gap there for you, Ducket, if you want to send it through 4th slip. On the bounce would be the safest way to do that. Then that would frustrate it. India, no end.
Aye. Great seam position from Bummer, isn't it? Did you go to all days of the test in New Zealand?
Missed the first day, but we got there for the second day, 3rd, and obviously the 4th. So if it had gone to a 5th day, it hissed raining all day 5, so luckily it didn't. This one is a squirty bit of defence here. It just dribbles into the offside. Ducket remains on 17. So it was lovely. The best thing about lying on the hill is you can sort of lie down, and it's such a severe angle that all you have to do is put a little pillow behind your head and you can watch the cricket lying down.
Oh, that's nice. Right. You do need something just to soften the ground below your back, I imagine, for all the day. You know, a nice little bit of cushion.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty comfortable.
My wife went to a grassy knoll to watch the National and Philippe Foxes this week.
Oh. This next one, left alone by a Ducket through to the keeper. Yeah, there's something about sitting on the grass, but I think on flat grass you do get a bit of a sore bum, but on this angle it was really, you could lie down and you could sit back up and you could lie back down. It was very
nice. Very pleasant. Civilised.
A lot of people, a lot of kids there, and you can walk around the entire ground without being in anyone's way and still watch the cricket. So you could almost do laps if you wanted to and continue the game and get some exercise in. We didn't exactly do that, but we did watch in a number of different angles. Another one defended away, and that's the last of the over. So just the 4 runs from it, 1 boundary. Ducket 17, Crawley 29 the score. England after 13 overs, 47, no loss. And we are changing.
And it's time for a change. Tony, Messi, and I've got Cat, but I'm assuming it's an Indo. It is Cat.
It's Cat.
Switch Cat and an Indo. And Indo, you're on next session, mate. He's disappeared. All right, I'm going to hand over to Tony. See you later. Bye.
Hi, Cat.
G'day.
Welcome back from Wellington. I love Wellington. I was there in 2000 for my 50th birthday at a motel directly across the road from the Basin Reserve. It's a great city. I really like it. There's a wonderful museum there too, as I recall.
Yeah, fabulous. We went to the museum, had some great exhibitions on there. We went to the workshop where they make all of the bits and pieces for all of Lord of the Ring films and so on. There's a really big workshop there. So that was, I don't even like those movies, but they make stuff for other movies too, so it was fascinating.
I like Hobbit houses. That's the best thing to come out of the movie.
Hobbit houses, did you say?
Indeed. I think they're just beautifully designed. The movies go on for fucking ever, and they get really boring. But, in fact, at the end of the last one, I saw it in the cinema, and somebody said, "Get on the fucking boat, I want to go home." Well, that's about it. Welcome, Tony.
Well, that's very kind. I'm very happy to be back. busy evening. Went to watch what was my nightmare, which so far hasn't played out, was that Watford would get stuffed at home and then England would be all out by lunch. And I was thinking, I mean, surely life couldn't be that unkind to me. And it hasn't been. Watford got a draw, and England are motoring reasonably nicely, aren't they?
What wonderful days. And the clouds lifted over the Himalayas, so we're getting a spectacular
Yeah. And I'll tell you who's there. I'll tell you who's there, Messers and Cat. Probably doesn't mean Leicester
Ed
Cat.
Benson.
Ed Benson is there, yes. He sent me a voice message. He probably could have just shouted and we'd have heard him. But he was waxing very lyrical. I wanted the Bear to load it up, actually, and play it. I'm just checking that's not a replay. It isn't. No, it is a replay. Of course it is.
Tony, and I'm taking over summarising. But one thing I would just say here is that on Cricinfo, they're speculating about how on earth England have survived the hour without losing a wicket.
Well, it's certainly swung. It has certainly swung appreciably, hasn't it? Cat, you're a little bit distant and echoey to me.
It should be okay.
She hasn't got a special flashing mic.
Special flashing mic. He's been arrested and is now in a Melbourne jail, having been caught outside the MCG.
I'll catch up on a couple of tweets.
Please do.
Duncan Innes is responding to Anindo's excellent article about baseball. He says,
absolutely.
As an English Kiwi, I feel responsible for baseball. It's a great article on why strategies fail, but I think baseball will continue. I think that's right.
It was a fascinating article, but what was interesting... Sorry, go on after you. I'll finish that thought when you read that.
Hellfire Place says, I read a lot on flies. He sends us a copy of a book called Flies, but are they crickets? Fourthy says, Jay says, fourthly, I can't stand to be in the same room with more than 2 people. How the fuck can you be in so many clubs? Well, not everyone is like you, Jay. It has to be said.
Well, Siraj is going to continue over the wicket, and that swings away from the right-handed Crawley and thumps into the Duralian gloves. And just about every ball, Cat, appears to have done something in the air.
Some of them are wobble seams, some of them are seam up, and they're all either moving in the air or moving off the seam. It's really terrific. But that's only while the ball's new, right, Tony? I mean, you know, as soon as it starts to get a bit dusty, I reckon nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I mean, I'm sure both teams would have looked with some interest at the Ranji Trophy game that was played in February. It was Delhi and home side Himachal Pradesh. All 36 wickets in that game, which was a win for Delhi by 76 runs. All 36 wickets went to seamers, which does suggest that, as we know, of all the ground heroes, in comes Siraj. That one pretty much more gun barrel straight and happily left alone. 47 without loss. England won the toss. They did decide to bat. Delhi, by the way, on that occasion, it was Himachal Pradesh who won the toss and chose to put Delhi in. Didn't quite work out for them. But yeah, I don't suppose you see many games in India, and Indo would know more than me, at sort of, you know, first class level, where not a single wicket in a game falls to a spinner. This one is nicely defended into the offside by Crawley. There is no run.
Yeah, he's taking that early after the bounce, just on the front foot, and seems to be seeing them just so beautifully. Not that I want to curse Crawley with any kind of terrible comment with curse, but he is very solid there on that defence.
Now, I don't know my ends from my elbow. But I'm guessing possibly that the beautiful architected pavilion is likely to be the college end, because we just saw an aerial view of the ground. So if I'm right or wrong, somebody please let me know. But behind that gorgeous pavilion is what looked like a college. That one is nicely defended again into the offside by Crawley. Something else Ed was saying, Ed, it's like buses. You don't hear from him forever, and then all of a sudden, he's all over me like a cheap suit, and he's messaging me and everything. But he is there. He's been sending me little mail updates. But apparently there's about over 5,000 England fans there.
Yeah.
Sort of descended. I mean, it's only 55,000 population, I think, Dharamsala. So they've upped that to about over 60 odd.
Yeah.
Just by dint of this test match. In comes Siraj, 2 slips, and it's left by Crawley through to the splendid Jarrell, no run.
Yeah, one of the more beautiful places to watch the cricket though, right? You don't want to just go to a big city, but if you go to Dharamsala, it looks so gorgeous, and everyone says the sightseeing's great, so why not go to that place like that?
I think I've seen a lot this week, and there seems to be a bit of a beauty off between Newlands and Dharamsala, with a lot of people falling one way or the other to say which they thought was the better ground. I mean, I don't know how many people have actually been to both, other than those who professionally work in media, but I guess quite a few people have. But they both fit into the category of places to visit, don't they? Siraj attempted pull, no run, off his elbow into the ground. Sorry, Messrs. I think we might have had a super chat, by the way.
Oh, right. The other ground that should fall in the mix is Queenstown. I know it's not a test ground, but they played, I think it was the under-19s.
Well, Adelaide got a lot of love in the most beautiful grounds to watch test cricket in league.
Spud has sent us $5 New Zealand dollars. Thank you, Spud. He says, could Kat please say that she sincerely believes that New Zealand will win the next test against Australia? Even if she doesn't believe it, it might buy us some luck.
Yes, I'm positive that New Zealand can bounce back, and it's essential. New Zealand, come on, you've got to make a really good game of it. We don't want it over in 3 days. We want a wonderful slam those Aussies into the ground. Come on, New Zealand.
Well, the more positive you get, if people super chat, Kat will get even more positive about the New Zealand's chances. Oh, and speaking of which, Messrs, another has popped into our view.
Oh, Stephen Kelk is with us, sends us €2.50. Time for some early morning love. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you all so much.
Right, well, first change in the bowling. We are going to see some spin. It is the man who's playing his one of 2 in this game, of course, playing his 100th test. 507 wickets now for this. Oh, God, I'm the man doing the jingles, aren't I? I was waiting for someone to play. I've realised it's actually me. It is, of course, old Mr. 500 himself. And 100 tests, 500 wickets, this fellow.
The pitches are all brown. The selectors has gone grey. Waiting for a bat. White late on the second day. Trying to find a shot. That it's safe to play. Ravichandran Ashwood,
who's coming around the wicket to the Duckster, who just defends him out towards short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Obviously, was it the last test he got to his 500 and then had to head home? It was his mum, apparently, had taken a nasty turn, but as far as we know, all is well now, and he was indeed back sort of at the end of the next day. Duckett reverse, well, he doesn't reverse sweep, he just sweeps with the top edges his sweep, and it's going to go all the way down to fine leg to bring up England's 50 and 4 for the Duckster. Let's do the 4 first. Actually played that really nicely, Kat, didn't he? Just beautifully just lifted it.
Almost a little ramp shot there over his shoulder, and that's a good confident shot from someone just seeing the second or third ball of spin.
Yeah.
So obviously feeling pretty good.
Onto the back foot, punched out to mid-off. There is a short leg and a slip for Ashwin, as indeed there was at Ranchi, where I think, if I'm right, Duckster got a bit of an inside edge and was caught at forward short. That slapped straight to cover. I think that may be Shubman Gill. A few changes, of course. In England, as ever, had telegraphed their changes early. Mark Wood coming in for, possibly not surprisingly, for the disappointing Ollie, who was better with bat than ball by a long chalk in Ranchi. That's defended into the onside. 2 changes, though, for India. Bumrah had been rested. We were expecting him back. He was back for Akash Deep. But Devdutt Padikkal onto the back foot, slapped to straight to cover. No run. Padikkal in for Patidar, which probably wasn't a surprise. Far away. So it's 51 without loss after 15.
All favourite places I buy a book and a vinyl weekly, but may never read or listen to it. But that's the point, isn't it? The light rollers with us, joining you with COVID. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, yeah.
I hope you get better soon. Leah says, how can you recommend history podcasts and not mention the excellent Lions led by Donkeys? Fourthie. History of Rome and the rest is history as suggestions for podcasts. Anna Forsyth says, we had a workbook club at the start of the pandemic, but that prioritised reading BIPOC authors. Far too short-lived, but work would pay for the books, and I read a lot of books outside my comfort zone. It was great.
Oh, wow. Who was it who famously said history, that's just one thing after the other? I can't remember, but it's a famous quote, but I can't remember who by. In comes Siraj. That's nicely worked off his legs by Crawley down to backward square. Called deep fields, and they'll take a single. 52 without loss.
Just Ideal says, I love seeing trees in a cricket ground facing reserve. Jay says, sorry all, I need to stay awake until late afternoon. It's going to be an Egyptian dung beetle level of gobshite today. And if Tony's going to ask for sympathy about football results, I will kindly and respectfully ask him to get the...
Consider Sheffield United, I'd imagine.
Yes. And Arsenal, yeah, that wasn't happy.
I was getting flashbacks, Jay, of Watford at Manchester City while I was watching that game. But in the end, 5-0 at half-time, I said it can go 2 ways. It'll either be 10 or 11, or it'll kind of peter out because kind of the job's done for Arsenal and damage limitation for Sheffield United. That's on-driven, but on-driven straight to mid-on by Duckett, and there is no run. It was more that latter case. They did get one more goal, I think, Arsenal, but it was a pretty flat second half. We are seeing a man who's wandering around with a tray cat. I'm not kidding. Because I went to football last night, I didn't really eat.
So you're feeling pretty hungry.
And I'm looking at that and I'm going, oh, wow, would you just look at that? It's like...
it looks delicious.
Yeah, it looks like sort of chapatis and something, looks quite veggie-based, I think, but boy, it looks good.
Yeah, some kind of beautiful vegetarian stew with some bread.
Defended into the offside. Now, do you like... I love doing Indian cooking after my own fashion of doing it, but I thoroughly enjoy creating my best version of Indian food.
I don't. I just like paying someone else to cook it. I'm happy to go. Love to go to a restaurant. Cooking it yourself, I mean, it's fine. I don't really like cooking, but yeah, it's good if you can make something yourself that tastes as delicious.
Indeed, very much so. Well, 52 England are on. Remember, they won the toss. They chose to bat. Rohit said he would have done the same thing. Siraj in, flicked off his leg. That might possibly be a leg bye. Did he get some bat on that? We're just going to find out. Siraj and Duckett having a little joke with each other. All seemed terribly good-natured. It was off the bat, and it was a single. So 53 is what England move on to. Kat, there's only ever been one test here. Beautiful place like this, just the one test ever. That was Australia as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's why it makes it feels like we've played here many times before, but maybe I'm just thinking of that one test. But
well, also it's 5 times in the World, 10 ODIs and 5 of those were in the World Cup, so it is sort of in our recent memory, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
That one's past the outside edge, swung, classic away swinger, and Crawley's got a big smile on his face. I think he pulled the bat inside of that cat, but
yeah,
it definitely was.
You missed it by a fair way, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think he possibly did. We're in the 16th over of the morning.
Makes a point about that previous Ranji Trophy game. It says February and March are not the same weather, and neither of those first-class attacks had the quality of spinners India has at their disposal. So I suspect we'll see spinners bowling a lot of overs here. I'm predicting spinners will take 60% of the wickets in this game.
Always the voice of reason in Indo, isn't he? As this one is half defended, half off pad, pitched well outside, and it will bring the over to a close with England on 53. Crucially, nothing in the wickets column as yet, and Kat, they will be delighted with that, won't they?
Yep, fantastic. And that's another over from the seamers. So that's a number on the trot that's 8 on the trot. Is it from Siraj?
Yes, they have. They've done that. Well, it's almost like, it feels a bit like hedging your bets, a tiny bit. I mean, there was a discussion: do we go all seam? Not all seam, but sacrifice a spinner. As it is, I think both teams have gone for two frontline seamers, 2 frontline spinners, and possibly is this going to be when we see Ben Stokes turn his arm? I mean, we've seen enough movement earlier.
Are we up to date?
Barong is with us. Says Duckett's doing well with the bat.
Yes.
Who was that sitting behind you last evening at the road, Tony? Jay says Dharamsala is a popular tourist destination, which is why I didn't go, because I was too cool. Still am, obviously. Went to Goa instead, which we're totally off the beaten track. And Gary Naylor reminds us that the 2 nominated substitutes, 2 of the 5 nominated substitute fielders for this game, are Paul Collingwood and Marcus Trescothick. So we
might see Trescothick kneeling down, doing his kneeling down.
Fantastic.
Forward to Ashwin comes the Duckster and defends, and there is no run. In answer to Farong's question, which was a rhetorical one in as much as he knows the answer, because I texted him during the game to say, hey, guess who's sitting behind me? this one is defended down to mid-on by Duckett, and there is no run. It was Troy Deeney, rather intriguingly. So I turn around.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of Troy Deeney, honestly. Where have you been, Messers? Forward comes Duckett, defended again into the offside. There is.
Well, now you've got to say who the fuck Troy Deeney is.
Long time player with Watford, scorer of famous Watford goals, Watford leg end. Also famed for having the best of all faces for radio. As this one is slapped backward of point. Who's that down there? I couldn't quite see. It wasn't. I thought it was Kuldeep, but I don't think it was. But it means it's 1 more to the score. Duckett got his big front leg forward, or his little front leg a long way forward, is what I probably meant to say.
I have 3 words which you may or may not find offensive, Tony. Soccer, who cares?
Is that from you, or was that a tweet?
That was from me.
Oh, see. No, I know you're not a big football fan. That's fine. That's fine. We're a broad Catholic church here, in the more general sense of the word. Not wishing to alienate anybody, as this one is defended back to the bowler by Crawley, and there is no run.
It's an alienation. I'll go back to that previous discussion about public schools in England, and having spent 5 years at a horrible
down the track comes Crawley, tickles off his legs to backward square. Throw comes in. They take a quick single. That should mean Crawley will keep the strike, and at 17 overs in, it's 55 without loss. Actually, Cat, there was possibly up in the air and closer to forward short leg than I realised first time.
He just went past his outstretched hand. It was a bit fine for him to get a hand to it, but it was a little bit dangerous.
Well, I think one of the point was because the forward short leg had moved sort of across as Crawley moved forward. Had he actually stayed where he was, it would have been straight into his hands. He's in a decent series, Crawley.
Just to finish that sentence, I totally agree that English public schools should be shut down, preferably retrospectively. Anna Forsyth says that quote about history is from the History Boys.
Yes, it is.
History, it's just one. History, it's just one fucking thing after another.
That's right. That's exactly right. It is from the History Boys. You're dead right. Thank you for remembering that. And I hope you are doing very well, Anna. Lovely to hear from you.
And Jay says, I love the fact that city centre pubs no longer put no colours, no away fans sign up or employ extra bouncers because United are so rubbish. No one can even be asked to fight anymore.
They don't care who goes as long as they go in the pub. It's going to be spin at both ends. Kuldeep Yadav is into the attack for India. And his first ball is just steered and actually beats the man at backward point and will go all the way for 4 runs. So both spinners have had their first balls dispatched to the boundary.
Kids can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Played that
I think
really
as soon
nicely.
as they possibly can, they will get the seamers back on because it looks like there's still something in the pitch for them. So give them a little rest, get them off the ground for a quick drink and a quick ice bath or whatever, and back on again.
Well, that was Ashwin at backward point there, who fell down in instalments like a tree tumbling. And as they say about goal, that was defended into the offside. As they say about goalkeepers, sometimes he'll be disappointed with that, and he probably will be disappointed, as will his teammates, with that very sort of laboured piece of fielding. Kuldeep, the left armour, over the wicket, onto the back foot goes Crawley. Lovely high elbow, defends towards extra cover and gets himself a single. The move on to 60.
No turning at all on that last delivery. That was a straight one for sure. So it'd be interesting to see what sort of variations Kuldeep pulls out here.
Yes, indeed.
Stephen Kelk's asking you, Tony, do Watford fans have a strange non-eating ritual?
A what, sorry?
A strange non-eating ritual.
No.
Things you didn't eat.
No, well, I can tell you the reason I didn't eat in the end. It was a number of reasons. As we'll wait for Kuldeep. No, there's a delay. One of those reasons is that I knew I had to drive early in the morning, and pre-football I tend to prefer a glass of wine or 2 or 3 or 4, especially before I have to watch Watford. As that one's punched beautifully down to long on, beats the fielder, slaps into that astral sponge, and it's going to be 4 of these. Astral sponge sounds like something you'd love with sort of a drop of Earl Grey tea. Earl Grey tea and some astral sponge. Beautiful. As we wait, but that was one reason. The fact that I had to drive here and therefore didn't want to drink. That one's defended towards mid-on this time by Duckett. There is no run. Another one is I had
like
a very.
The idea you might be drinking at 3:30 a.m. or 5:30 a.m.
No, but I had to drive to get here. It's the driving to get here. If I go to a game, I only got home from the football at 11 last night, and then I had to get it up here at 3 to drive here.
Oh God!
That's got up in the air. Is it going to beat the fielder? He's chasing after it. No, it's not going to beat him. It was squirted up off the air. It was Shubman Gill. He went, turned and ran from short extra, looking over his shoulder, and to the delight of his teammates who are all over him, patting him on the head. The Duckster has gone. He's gone for a lively, entertaining 27 off 58. But Kuldeep has his man, and that was a loose shot. He's looking to work it into the onside, wasn't he, Kat? And he got the leading edge and up it went.
Completely not in control of that one. I couldn't see from my terrible feed what sort of delivery that was, but it did look like there were a number of straight balls in a row, so I imagine he got a bit more movement for that one.
Yeah, I'm suspecting it was the one that came back to the left-hander, because it definitely came off the edge as he was trying to work it to leg, and off it went to off. But I'm afraid he has to go.
Turned it all up. Little boy, what
Yeah,
on
right.
earth were you playing at? No.
Well, first wicket has gone down for England. They'll be happy enough with the start. But as ever, how many times have we said that in this series? If you get a start, you need to try and build on it. And having survived balls that swung, bounced, did plenty for the seamers, a fairly harmless looking spinner's gone and done the damage, Kat.
Yes, indeed. I really thought the seamers were going to get a breakthrough the next time they came on. But no, it's been... So Ashwin will be encouraged by that as well. Are we having a swap now?
Shall we do one more? Let's just squeeze one more in, because Ashwin, I think, is about to bowl. The estimable Grubby has settled himself into the central missionary position, which is a treat.
Mark Zip's upset. He says, sorry, I can't let this pass. You do not buy a vinyl, you buy a record.
Very well done, well said. That's defended into the onside by Ollie Pope. Let's jingle up. Ollie Pope, who I think this week meant to meet the Dalai Lama. So the Pope met the Dalai Lama. I wonder if he can get him back into some form with a bit of sort of inner peace and serenity. Ashwin in. Defended by Crawley. No run. His 27 was off 58 balls. Duckett, but he was caught by Shubman Gill off the bowling of Kuldeep. India have their first wicket of the morning. That's defended to short leg. No run. Yeah, it was almost like a toe edge. Bottom of the bat, edge of the bat. That's an attempted sweep. It's gone up in the air. That was a bit edgy. Ashwin has both hands on his head. It's fielded by Kuldeep, who's down at fine leg. And they will take a single. They'll move on to 65 for 1. But every time we see that catch, it was a superb piece of judgment. Running backwards, catching and falling.
Yeah, incredible.
They are never easy. And he didn't quite lose his sunglasses. They ended up on the back of his head rather than the front of his head. I do notice, Kat, they're all looking rather splendid. Most of the Indian team are fielding, wearing their caps today. That's again a little bit uppish, past forward short leg. It's going to get a single.
So Pope would be very happy about that. He was on a pair from his last match.
He was, yes, he was. And he had a horrible time of it. Yeah. And he very nearly...
he could have been caught there if the ball had just been moving a little bit more slowly. That short leg would have got a hand to it.
Oh, that's what Ashwin, I think, possibly is thinking he could have just stuck out a hand there. This one is defended by Crawley out towards mid-wicket.
So often you do see them stick a hand. You know, they sometimes do stick out their hand and the ball sticks.
It's pure instinct, isn't it? 66 for 1. Anyway, it's the end of the over. We will have that change now. The estimable El Grabo is going to take over ball by ball message. Do you want to do some final messages?
I'll finish off Mark Zip's tweet. He says, you buy a vinyl record. A vinyl is not a thing. A vinyl record is a thing. And no, it's not just hidden. Jay Grover says, I think my football team exists to make Tony feel better about Watford. Old Father Clay says, I work as a nurse looking after an older person. I assist an Irish gentleman who's lived in Zimbabwe, South Africa and other places. This man was world champion at croquet. So happy Ireland won, and all in cricket info comes from you all. Thanks.
Wonderful.
And Jay Grover is the next tweet talking to me, Tony.
I shall look out for that. Hello, Grubby.
Hello.
Again.
Hello, Tony. How are you? Since the last time we spoke, not 28 minutes ago, Kuldeep starts a new over. Pope stretches forward and defends into the offside. There's no run. He could have been out his first ball, couldn't he? And had he been out first ball, that'd have been, he personally would have been 0 for 3 off 4 deliveries in recent Test matches.
Yeah, wouldn't say much for the Dalai Lama's motivational techniques either, would it? Really?
No, indeed. Kuldeep in again, and another forward defensive shot from Pope. As you were saying before, it was a fabulous catch this from Shubman Gill, running backwards, kept his eye on the ball, took it. I think he had 2 pairs of sunglasses on his person. One pair did come off, the other pair fetched up at the back of his neck, and he just tossed the ball away.
Was he wearing them for someone else, or does he have like a reading pair and a distance pair?
Yeah, possibly. As a forward short leg, about 5 yards away. Oh, a marvellous delivery from Crawley across Pope, and it beats his outside edge as he lunges forward there. Beautiful bit of guile from Kuldeep Yadav, who is the wicket taker so far this morning. It's one of those gorgeous deliveries that just slides across the right-hander there. Didn't really turn particularly, and he was playing for the turn, which didn't arrive. So yeah, interesting forward short leg position. That man's about 5 yards from the bat, I'd say, and then a slip also. No, he's a bit closer than that, maybe 3 yards from the bat. In comes Kuldeep once again over the wicket to the right-handed Pope, who watches this onto the bat and aims a drive through the covers, but can't beat the man stationed there. So we're nearing the end of the 20th over. It's not been crash bang wallop, but there's been plenty of action to enjoy. Crawley's there on 37 from 55. He's played a couple of sublime cover drives, the very best of Zach Crawley. And Ducky Duckster has departed. This one spins quite markedly, but it's not particularly threatening as Pope is back in his crease, and it just takes him on the pad and rolls to the man on the 45. And we're seeing another view of this splendid ground and its setting there at the foot of the Himalayas. Somewhere I think we'd all love to be, and somewhere where quite a few England fans are. We had word, didn't we, from Guerrilla Cricket's own Ed Benson, who is there with some friends, and he sent us a nice little voice report, which we might hear later on. This one keeps low from Kuldeep, and Pope turns it into the leg side for 1.
Hello, Tony.
You've appeared.
I have indeed.
Oh, hi, Anindo. How are you?
All well, thank you. And you?
Jolly good, yeah, good, thank you. Congratulations to India on a fine series victory. It's been a very entertaining series, isn't it?
It has indeed, and it's been a good morning of cricket.
Yep.
Actually.
Yeah, in keeping with the rest of the series, been lots of action, and just when you think England might be getting into a good position, they lose that wicket. But no, it's been fantastic Test cricket. I think all of the pitches have produced excellent matches, so any grumblings about any pitches, I think, can quickly be scotched.
Yeah.
There's still people in India and outside talking about the odd ball shooting, but there's really been not too many of those.
As Pope is defending this ball from Ashwin, who's starting a new over. Yeah, well, whatever the ball has done at whatever time of any game, it's contributed to some riveting Test match cricket. So I don't mind the odd one that misbehaves. Ashwin flighted delivery onto middle and leg, and Pope is able to whip that through mid-wicket to get himself his 3rd run of the morning. It's 68 for 1 at the moment. 2 players playing their 100th Test match. Ashwin, who's bowling at the moment, and young Johnny Bairstow, who's not as young as he used to be, who we may see later today.
He'll be like in his 50s or 60s, and they'll spot him in the crowd. He'll still be, he'll be like young Mr. Grace.
That's right, young Master Grace. Crawley leans on this one and turns it through mid-wicket to get a single of his own.
He's picking that gap very nice.
Whilst there are some people with whom I used to work, and bear in mind, I joined as a graduate trainee this particular advertising agency, so some people who know me from back then will still refer to me as the boy Paul, which I enjoy greatly.
Is this when you go and see them in their retirement home?
Yeah.
In their bath chairs?
Yeah, I was just going to say, they haven't got younger. So
no, that's right. Pope defends this one. Back to the bowler, no run. No, it's good as you start knocking on yourself. I think it's always good to surround yourself with older people from time to time, because it's all relative. Pope, just the 3 runs to his name so far, faces up to Ashwin, who's coming round the wicket to him, and he defends it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
It's been a curious series for Pope, hasn't it? I mean, he's gone from absolute hero to pretty mediocre from that big match-winning score, indeed, to really not a lot else.
Seems a long time ago that, and he's using his feet here, Pope, coming right down the track to this one, and just beating Ashwin, and the ball is fielded at a longer mid-on, such that he can get through for a single. Yeah, it felt like an outlier at the time, didn't it?
True wicket, this one.
Yeah, no, it looks okay. I mean, there was quite a bit of joy for the seamers early on, wasn't there? Particularly, largely from an excellent seam position that both Bumrah and Siraj were presenting. So
yeah, but when it's on drivable length, it's the bounce is very true. So it's very very easy for batters to play.
Yeah, and also I thought Alistair Cook made a good point on the TV earlier, saying that there was quite a lot of what he called pretty lengths and beating the bat, and perhaps the Indian bowlers could have just pushed their length a little bit fuller to try to find that edge, which I thought was an interesting point he made. But it was certainly difficult. Looked fairly difficult. Looked like testing times for Crawley and Duckett early on.
I should do some quick messages. Jay Grover says, fourth is not even here, and the advertising stories start, for fuck's sake.
Kuldeep starts new over. Pope is back in his crease and working it through the leg side. His man runs in from the fence to do the fielding. I think it's just going to be one. Yeah, just one.
Also, Jay said, Jeremy, we're all this was to Messrs. We're now we all know you're a member of a Jesuit splinter cell. Seriously, my dad thought your school were creepy on the side eye. Fleeing the country seems a wise move.
Creepy on the side eye. Great name for an album.
Side eye.
And it's Adverse Camber's new album, Creepy on the Side eye. This ball takes him on the pad. Crawley, a big shout for LBW. He's imploring umpire Joel Wilson to give that, and he doesn't give it.
Review incoming then.
So might well be a review here, everyone. That DRS timer just ticking down beneath 10 seconds now. There's a conversation going on mid-pitch. They seem interested, do India, but the sign... Has he?
Yes, he has.
All right, the sign has been made. Done. So we're going to get this review.
Well, I guess between Jurel and Kuldeep, they convinced Rohit to go for it. He wasn't truly convinced with that. But then he's not in the position to judge.
Yeah, we had one earlier on, didn't we, that was proven or shown to be umpire's call, just clipping the top of the leg. That was also Crawley.
Yeah.
If it's hitting anything, it's hitting leg, but
it pitches just outside off. It takes him on the knee roll as he's coming forward.
Best umpire's call.
I think umpire's call. Yeah, that would be what I reckon on first sighting of that replay.
Yeah. It spun too much, probably.
Yeah. But again, I've said this every time I watch Kuldeep bowl. I love watching him bowl.
Yeah.
I love that one that slides across the right hander. He can obviously rip it as he's done on this occasion. It's turned significantly from just outside off to, we think, be hitting a little bit of leg possibly. There's not any bat involved, although they are just checking it. So yeah, pitching just outside leg, turning markedly. It's actually missing the wicket, so they will lose that review, and probably a bit high as well.
This is Joel Wilson's best day in umpiring in his career.
That's a low bar, to be fair. But yeah,
true.
I hear.
I still can't figure out why he's not been thrown out of the elite umpires list, because there've been umpires who've been much better than him who are not there anymore.
Yeah, it is so weird, isn't it? His record. He must keep all these statistics, and his record must be just shocking.
Well, actually, it's a good question for you, Nindo, because I know you're chums with Simon Taufel, aren't you? Have you ever discussed Joel with your mate? And has he got a point of view?
I've never.
Would you, when you get the chance? Because we'd love to hear his opinion.
I don't think he would give his opinion in such words that I could repeat it in public.
I'm sure you could.
A forward defensive shot from Crawley there.
Very careful about the personal, opinions on these things. He's very clear on technical opinions, but doesn't like to.
So we had a forward defensive shot the previous ball. This is a fuller delivery from Kuldeep, which Crawley meets on the full, but can't beat the man at extra cover. 71 for 1.
I know he's quite fond of Murray Erasmus and the quality of his umpiring as well. But they're quite close, because I remember saying it last time that right after Erasmus made, I think, an error, he'd called him. That was not the error. This was the Shoaib. What's his name? Shakib Al Hasan.
Takes him on the pad again as
that might be out. No?
Crawley aims a sweep. No, not given and not reviewed on this occasion, so I think they probably think that's going down leg.
They've just got, one review left? 2 reviews left? I know umpire.
Well, they lost that one earlier in the over, so...
I think that's the only one they've lost.
Yeah.
I think the others have been umpire's call.
Have they? Have they? Well, there was one that was umpire's call.
I think two umpires called, both umpires. No, the last one was missing, so they would have lost that.
This is a full delivery outside the off stump, and Crawley's able to time this one beautifully through the covers. Is it going to reach it is going to reach the boundary. The diving fielder can't save it, and it's going to be one of these.
2 + 2 is on man.
Right, if I may, let me
Yeah,
swing in
go
some
for it.
messages. 75 for 1. David Stump says 7 ex-public schoolboys in England's 11. To be fair, Pope is the only one who sounds like he did. He also says Atherton called Pope the worst starter since the prawn cocktail in the Times this week.
That's lovely.
Yeah, that surely has to be bruschetta, but I do like that. That is a fabulous line. Leah, hello to you. Speaking of Jesuits, a former teacher was one, and now I have to think of the Vatican's special operatives in ISIS, cyberspace, RPG, the Sturmjesuiten. I think vaguely translate that. Chris the Choir, that's a pretty length, as Grubby said to the Bishop. Did you say a pretty length?
Yeah, I was quoting Alistair Cook, who was talking about some of the seam bowling earlier on that was beating the bat, but it was perhaps they could have bowled it a bit fuller. Ashwin starting a new over. Pope is forward in defence, and there's no run.
Jay Grover also says, I grew up loving Indian batting. Now I am entranced by their bowling. I think we've been entranced by their bowling for generations. I know Anindo has. He's even written a book on it.
Round the wicket comes Ashwin once more. It's a bit shorter this time, and Pope aims it through the offside. There's a bit of a fumble in the covers, and that allows them to come through for 1. The score has moved on to 76 for 1. Pope's got 6. Crawley's still there on 42 and has played nicely in the main, although he's had a couple of LBW shouts against him. But he's still there. He's played some particularly pleasing cover drives as Crawley. And we're seeing a replay of that previous ball. There was a bit of a yes-no. Pope was halfway down. Crawley wasn't keen. But there was a mini fumble that allowed them to scamper through. Crawley turns this one to square leg and gets one more.
The book Tony, whose second edition the editor was expecting a year ago.
Oh, you
has been sadly disappointed so far.
I
haven't written it.
Is this the Great Indian Spinners?
Yeah,
volume 2.
This will be an updated version, will it, Anindo?
It's an updated version because it's now about 5 years old.
Yeah. Oh well, a special chapter on Kuldeep, hopefully.
Yes, that's going to be the change. That's
Beautiful.
One of the changes.
Pope back in, looking to aim this through the covers, but it cramps him for room, and he can just defend it back to the bowler.
You picked a subject there. I've got to say that's never going to. It's always going to be new material.
A bit more flight this time from Ashwin, just outside the leg stump, and full enough that Pope can turn this very pleasingly through the mid-wicket area. 2 fielders do a bit of a 1-2 on the boundary. And I think Pope has come back for the 3rd there. Yep, they've come back for 3, so that moves the score on to 80 for 1 now. Decent morning's cricket, and England thus far will be fairly happy, I would have thought. But we all know that wickets can fall quickly, and have done regularly in this series. So
it'd be quite a franchise, couldn't it? Like Star Wars, a bit.
Yeah.
Great Indian Spinners 12.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's never going to get old. It's never going to get. This is lofted by Crawley over covers, and he's been a very productive area for him, has that. And once again, it rolls to the boundary sponge.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Made that very nicely.
Very nicely. There was no one out there. So
yeah.
Glenn Rogers on YouTube says, "Is it just me that gets nervous when Joel Wilson turns down an LBW appeal?" Stephen Kelk, surround yourself with older people. Now we know why Grubby does guerrilla cricket.
Yay!
Glenn Rogers also says,
lads.
"You two have announced their retirement after Bumrah beat the edge relentless."
Oh, very good. Yeah,
very good.
Oh, I get you.
Glenn says, "It seems like a spinner's wicket. Not so sure."
A reserve judgment, I think, so far.
Stephen Kelk says the vicar takes offence at being included in the Catholic Church. Yes, I was just trying to make sure I didn't alienate other groups.
Kuldeep into Pope, who just tickles it round the corner, and Crawley's alive to the possibility of a single, which they take.
Yeah, I think you can't judge the pitch based on Kuldeep's bowling because wrist spinner that he is, he's always going to spin the ball.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's taking a lot of spin right now. But it's not only just the spin. I think it's even bounce. So it's not that difficult to play here.
Crawley facing up now to Kuldeep, who's in and bowls a full delivery, and he's using those long limbs of his down the track and just swatting it straight, really. I don't think he timed that 100%, but it is run again into the boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And that is a 50 for Zach Crawley.
Shot.
Yeah, he just went through with the shot there, trusting. I mean, as you've said there, Nindo, it's a relatively true pitch and true bounce, and he played through the line, and he's gone to his own personal milestone.
Well done, Zach Crawley.
And you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Defends this one stoutly back to the bowler. 89 for one now. Crawley now on 51.
There was a nice graphic on the television putting Crawley pretty much at the top of the Himalayas.
At the top of the... For what?
The top of the Himalayas.
Oh, the Himalayas. Oh, right, yes. He's conquered Everest. He met the Dalai Lama the other day, and now he's conquered Everest. It's been a good week for the lad. Back he goes and just steers this one through cover point for one more.
Apparently you have to book quite a way in advance these days to go up Everest, should you wish to do that, because it's so... I mean, clearly you have to be skilled and talented, and it's still fraught with high risk, and people
not
do
anymore,
die.
Tony. I mean, from the stories that I've heard, you just need to have money. So
Yeah.
there are people. I've heard stories from climbers of people who followed it.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
Pope back in his crease, looking to whip it through the leg side, but it crashes into the fielder there at forward short leg, and he will not get a run.
But someone who apparently paid $200,000 or $250,000 and was carried up there by 4 Sherpas to the top of the Everest.
Well, hopefully he was a fairly light chap.
Pope using his feet to this latest delivery from Kuldeep, and he finds the man at short mid wicket, no run.
Wouldn't your heart say if you
And
were a
it's
Sherpa
been
in
littered
it?
as well.
What if you?
Oh, it's supposed to be horrible, yeah.
It's just completely littered.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, with what people inevitably have to leave and don't want to carry back with them. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you were a Sherpa and now he's retired, Murray Erasmus decides I'd like to be carried up Everest, and you turn up for work one day and there he is. You think,
Yeah, I'm sorry, Murray.
we're going to need an extra Sherpa.
The Sherpas have phoned in sick.
Yes.
Well, Joel Wilson could easily do it, and I think the Barmy Army would sponsor him going up there.
You wouldn't necessarily
As long
want to
as he
follow him
retired.
if he was your guide, though. I mean, do they have knobbly pavements going up there that he can tap with his stick to find the summit? Poor old Joel. He really doesn't deserve it, although perhaps he does.
He's supposed to be a very nice man. All the players really love him, apparently.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. Jay Grover, message for you. Don't give Dutter any more publicity. We've all bought his book. And Betty didn't go to state school.
This is for the next. I went to 8 schools. There were some state schools within that. Within those.
Oh, well, there we are then. So he went to... Yeah, there we go, Jay. As you are rebutted. Jay also said, Steve James, not Atherton.
Said the thing about the worst starter.
Yeah, but it's just such a brilliant line.
It is a lovely line. Crawley is forward to this first ball from Ashwin, who's decided to come over the wicket now. And he's working it through the leg side for 1. Pope's having negotiated the worst starter since since the prawn cocktail in the 1970s. He's made his way to 10, so maybe that's a mini platform for him to build on. It is weird, the series he's had, though, isn't it? That incredible 100 in that first Test match, and very little since.
Yeah. No, I mean, right from the second innings, he's looked uncertain. No, I was just going to say, I've been allergic to shellfish for about 15 years, but before that, I must say, I really enjoyed a good prawn cocktail, so I do resent the insinuation. The worst starter.
I always think of Milton Jones whenever I hear something like that.
Milton Jones, yeah.
He's my father said to me on his deathbed, "You selfish boy," so I became a fishmonger.
Pope gets a full delivery and whips it through mid-wicket for a single. That's lovely. I like that. Yeah.
It's a really good one, yeah. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, Milton Jones, there's Tim Vine. I went to the dentist the other day. I said, every time this tooth tastes of strawberries and this tastes of lime and this one tastes of lemon. He goes, what you got there is fruit gums. Seeing the bat raise from Zach Crawley there. A very good series from him. He's not scored 100, has he? He's got a couple of 70s in the series. And often got England off to a decent start, which England haven't always capitalised on, as he defends us off the outside edge of the bat to point. 92 for 1.
But this is very Ashwin, right? If he doesn't get a wicket right up front,
yeah,
doesn't look very effective.
You think, okay, and who's using his feet? This is high aerial. Is it? Yes. Well, it's about 20 yards over the boundary. I was wondering, well, that was in the air, whether it might just drop in the fielder's hand on the boundary. It didn't. It dropped 20 yards over the boundary.
I believe in miracles.
Fabulous footwork.
Yeah.
You sexy thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you sexy thing.
Coming back round the wicket now, Ashwin, and Crawley is back in his crease and turning that through mid-wicket for another single to take the score to 99 for 1 and his personal score to 60. I wouldn't be too downhearted about Ashwin, and Indo. He'll come again. He's a quality operator.
Oh no! I'm just that was not a criticism of him. It is what it is. He's a momentum player.
Yeah. Pope back in his crease and cutting this to point, can't get a run. But so it's a 5-day test match, and yeah, he's one of the top bowlers in the world. It's his 100th test match, and we'll see as the game goes on. We'll see if this pitch does wear a bit. But
I'm sure he's going to come into play big time sometime during this match.
Sure. Tony.
Farong sent us a lovely picture of the ground, and he says, as the ground is situated on top of a hill, well, it's in the foothills of the Himalayas, X amount of thousands of feet above sea level. Has there been any noticeable difference in the length of the delivery? Think Mexico Olympics. Will the ball travel further than usual due to elevation? I think it does here, doesn't it? And Indo, can't we expect it to be a little bit the more rarefied atmosphere?
Does it count as altitude?
It's not really that high, honestly. I mean,
it's maybe not like playing in Joburg or somewhere.
Yeah, it's less than less than 5,000 feet, like that. It's not really that high.
Crawley pushes this ball from Kuldeep through the covers, and that brings up England's 100 as they take another single. 100 for 1. We're in the 26th over of the day. Some relatively happy-looking England fans.
Yeah, if you're playing in Leh or something like that, which is 10,000 feet high, I mean that would have made a difference. But this is not less than half that.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see up into the mountains, but you're not quite up there. It's turned by Pope to the man at the 45 fielding position, and there's no run. It's very green.
Sorry to interrupt, Grubby.
Yeah.
We've forgotten the GPL, which closes in 2 minutes. It's £32 at the moment.
Okay. Well, fly into that, everyone.
And if you think that doesn't sound like much, that's only because the last winner trousered about 190 quid.
Oh, and he's out. Lord, he's been stumped. It's one of those beautiful deliveries from Crawley that goes across Pope. Pope was looking to use his feet. It beat him on the outside edge, and Jarrell did the rest. That is a beautiful piece of bowling, a slightly naive piece of batting, you might say, but give credit to the bowler and the wicketkeeper, and he's gone.
Way
it's 100
shaking
for
his
2.
head. I think he does think that, and it was one of these is called for.
Silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh.
And Indo, what do you reckon? Daft or brilliant by the bowler? I think daft.
Yeah. he knew he was going to try and come out, dropped it short, fell hook, line and sinker for that one. See, I think the problem also is that when left arm wrist spinners, modern batsmen play left arm wrist spinners, having seen the likes of Rashid Khan, they're almost always expecting a not expecting a googly. They're expecting something which goes in one direction effectively, right?
Yeah.
Like Rashid Khan only bowls googlies.
Yeah.
And Kuldeep only bowls leg spin largely. But then when he does bowl the googly, I mean, you're dead.
Yeah, I mean,
you could survive that one.
I'm always banging on about that delivery. So in my mind, he bowls a fair few of those that either just go straight on or they, or they are actually the googly. I'd say that was probably just the kind of the straight honour, if you like. But do you think he saw him coming and dragged his length back a bit?
Yeah.
You think? Yeah.
I mean,
in which
because he had a long way to go when, I mean, he was halfway down.
Yeah. Well, either way, he definitely beat him.
The stroke of lunch.
Yeah, in the flight, and because it was late on, it was going to be the last over before lunch, and given that the wicket fell halfway through it, they have walked off for said luncheon. So the score at lunch, and that's just India coming back into it right at the end there, 100 for 2. So probably honours even, I'd say, in that first session. Crawley still there on 61 from his 71. He's played some pleasing shots, particularly through the covers. Duckett sort of, an enterprising 27, but he'll feel a bit aggrieved, and Pope will certainly feel aggrieved having run down the track and been out stumped on the stroke of lunch. But 100 for 2 is that score. We've got any closing messages before we take a break?
We absolutely do. Chris the Choir, where do we put the Karens in the pantheon of great Indian cricketers? He seems to be rising in all categories, batting, bowling, all-round pillar of the side, yet still underappreciated. He said Karen. Which Karen? Who would Karen be?
Not Karen Nair.
Karen Nair? Is that, maybe?
No. Karen Nair doesn't bowl.
No, that's what I thought.
Oh, sorry, bowlers. Beg your pardon.
Well, have a think about that. Leah, you don't have to go back that far. Just look at the course. Field in Denver, home of the Colorado Rockies, and known as the pitcher's graveyard. That said, Dharamsala looks a bit more seam-friendly overall. Well, as we were talking about that Himachal Pradesh against Delhi game where all the wickets fell to seam. Jay Grove says, I can't run for a bus, and a Nepali mate of mine said he could get me up there for $5,000. Oh, he's talking about Everest. Yes. Yeah. He demanded money up front, so he might just have dumped me when I went for a fag break.
Has he seen you waist down and compared you to Murray Erasmus?
Well, yes. Don't forget, Murray Erasmus was a quick bowler in his day. I suspect there was less of him in that day. Absolutely. Jay Grover, I will desecrate the grave of Percy Fender. Do not. We're not playing, I think he means lunchtime entertainment, which I will tell you about in a moment. Let me see. The Bishop condemns the behaviour of the Pope. Yes, Stephen, I've got to say. I did rather. Glenn Rogers, with the imminent arrival of lunch, may I suggest the commentary play a game I invented for my 50th birthday or so male friends. It's called, no, maybe not, it's called Fart or Shit Yourself.
No, you're alright, thanks.
I quite like the idea. Uppity Bishop, says Jeremy Henderson. I don't know why. But look, it is lunchtime. It's 100 for 1. Pope going on the cusp. Your lunchtime entertainment is a fascinating conversation that the Bear and I had in the Bishop and Bear with Kit Harris, Deputy Editor of Wisden, but author of a fantastic book called From Lords to the Fjords.
Great title, that.
From Lords to the Fjords. The saga of Iceland cricket. And it's about how Iceland came to put itself front and centre in the world cricketing stage, at least on social media. It's an extraordinary story, absolutely extraordinary story. It makes a really good case for the fact that they were playing cricket in Iceland in the 10th century, backed up with some interesting evidence from the sagas. Playing a game very much like cricket, only it also included a bit of head cleaving with axes and vomiting.
Of course.
Well, how did Bruce Dickinson end up in Iceland? And what has he got to do with Iceland cricket? All kinds of wisdom. How did Iceland get a mystery spinner in the IPL?
You're looking at me as if you want me to answer that question.
No, I don't want you to answer because I will give the game away.
I'm taking it as rhetorical.
It was rhetorical. Yeah. So anyway, that's the conversation we're going to play you at lunchtime. We hope you enjoy it because we had a fabulous fun chatting to Kit. Here it comes, and we'll see you after lunch.
Cheers, Nindo.
Cheers, Nindo. Thank you.
Thank you.
If your motor was a diesel, new, second-hand, cheap or high spec, we could get up to 10 grand from dieselcheck.com.
Between 2008 and 2020, you leased diesel for execs. Now we could reclaim £10,000 with dieselcheck.com.
At match days, they'd shout, "Keep the ball on the deck." Now it's, "We could get up to 10 grand with dieselcheck.com.
But time's running out, so before you forget, enter your reg at dieselcheck.com.
Join our group action against the diesel emission scandal.
Search dieselcheck.com. You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bairstow. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bairstow. You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bairstow. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bairstow.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Salag willkommen till Biskups och Bjorns. Now that, actually, I believe, if Google Translate is to be trusted, means hello and welcome to the Bishop and Bear, but in Icelandic. Now there's a reason it doesn't. I've already fallen at the first hurdle. Blame Google Translate. That's what it says. I'm literally reading it word for word on Google Translate. Somebody laughing at the bar on our bar stool of bravado with the Bear and I is author, editor of Wisdom, Kit Harris, who has written an extraordinary book called From Lords to the Fjords. It's the saga of Icelandic cricket, and we thought, what a great opportunity to get Kit on, or Cato, as we tend to know him, but there is a reason for that, to talk about that. And so that's what we're going to start off with. We're going to cover plenty of other good stuff as well. We're going to try and find out a little sneak preview of what to look out for in Wisdom, which comes out in April. Obviously we'll talk about India, the upcoming game in Dharamsala, interesting comments about spin and how they should get more games for Hartley and Shoaib, and I think that would be great, but can it ever happen? What is up with Ollie Robinson's hair, and indeed the rest of him, and an Australia-New Zealand series where New Zealand are doing their usual New Zealand thing, so there's plenty to chat about. But first of all, Kit, warm welcome to the Bishop of Bear. What can I get you to drink? What would be a good Icelandic drink?
They're very boring when it comes to drink. They would have Egil's Gut,
which is
a golden lager from the Egil Brewery.
Oh, okay.
Is that any good?
Well, I'm teetotal for 25 years, so I've got a clue.
So, on received advice.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll put that next to you. What would you a soft drink of some kind that you can have along the way? We'll get you a Diet Coke. Is that good enough?
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Right. So my first question was obviously going to be about you, the book, and how you came to this fantastic association with Iceland, as indeed we have a little bit. But because you sniggered so unkindly at my brilliant translation, what did that actually mean? What the fuck was wrong with it?
Do yours again.
Okay, it was Sal og Willkommen till Biskups og Bjorns.
Oh, right, yes, I see. Yes, yes. Okay, it's not, yes. You said it so badly the first time round.
Well, thanks for that.
So what you're trying to say is
hello and welcome.
Sight
Ja.
Willkommen.
Cyclic willkommen.
Frau Biskops Ogbjörn.
Frau Biskops. Is it Ogbjörn? Ogbjörn, even though it's got a G in it. Ogbjörn.
Yeah.
Willkommen, that sounds German.
It does, or Dutch.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a link there.
It's not. It's Willkommen.
To any aspirant broadcasters out there who would like to do things properly rather than the way we do it, don't rely on Google Translate.
But everyone relies on Google Translate.
It's obviously utter bollocks.
Well, of course it is.
Go.
That's how I communicate with the French when I'm over in France.
Anyway, look, I have to tell you, I only got this book in my hands last night because I came to the book launch, the Night Watch book launch, which was a great event in itself. I did get about 3 chapters in, and I ended up chatting with a lovely lady called Beverly on the train, which rather distracted me. But she was really taken with it, so we had quite a long chat about Icelandic cricket and what we knew. And I did say to her that we had actually covered an Iceland game against the MCC in Bushy Park, so I told her that little story. She was transfixed and fascinated by it, and couldn't wait for me to get off when I got to play it.
I was going to say. Who's this strange old man talking to me?
But less of the old, thank you very much. I'll settle for strange. Kit, so let's start, because it is a fascinating read of what I've got through. Let's start with you, and just tell us a little bit about this association that you have so closely with A, Iceland, and B, Icelandic cricket. How did that all come about?
Well, my name, Kato, is Icelandic because my mother was completely obsessed with the Norse and Iceland, despite never in her life having been to Iceland. I took a different route academically. I became a glaciologist, so I started visiting Iceland regularly. And when I was in a lull, employment-wise, in about 2017, I decided that I would go to Iceland and start a travel company there. And while I was there, I thought I must try and start the Iceland cricket team, which was a bit conceited as an instinct, because it turned out that it already existed and had been created by a group of Icelandic students, now men in their 40s, for a joke about 20 years previously, and was now flourishing.
Wow! So
did you help them push on there?
Yes. When I sort of tentatively got involved, it had started to be run by expats and become a bit more serious than the joke team that had been started by the Icelandic, the natives, the students. But they had got themselves into a bit of a rut, especially in terms of administration and management and finance. And I said, well, I've just started getting involved in cricket broadcasting because I just started commentating for the BBC now and then, having commentated for Guerrilla Cricket for a while. You were my springboard into doing that, as we know. And, I've made a couple of sort of punts, starting Iceland cricket on Twitter and that sort of thing, and it just absolutely exploded. People were captivated by the idea of supporting the world's weakest cricket team, most obscure cricket team, and it all took off about 2018,
a
2019.
social media sensation.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, we got to cover a game against the MCC in beautiful Bushy Park, did a live broadcast, live coverage, and they didn't get thumped. They did not get thumped, Iceland. They held their end up, although they did lose. Now, a lot of the story of the book, because it actually delves quite deep into the history that is related in Iceland through the sagas, and that comes up with some extraordinary things. But the first thing I sort of wanted to ask you about, Kato, was Ragnar Christensen, who is very much a central character in the story. I found this great quote: "They should make a statue of Ragnar and put it outside Parliament. People should walk out of Parliament and be able to see a statue of Ragnar." And then, almost as an afterthought, is added, "on a horse."
Yeah.
But it was by a Stebby Admundsen, who I have no idea, sadly, who he is. So tell us a little bit about Ragnar. Why is he so central to from Lords to the Fjords.
Ragnar is the key figure in beginning cricket in Iceland. I mean, usually in small cricket playing countries where it's just started, some hugely enthusiastic cricket mad expat comes along. He's in a bar with other expats, and they, you know how it goes. They're usually English or Australian or Indian or Pakistani, and they start chatting and they start the cricket team. Well, that's not what happened in Iceland. It's almost unique in world cricket. You've got this guy living on an island off the south coast who has nothing to do all day except go to work in a local school and come home and watch Sky Sports News. And he's very keen on football, but every now and then they show a little tiny clip for 30 seconds of what he thought looked like men in suits standing about in a field.
Right.
And he didn't know there's no other information about this game, but he thought this game looks very civilized and very, very easy and relaxed. We should have an Iceland team doing whatever it is they're doing. And who's to say if I can't get 10 other people or however many people are in the team, obviously he didn't know that either, then we should be able to enter an Olympic team, and I can play for Iceland in the Olympics.
I like his logic.
There is one flaw in that argument, of course, at the time, but
he probably didn't know that, did he?
We can gloss over that.
It's surprising the number of years it took for him to work out that the Olympics thing wasn't going to happen. But he did create the Iceland national team.
Fantastic.
Well, what he didn't expect was for there to be such interest. But he got his little team together and they called themselves Iceland. But he made a colossal mistake of contacting the European arm of the ICC, which was then called the European Cricket Council, and getting Iceland cricket the contacts of Iceland Cricket Association put on their website. So there was suddenly this stream of interest from overseas. Can we come and tour? Can we send a coach? Even as the book recounts, Sky Sports saying, a cricket team in Iceland, can we come?
Well, they were going to turn up for the Icelandic Cup final, weren't they? Sky Sports, and then the Iceland guys panicked and went, hang on, we better actually stage one.
Ragnar felt that he didn't ever want to disappoint anyone. So if someone phoned up and said, do you have a team? Yes, we have 2 teams and they play each other regularly and so forth. So he blagged and he lied and lied. So when Sky Sports said, you tell us a bit, and he said just off the top of his head, he decided to say, on Saturday we have the Icelandic Cricket Cup final, as it happens. So when they said, that's wonderful news, we're going to send a crew over to film it. He had 4 days to find 2 teams to play cricket, when he only had about 6 regular players at this, 6 once a year players at this point. He had 4 days to try and put 2 teams on the park, all appropriately dressed, for Sky Sports to come over and film it. I mean, talk about cool runnings. I mean, this is just crazy stuff.
Who won?
It didn't happen, did it?
No, it did happen, yes.
No, it did happen.
Everything he claimed, he managed to fake for the cameras when they came over. It snowballed and it snowballed. And in the end, you've got, a new airline launching through a cricket match at midnight with Bruce Dickinson from Iron Maiden.
I was going to ask about how Iron Maiden got involved, but you've jumped into that. So tell us, how does Bruce Dickinson fly into the story at some point?
A new airline, Iceland Express, what do they call, no frills airline, launched. And for some reason, their publicity person thought the best way to promote an airline that links Iceland with England would be to have a cricket match at midnight, and brought over this flight load of English celebrities, Henry Blofeld and Bruce Dickinson from Iron Maiden, who's an airline pilot, flew the first Iceland Express flight. Then they came over and played the Iceland national team. beat them, obviously, as everybody did. And the whole thing just became this totally unwieldy, out-of-hand experience for all these Icelanders who were just trying to have a little bit of cricket in the park. That they fleetingly found themselves the world's attention. I mean, the ICC said that the vast majority of all inquiries they got about ICC Europe were about the Iceland cricket team.
I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a fantastic story. No, I mean, there is, whilst it's, as far as I got with Beverley's distraction on the train back to Claygate last night, whilst it's incredibly amusing and very written with a sort of a nice, lovely, light touch, there is a real thread of interesting history in there where you sort of trawl the old Icelandic sagas and discovered, I think, a game called, and I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but it's Knatleikar.
Oh, that was very good.
Oh, well, good. It's better than my Welcome to the Bishop of Bear in Iceland, so that's at least something, I suppose. I mean, a lot of people tend to zoom in on this chap, John Derrick, in 1598, who mentioned that he used to play cricket years ago, right? But this was, we're going back to the 9th century, and you found some sort of game between Mirar and Borg. And you make an extremely good argument that there were huge elements of this game, Knatleikar, which were similar to cricket. The only difference is it had elements of death and vomiting thrown in, which is quite a probably
that's no different.
which is more akin perhaps to a Chelsea Leeds semi-final in the 1970s than it is to cricket. But tell us about how this association and the sagas, because it's absolutely fascinating.
Well, everyone's got a little bit of an interest, haven't they, in where cricket came from. And we know, in terms of the British Isles, we know this guy John Derrick in a court case in Guildford in the 16th century. It was referred to that cricket had taken place in his youth. Or, I forget which century it is now. It's in the book. And there are some suggestions that a similar sport was being played in Flanders. But we don't really have an ancestor for cricket. Well, the Vikings... the sagas are very, very detailed. And the Vikings did play this game Knatleikar, the ball game, as it translates. And
very literal.
That's how Norse is.
Right.
It's just a literal description of everything. So there was a bat and ball game. The bat is called the Knattrea, which means the ball tree. Right. And it was. If you go through there's 15 references in the sagas to Knatleikar, and if you go through every reference, gleaning what you can make about sort of 20 observations about the game, and 18 of them are basically cricket. You have a bat, it's 1-on-1. You have one person with a bat, one person with a ball. The ball hurler throws the ball at the person with the bat who has to try and hit it. There's a boundary, and if the ball goes over the boundary, it's particularly humiliating for the ball thrower. There's so many similarities to cricket. And I guess my honest point, once you take the humour aside, is if you're looking for a game that's the ancestor of cricket, it's the best candidate available to you. And I rather more whimsically propose in the book a mechanism for getting the game from Iceland to this supposed Flanders appearance in the 14th century. And I didn't realise, I sort of rattled the cages of one or two gatekeepers of sport history who say, oh, well, this is very unconvincing, this is very unlikely. But when I say, well, how, to these experts, in what way is it unconvincing? These great academics of sport say things like, well, the Vikings aren't very crickety, are they? Which strike me as a particularly effective rebuttal. But, I've laid out in the book a case for this is the ancestor of cricket. So if that doesn't win a prize, nothing will.
Well, you actually, in the book I found there, you've got a list of, I think, 14 similarities with cricket and a few that potentially you're very honest and say don't quite add up, like the games played on a frozen lake There's no scoring system, and intimidation's a vital ingredient. Well, actually, there is a bit of it. I don't necessarily agree that that's an argument against. If you
Intimidation? Well,
no,
Jeff Thompson.
Intimidation is definitely part
West
of it.
Indies fast bowling attack.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But the death and vomiting actually happened. I mean, one bit that fascinated me was you talked about the bat and the ball. If you smacked the ball high back over the head of the person that threw it at you, there was every chance that you might get your head cleaved in with an axe. And that actually did happen. I probably paraphrased that really, really badly, but there is somewhere in the story, in the book, I recall a head cleaving. So tell us a bit about how that fitted into it.
Yeah, there are axes, there are cleaving, but that is not part of the game. I mean, the references to the game are always to advance the story of the saga, so it's never a description of the game in itself. So I guess what you're reading about in the sagas are, in particular, the games that go wrong, or the games that there's a game that ends up with the king being assassinated, or there's a game that ends up with the queen being seduced, and so forth. And probably, well, one of the two more famous saga heroes, one is Njord, I suppose, but Egil Skallagrimsson is a great Icelandic anti-hero, incredibly violent man who shags and vomits and murders his way around Iceland. But it's the first reference. All the sagas are datable. So this is 911 AD. Egil is, what is he? He's probably he's 6, 7 or 8 years old, and he's allowed to play his first game of Knatleika. But he's not mature enough to take the game as a serious show of strength. So when he gets bested in the game by a teenager called Grim, he gets very upset and storms off and gets an axe and cuts Grim's head off.
Nice.
But it is pointed out in the saga. This
might be a couple of ICC demerit points.
Yeah, this is not the done thing. You're supposed to show that you're stronger than your opponent till all the spectators agree who's best. The murder is not, is not supposed to be part of it. I hasten to add. But Vikings weren't interested in things like points.
No.
They're interested in who's the strongest. Points are what, none of our great games used to be about points. It's the English who come along in the 19th century and codify everything so that it has rules. I mean, how very English, introducing leg pies and getting rid of all the sort of bloody noses.
Yeah, very, very English.
So, I mean, there's some other interesting stories. One I know, which is going to fascinate the Bear, who's long held the opinion that as a left-arm spinner, he could still go for less than 8 and over in the IPL.
Yep.
You actually, now, I think it was actually you, under the name of Cato Johnson, who somehow ended up as a mystery spinner, or was it Kings 11 Punjab?
That's right.
Yes. Now, how did an Icelandic mystery spinner, i.e. you, end up netting with Kings 11 Punjab?
This episode is brought to you by the EE Game Store. They've got all the games and all the gear you want. PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, MetaQuest VR, handheld consoles, you name it. You don't need to be an EE customer to use the EE Game Store. It's open to every player on any network. They've got exclusive console bundles to get you gaming for less, and you can even spread the cost. Plus, they'll let you trade in your old console for cash. Just search EE Game Store to find out more.
Book your ticket to happiness with Sun Express Airlines.
This was when the Iceland cricket Twitter phenomenon happened about 2019, when everything suddenly went crazy. I mean, what have they got now? 128,000 followers on Twitter. This explosion of this world's tiniest team with a bigger Twitter following than any team in the world, other than the 12 test-playing nations, and. Kings 11 Punjab had this idea that they wanted to play. You know how much money these teams have got, right? These franchises. I mean, incredibly wealthy.
And they're sharing it all around the world.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they are. It's wonderful, isn't it? Their management got this idea that they wanted to play a joke on the squad for April Fool's Day. This joke involved bringing over a mystery spinner from the world's tiniest cricketing nation. And they said, will you come over and do this? And, be Icelandic and get introduced to the squad. So, as it happens, I am a spin bowler, and I do tend to bowl this ball called the back spinner, which is it's fallen out of fashion. It was very Victorians used to bowl it a lot. So I suppose, my action is hardly mystery, but it's, the ball is an unusual ball to bowl, and it's got, many wickets over the club cricket level over the years. So I went over there and I was put into the kit and brought in, and the players were told this is the new mystery spinner from Iceland. And one batter in the team called Prabsimran Singh, who now he scored his first IPL 100 in the last season, I think. But at the time, he was very much the junior, and he was told, make this guy look good. So
as part of the joke. As part of the joke. Okay.
Well, on my day, I might have been able to bowl, a succession of, at the very least, good length balls at him, but I just got off 3 flights to get to Chandigarh. I hadn't had any chance to warm up, so, my first ball to this guy is a sort of, I can't remember which came first, the massive long hop or the full tops.
You varied it. It was you mixed it up for him.
Those were definitely the first 2 balls. And, he'd been told, don't, don't. So he sort of bunted it back and took one hand off the glove. Just as I was about to say, well, give me 2 balls to warm up, Mike Hessen, the coach, stormed over and said, oh my God, we can use this. then Mujib Zadran and David Miller then come over to the net and like, hang on a minute, what's going on here? So then comes my other rank ball, and after 2 balls, I'd probably settled into a little rhythm of at least, thoroughly untesting on a length. But by this time, Hessen's gone over to the camera crew and saying, well, this is absolutely outstanding. And as soon as Hessen's back is turned, Prabsimran can bear it no longer. So while this interview is going on, you just see this wiry, 40-year-old supposed Icelandic spinner being spanked to kingdom come by a 17-year-old in the IPL net. Well, Mujib Zadran and Sam Curran stand sort of, scratching their heads like, what the fuck is going on? Let's just say it doesn't take very long for the penny to drop among the players.
Yes.
Right, okay.
But having got me there, Kings 11 Punjab thought, well, that was fun, but we've got him here now, so let's tell the Indian press that we have signed him and he is going to play against Delhi Capitals tonight. And he's going to open the bowling and he's going to play in place of Murugan Ashwin. So they have me signing autographs at the Lalit Hotel and, showing Ravichandran Ashwin, who's the captain, how to bowl the backspin. I mean, apart from anything else,
But Ravi, our Ashwin was presumably in on the joke, though, wasn't he? Or was he sort of being pulled along with everyone else?
He was, but he was a bit more sort of distant from the joke because he's very busy, very much in demand, and our Ashwin is he's a very he's what a thinker about the game he is all the time, But I did I did show him how to bowl this ball, and he said, "Well, okay, I'm going to bowl it first ball in the match."
Fantastic.
And he got a wicket first ball of the game with my backspinner.
Nice. No way. Wow.
Well, I hasten to add, this was his version of my backspinner.
Well, he probably still used and improved on it.
Exactly.
There we go.
But it's apart from anything else, it was it's a good chapter in the book.
Well, it is. And the book, I should remind everybody, in case you, for some strange reason, wandered into the pub halfway through. From Laws to the Fjords, it's the saga of Icelandic cricket. It's the extraordinary story of how Iceland cricket came to be such a phenomenon on social media and indeed in reality. But it's part history. It's very funny, but it has there's that grain of historical truth that Kit's built into all of it, and it is an absolutely fascinating. There is a thread. There is a rock, a foundation,
silo
of historical
silo,
truth, a foundation of historical truth based on the sagas.
Not a word of historical inaccuracy.
No.
Great.
It talks about Kanathlika and how that effectively was cricket, and it was played back in the 9th century. It is published by Fairfield, and you can find it at all
good bookstores, and probably Amazon.
Indeed.
Afraid so.
Yes.
From Lords to the Fjords is the book to look out for. It's by our friend Kit Harris, and I can tell you I shall be finishing reading it, and where I got to before the lovely Beverly kind of interrupted me on my train journey home has been rattlingly good and well worth the read. So while we've got you, we're just going to carry on and chat. Okay. Tell us a little bit, of what you can. What are we looking out for? It's not that long until the almanac comes out in April, isn't it? So we're only a month or so away. What can we be looking out for there?
Well, the Wisden Cricketer's Almanac, of which I have the immense joy and privilege of being the assistant editor. We put it to press at the end of last week, and it's published on Thursday, the 20th of April, if I'm right in saying. So all the usual stuff is there. There are one or two bits that I can trail for you. We introduced in 2023 the Wisden Trophy for the best test performance. And that went, of course, to Johnny Bairstow last year for his twin centuries against India. So there's we have this extra new award, almost new award to announce. But what we also did, which was probably just about the most fun thing we did at Wisden Towers over the year, was we decided we must backdate the Wisden Trophy for all the years of Test cricket, and we broke it into two sections. So this year we have the post-war Wisden Trophy allocation, and that's a good pub table night-long task, isn't it? Okay, right. 1960. Here are all the good performances. Who do we give it to? That really was fun to do. So we unveil all the post-war Wisden Trophy.
How many years do you go back? Or post-war? Everything post-war, or before, or even before the war?
If you buy 2023, if you haven't already, still available.
We're back. It's all a bit of a quick start. All right, Forthy.
Yeah, no, all good to go.
Excellent. Where's Messi? He should be back. Yeah, he's just about to appear. Good lad.
Kuldeep is halfway through his over, and we've got a new batsman at the crease. We'll probably jingle him up after this ball from Kuldeep, which the last ball of before lunch dismissed Pope, stumped. In comes Kuldeep again. That's the one that, more conventional ball, that comes back in with the spin into root. He's off the mark first ball. England 101 for 2. And of Cook Bear, it's been a very early morning for him. So
yes.
I understand he's a bit tired there. We'll get to the root jingle, but it'll be, as we used to say in advertising, it'll be ready when it's excellent.
It's ready.
In comes Kuldeep again, and that one, well, there's an appeal. There's a suggestion from the Indians that Crawley got a little inside edge. It ballooned into the air and was taken at short leg. Rohit seems to be reasonably convinced by this.
I wouldn't be. I think he's a bit late. I think he just tried to do the signal, but I think the time had just ticked out. I don't think he was anywhere near it, was he? It came off Girel.
My immediate impression was there was no inside edge, but
Thank you very much.
We've been caught out by these things before.
Grubby's bought me a nice cup of coffee.
Oh, that's nice. Having another look at it now.
Well, maybe.
Did a little bit of glove on that, do you think? It was fumbled by Jarrell, went up in the air, taken by, I think that's Rohit, who fell like a mighty oak in the forest there and snaffled it before it hit the ground. But they've decided against the review, which may possibly be a mistake.
Well,
last ball from Culdeep to Crawley. And he comes now, whirring away. Nice forward defensive. Dot ball to finish the over. End of the 26th. England 101 for 2.
Okay, I don't think he was anywhere near it, and we have an excuse for being late because they actually started early, because they went off slightly early because of the wicket.
Absolutely.
So there you go. Jay Grover says, as we used to say in advertising, have none of you people ever been glassed?
Yeah. Well, as it was pointed out to me just before I came on air, it's the triumvirate of old advertising bastards comes up next.
Oh, brilliant.
Grubby, Forthy and Tony giving you endless advertising.
Jay will be in
absolute heaven.
Apoplectia. He also says, I bought and read the book, and I remember Cato from Sofa Days. That interview made me happy. It's a great interview. It's the second time I've listened to it. That one with Cato about the book From Lords to the Fjords. And I don't know if... I know you don't read books, Bear. Maybe you should read this one.
Yeah.
Good story. It's a good story, all right. Bumrah's into the attack. He's number 24 off 7, but he can count himself rather unfortunate this morning. He beat the bat on numerous occasions. And, in fact, as often happens on these occasions, it was... The ducket fell to, I think it was Siraj from the other end.
No, it was Kuldeep, wasn't it? Kuldeep's got both.
No, I was just, I was putting the bins out at that moment, so sorry.
That's okay. I still haven't paid Bruce's jingle.
In comes Bumrah again, defended by Root, who may get his jingle now, I suspect.
He is going to. In fact, I'm behind with
His
jingle.
voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that.
Ooh, there was a little bit of an inside edge.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Thinnest of thinnest inside edges. And Sarfraz was
Now
right.
then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Which means hopefully when he misses the next one and they all go up, Sarfraz says that's out, they'll review it and get it wrong.
Yes.
Ever the optimist there.
In comes Bumrah again, defended very nicely. Nice aesthetic defensive shot. It actually eludes the man at Gully. So they do come through for the single. Root moves to 2. I do remember Kevin Peterson trying to look once. I mean, obviously he's no friend of the programme, but it was quite funny. He tried to give the impression that he had hit one, convinced Ricky Ponting that such was the case, knowing that he hadn't. They went for the review. Of course, it wasn't out, and they wasted the reviews. That was quite funny.
Always worth trying to get one over on Ricky.
Indeed, yes. Oh, look, big smiles. They've said the word has got through that, in fact, he did get a tiny little nick on that one. And Rohit sees the funny side. When you're 3-1 up in the series, I guess you can see the funny side. And Crawley leaves that one well alone, dot ball.
England kind of need to win this test match for their World Test Championships hopes.
Well, does it make much difference? They're 8th, aren't they? I mean, they're not going to get into the final. What difference does
Well,
it make?
it depends. I mean, they've got a whole bunch of tests that they should win. I mean, you expect them to beat the West Indies and thingy at home. And it is your results against the teams that, like India and Australia, that are going to make the difference, probably.
Bumrah in again. And that's played down to mid on. No run by Crawley. That was the thinnest of thin edges. And you could forgive an umpire not being able to detect. And you can see why the guy at short leg should have pressed his case perhaps a bit more if he had. Because it couldn't have been anything else other than the bat.
Well, he was convinced. But he couldn't convince Rohit. Maybe he's too new to the team. It's only his 3rd test. Didn't trust him.
Probably the reason.
Feeling pleased with himself now, though.
Exactly.
Well, yeah. Although if you get one over the captain, it's not necessarily a strategic positive, as it were. You know, when you show your boss up in a meeting, sure, you get a temporary feeling of, yeah, I got it right and you got it wrong, but the boss is the one who's got the power over you. Defended by Crawley, dot ball. You've got that situation where the guy at slip has moved into slip, and he's got his shin pads on, which always looks vaguely stupid. Because he's from short leg.
This is cricket. It's all stupid. You know that.
Bummer in again for the last ball of the over. Defended very nicely down to mid-on. Dot ball by Crawley at the end of the 27th. England 102 for 2.
Stephen Kelk says, love the Iceland story. We were talking about podcasts earlier. There's no more tweets at this stage. And I was thinking that there are 4 cricket podcasts that I always will listen to as soon as they come out. The first, of course, is The Bear and the Bishop. Then the next is Can't Bowl, Can't Throw, which is Kat and Dan Leedke, which is great fun. Then there's the Final Word, which I really enjoy, particularly the weekly one in Story Time. And then there's the Cricket Podcast, which of course includes some of our occasional grillers, who are great fun as well.
The gorillas feature on 4, am I right? In comes not the Final Word. That's whipped off legs, and that hits short leg on the wrist. I think he's wringing his hand. I don't think there's anything too serious there. Occupational hazard for the short leg.
Although, of course, both Jeff and Colo are ex White Line Wireless.
So yes, there is a family connection. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I see myself as an honorary White Line Wireless guy these days. In comes Deep. That one's defended. Joe Root. He's seen the funny side. There's a slight of Bears, got the kind of the end of term feel about him. It's a slight sense that some of the cricketers have as well here on the first day. Ooh, and that was because Joe Root was beaten by a beauty. I'm just watching that again on the replay. Beat the inside edge, but also just beat the off stump.
Big turn.
Big turn on the first afternoon. Back into the crease goes Joe Root. You need good eyes to make sure you don't get pinned LBW by that one. But Joe Root's got good eyes. Plays it through wide of the man at mid wicket for a single. Moves on to 3.
Yeah, he's going to play it very differently to Pope, isn't he? I mean, I don't think he'll be running down a track at. He'll be looking for for anything that's slightly short. So he likes to go deep in his crease and play off the back foot.
What's your prescription for Pope? I'll come back to you after this ball, Bear. And what do we do with Pope? Do we give him a rest from the team, or what? That's played out on the offside by Crawley, and they hurry through for the single. They did have to hurry as well.
It's difficult with Pope, isn't it? Because he does have a little bit of a feel of a Mark Ramprakash. He looks, he scores shitloads of runs in county cricket. Looks really good at times. Just consistency isn't there.
He looks frenetic. He
looks
like.
I think. I think a good stint back at the Oval, a decent summer at home, and then he's back into confidence. I think India's not a great place for him to be playing, to be honest.
Nice forward defensive there from Crawley. And talking of Crawley, though, you can see the benefits of investing and continuing to invest in someone that they've identified as a talent. It would have been so easy, and would have occurred in the past. Zach Crawley wouldn't be playing in the 80s and 90s because he would have been dropped.
We would have all dropped him.
Yeah.
I raised my hand. I think I agree with you. I felt it was time to give him a rest some time ago, but no, he's come good.
Well, I think everyone thought that, didn't they? I mean, literally everybody, apart from Baz.
Yeah. Hats off to him. End of the 28th, England 105 for 2.
I have to confess, I felt the same about Bairstow even before Bairstow, and I was wrong. Jay Grover, you got him quivering. He says, "Oh, fucking hell. The three furies of cynical gobshite united together. I have to stay awake as well, bastards."
You'll love it, Jay.
And
You'll
Mark
love it.
says, "I've got a copy of that historically accurate Iceland book, but I've not gotten to read it yet. And I have to re-up forth his recommendation of the History of Rome podcast."
All 170 episodes of it.
I love Empire. I think that's a great podcast
Empire's
too.
well, that's brilliant.
Although there's also a series of videos on empires which isn't by the same people, which is just brilliant.
Bummer in again. Oh, and that one swung a bit. But Joe Root, his eyes are that good that he just followed through, clipped it off his legs, wide of off stump, but through square leg for one of these.
That was a lovely shot. It just came onto his bat, didn't it? And as it swung in, and he was right in the right position, just flicked it. Great wrists.
It amazes me because as the ball left his hand, Joe Root would not have been anticipating playing that shot. And then as it swung, he must have done that microsecond adjustment in his head and turned it into a beautiful clip through deep square leg. That's elite batsmanship, I would say.
Well, he's not that far short. 12,000 runs in now. About 400 runs to get to 12,000.
Indeed, he is an elite batsman. In comes Bummer again. That one's straighter, defended by Joe Root. Big no. Clear enough. Dot ball. Yeah, no. One of these days we're gonna get out the silhouette picture. I'm gonna put it in front of Jay and say, "Show us where the creative director hurt you, Jay."
Yeah.
Because there must be some reason why he's got his visceral antipathy to what is, after all, a legitimate profession. Having a look at Zach Crawley's testing.
You're just goading him now.
Well, you are, yeah.
I guess so.
Is advertising?
That's angle, lovely angle bat wide of the man at wide of the gully, but it's gone straight to point from Joe Root. But he's, as he always does, he looks supremely elegant at the crease. Hasn't been his series. He did obviously get that big score in a losing cause last time round, but
I'm not sure about that legitimate profession. It's like stockbrokers and advertising people. You're kind of in the same boat. Evil professions.
Guerrilla cricket, for example, was given a bursary in which you could only spend it on advertising. Would you say no? Advertising is evil. That's ended by Joe Root off the front foot dot ball.
Not at all. Any money would be useful.
Nothing wrong with that.
Speaking of which, we have had lots of lovely super chats over the last few weeks. What we haven't had is many new Patreons. If you go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, you can become an ongoing supporter from as little as $2 a month.
Oh yes, please do that. There's untold benefits for being a patron.
And exactly, at some point this year we're going to run out of money.
Yeah, which I think should focus all of our minds. And now that has gone down wide from the despairing dive, and he got a little clip on it, Joe Root, just wide of the left hand of Durrell, and it's gone down to fine leg for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Did he get anything on that? That may be a slight inside edge.
Whether it was leg or bat, the umpire was convinced it was bat, so that's fine.
Root will be happy to take that.
Absolutely.
Gets him into double figures.
Probably was bat as well. So Bumrah's gone for 8 so far off the over. He comes in for the last ball of it. We see some mist in the mountains in the background, and that swung, and Joe Root got in position just a touch early, so leading edge all along the ground. I hasten to add, went all along to point. He stays on 11 off 12. England 113 for 2 at the end of the 29th over.
I've just tracked down the video series I was talking about. It's called Fall of Civilizations on YouTube. It is a great series, well worth following.
Does the Empire podcast basically cover the British Empire, or all empires?
the focus, I haven't listened to all of it, but the biggest focus is in relation to the British in India. There's a wonderful book called The Anarchy by William Dalrymple, which deals with the egregious behaviour of the British East India Company.
We were a bunch
great
of
read.
We were a bunch of Bradmans, basically.
Well, specifically
Absolutely.
the India Company. Well, actually, William Dalrymple come back to him in a moment. Deep in again, throws that one up a little higher. Crawley just pauses for a nanosecond and needed to, and manages to get it wide of the man at mid-wicket. Siraj is the sweeper, and they'll come back for 2. Yes, William Dalrymple I had interviewed on the Rest is History podcast. The Rest is History guys, I do not think spoke from the first minute to the 59th. William Dalrymple is a remarkable interviewee.
Yes, he also over-tweets, which I pointed out to him last week, and he said, so he's cut back the numbers quite dramatic.
He's very entertaining and extremely knowledgeable on the East India Company. Big forward defence.
That is his book, The Anarchy, which is just well worth getting. It's a great read.
Yeah, it's a bit of an eye-opener as to how England carved up India through a series of ruthless entrepreneurs, effectively. Big appeal against Crawley, but he clearly pitched outside leg, as I think everybody knows. So I don't think there's going to be any serious discussion about a review here. No, there isn't.
We've got Mog. You got to him, the bear. He's sent us $10, and he said, "Financial fucking sub stories always get me."
Thanks, Mog.
Thank you, Mog.
We are a financial sub story.
He is a big softy at heart, Mog. In comes Kuldeep. Gets a little closer to the wicket, and that one is a wicket-to-wicket delivery. Crawley lines it up and plonks his big foot down, forward defensive.
That wasn't mine. It was going down leg.
Yeah, it was really going down. Kuldeep in again. It's getting closer to the wicket now. Interesting. Might ask Bear why he's doing that. And the forward defensive dot ball.
Just changing his angles, I imagine.
And Mog also says, "I can see my copy of that Dalrymple book from where I slump right now."
No, there we are.
Oh, you made it out of the office then, Mog. That's good to know.
Well, it's 6 o'clock in Melbourne now.
Okay.
Last ball of the over, and that is a beautiful cover drive, elegantly creamed through the offside by Crawley. He moves to 69, and that is indeed one of these.
That was a very nice shot.
Beautiful
High
shot,
elbow,
yeah.
beautiful drive, beat the fielder.
It's he's worth the admission price alone when he's in this sort of form. And in fact, you've got 2 of the most elegant stroke players, certainly in the English team and arguably in world cricket at the crease at the moment. Yes, Messi.
Dr. Cool says, if you want to really know about the shit the British Empire did in India, read an Indian author, not an English one. To be fair to William Dalrymple, he spent most of his life living in India, and he's extraordinarily passionate about his condemnation of what the British Empire did to India and the British East India Company. So he doesn't pull his punches at all.
Indeed not, no.
And rightly so. And the English people would like to think that they weren't like that, but that's bollocks.
That's right. Umrah in again. Left by Joe Root. Yeah, I think when you grow up as certainly I did, maybe not as Bear did, or certainly as Messi did. You know, you're given the sanctioned version of what happened in the Empire in the history lesson at school. And then when we're living in a world of citizen content now, where the truth is beginning to emerge.
I know,
and it's very, very interesting.
It certainly is. Clive in India was portrayed as a hero.
Oh God, yeah, that's what we were taught in school, and he was a fucking wanker.
Yeah. Even you try talking to an Irish person about Oliver Cromwell. That's a complex story, but now I've got an Irish friend who won't hear the word Cromwell. That is, I think played and missed by Joe Root.
Yeah, it was a very good ball.
Yeah, that's a beauty again. Bumrah must be wondering what he's done to upset the cricketing gods today, because He's done everything but take a wicket.
Happens sometimes, doesn't it? I mean, that angled in and then went off the seam. Beautiful
Exactly
delivery.
Right. He's bowling beautifully, and yet no wickets in the column. But you could easily imagine a clatter at some stage. That was a slightly slower ball, I sense. Joe Root waited for it. Maybe back of the hand. Just played it out very nicely. Just got to get through this little period. It will get easier. Bumrah can't bowl forever.
Yeah, on that monetary point, I would say to people that, you know, listen, we love you all, and I really, really appreciate all your patrons, but we basically every month we lose about 200 quid, and that means at some point this year we are going to run out of money. So if you do love us enough, everything does help.
Very nicely stroked by Joe Root down to long leg. Head over the ball, that's the classic Root technique. Comes through for a single. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, these things, we love doing it, but you can't work for zip.
Well, I don't mind working for zip, but costs at least have to be paid. You know, I can't afford to pay costs just to keep the place running out of my own pocket, unfortunately. I'd love to be able to, but I'm not a millionaire.
No, that's right. I think everyone who runs a podcast tends to run it at a loss, but we have more significant overheads on our podcast than the vast majority because we're broadcasters. That is gone wide of the keeper, who dived, got a glove on it, but to stop it going for 4, and it's come through for 2 byes as it swung away. And that was the ball that missed everything, basically.
What do you reckon England need? They've got to get about 450 minimum here, haven't they? On this pitch it looks that way.
Yeah, but I don't think they will.
No, that's the problem. I don't think they will either. That's where I was next coming to. 300,
they will.
350, you reckon?
Yes, I would hope they get 350. And then, again, we'll have a really good match. And winning isn't everything in cricket. It's been a highly enjoyable series.
Yeah, it has been.
I think 3-2 wouldn't be completely unfair on England. I think that India have certainly been the better side, all that said. Left well alone by Crawley, last ball of the over. At the end of the 31st, England won 2-2 for 2.
Yeah, you have to say that India have grabbed it by the balls when they've needed to, and England haven't managed to. And,
yeah, that's true.
It's India at home.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, we'd expect the same from England at home, wouldn't we?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not sure you should have mentioned the office to Mog. He says that fucking office is new and it's a genuine grabmaning shithole. Dr. Cool says you guys should watch Lagan, a movie about a cricket match between Indians and British officials regarding taxes.
Oh, yeah, it's been seen that.
Is it good?
Yeah, well, it was the original one was a 2-part, wasn't it? With way back in the sort of 90s, early 2000s.
Leah says that Crawley lad is one lucky Bradman. Should bring back Siraj to retirement. Jay says my computer just went totally fucky. Had to reboot. Hang on.
Kuldeep in again, and Root right back on his almost on the wicket itself. Not sure if he'd been playing back to that one, but he did. He trusts his eye. Defended it well enough.
And Jay goes on to say, what did I miss? Hopefully full of praise about Cromwell and William III's treatment of Ireland. Yeah.
Yes. An exemplary record. The forward defence of Joe Root smears a thick outside edge all along the ground to point, dot ball.
I've not seen anything of Jadeja yet, either, have we?
No, that's true.
I think they've decided. Well, I think they've decided to go Kuldeep first because there isn't much in the wicket, and he offers more because he's a
that would make sense, wasn't it?
Wristy.
Because he's a wrist spinner, and that's played very nicely. Sort of in that through deep mid wicket. There is no mid wicket. They come through for the single. Root moves through to. You look up and he's 13 off 19. Crawley back on strike. So Crawley's sort of entering that phase where he's got to 2 or 3 times in the series so far. He's 69. Wouldn't it be nice if he could just press on today for a big one? Big forward defensive from him. it's not really been a Bazball sort of an innings so far, has it? I mean, it's ticked along very nicely at whatever it is, 4 and over, but we would have regarded that as very fast scoring from England 10 years ago, but not got a Bazball feel about it.
No, definitely not.
Exception of Pope, who is overly frenetic, I think we all feel. That's negotiated down to long on by Crawley. He moves into the 70s.
Well, hopefully Root, having got a ton in the last game, is feeling confident and get another one here. I thought he was very unlucky in the second innings in that last game, and that was the turning point of it for me.
Yeah. Oh, what a beauty! Sometimes a forward defensive can be a thing of aesthetic beauty, and there was big one, big one from Joe Root. 1-2-4 for 2 at the end of the 32nd.
See, that's what T20 robs you of, is the aesthetics. Leah suggests we'll have to go full remote then to save the money. The thing is, even if we're remote, we still need a hub, and there's still a whole lot of expenses involved in that hub. So, yeah, I don't think it's a practical solution at the end. David Stump says, blimey, is gorilla cricket an endangered species? Yes, we are. Could we apply for funding so that we don't get made extinct?
I'd love to be able to.
Who could we apply to? Is there any left in the world?
Yeah, Arts Council. We are an art. Do you have an Arts Council that provides funding for worthy projects?
If anyone's got some right
what, in
ideas-
England? Are you fucking mad? Everything's cut to the fucking bone here.
We've just found us. Jay Grover has just found us £100.
Oh my word! Right, we'll get back to that in a
Jay.
second. Just, I haven't forgotten about you, Jay. They've all gone up. It went across Crawley. He flicked at it. There's just some shrugs. One or two people are more convinced than others. Rowett needs more than that. They've run out of time. Now back to that Messi. So £100.
Yeah.
And I must say, Jay, thank you very much, but you are not one of the people who needs to do anything. I appreciate it very much, but you've given so much over the years. And once again, thanks so much.
I must say, I find that with my own podcast. It's the guys who are painters and decorators who send in the cash. it's the merchant bankers who listen to every episode and who don't, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but you can't make people. It's a free service. But wouldn't it be great if we got a massive windfall from someone who could afford it? What happened there was it flicked the pad. So not out. Glided by Crawley down to third man. In fact, it's gone all the way for one of these.
On any other day, Brummer could have had 4 wickets. Oops.
Yeah, totally. So he could, but that's cricket. No, he's a brilliant. He's perhaps, along with Pat Cummins, the best exponent of fast bowling in world cricket at the moment. Who else would be in the frame? In he comes. I mean, Jimmy Anderson is more of a solid merchant these days, but he can have brilliant moments.
Well, I think you probably put Hazelwood and Stark up there as well. I mean, the Australian bowling attack's probably, for fast bowling, is probably the best.
It's been like that for best part of 10 years now.
Yeah, I mean, South Africa, you'd say Rabada's a class act. Nortje can be.
Have we had anyone sort of a fast bowler emerge within the last 3 or 4 years, burst onto the scene? We haven't really. It is my impression. Maybe I'm missing someone. Defended by Crawley off the back foot, dot ball.
And of course there was it Shamar Joseph for the West Indies who burst onto the scene.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be wonderful if he went to have a storied? Would be amazing.
And there are certainly some Australian fast bowlers knocking on the door, but getting into that team is almost impossible.
There always are. There always are, aren't they? Hazelwood start will go at the same time, so there'll be a little bit of a succession issue, but not much of a one. It's Australia.
Yeah, they always seem to be able to roll them off.
Yeah, Australia's batting is the real worry for them, I think.
Even there, they've got a very settled team, haven't they?
Yeah.
Hit the man at short mid-wicket, dot ball. by Crawley.
Marnus has gone off the boil, hasn't he? He's not the superstar that everyone really thought he was. Not in the way that Smith was, and Smith's form has kind of dropped from his heights of 3 or 4 years ago. You got rid of Warner now, so you know solidity at the top of the order. They've moved Smith up. You know, it's interesting times for it. I mean, Head seems to be one of your.
Just getting on.
Yeah.
Head. Yeah. I mean, there's some form issues. I think Labuschagne have come back. Sorry.
Defended by Crawley. There's a little bit of a yes-no. Crawley just hesitated for a second, but there was a clear run there. Joe Root calls for it and gets it. Crawley will keep the strike because that's the end of the 33rd over. He moves on to 75. He's 3/4 of the way there. Hopefully he'll kick on for something even bigger. 129.
We're due a change. The problem with Marnus, The problem with Marnus is he just scores at such a fucking glacial rate. It's ridiculous now. Anyway, we're going to have a switcheroo. It's the advertising trio.
Yes.
Grubby, Tony, and Forthy.
Yes.
Grubby is going to take your. Tony's on tweets, I think. No, Forthy's on tweets. But I'm going to vacate the chair. See you in a bit.
So there's a mock comment directly after the super chat for you. That's where the YouTube's at, Forthy, and I think we're up to date. Oh no. And public funding in Blighty, are you mad, says Lear? The Tories are so tight they even cut the coppers budget. When has a Conservative government ever done that? Okay, I'll catch you later.
Crawley defends this first ball, back to the bowl, there's no run. Hey! It's... What are you calling yourselves? Bishop 4th Howarth?
Well, you said alphabetical was the way to go.
Yeah, alphabetical's the convention,
any arguments, and obviously I'm first.
Crawley facing up to Kuldeep again and defending it back to the bowler. Are you well, Forthy?
Yes, very well, thank you.
Good.
It's heating up at the top of our division, isn't it, as well? That's the other thing we can talk about.
Oh, yeah, the championship. Tony's just shown me the comedy own goal that Watford conceded last night.
Don't ask me about the top of the championship. I've lost all interest in that.
Kuldeep in again, nicely flighted delivery, and Crawley is stretching forward and defending that into the offside. There is no run. It's 129 for 2. Good, fascinating day's play again so far. First day of this final Test match in what's been a excellent series, I think. Really good cricket throughout. It's very green and lush, the outfield here at Dharamsala, isn't it?
It is, yes. There's not going to be much reverse swing.
He goes back to that one, Crawley. I'm not sure he ought to have done that because it was a good length delivery. And he almost cramped himself a room looking to steer it through the offside. Under edge, no run. Kuldeep's been excellent, 2 for 34 so far, and he should have had a third one. It was Sarfraz who took the catch, I think, wasn't it? Sarfraz Khan, whose urgings and implorings fell on his captain's deaf ears. Wrongly so, as it turned out, because there was a faint tickle. And had they sent it upstairs, he would have been given. Forward comes Crawley defending this one. And I was saying to Tone next door now that Crawley, I think he's got to 70 now 3 times in this series, at least 3 times.
Yeah, he's in his danger zone.
He hasn't made a century as yet. He surely now must just think, right, book yourself in, son. You've had a life as well. Make the most of it.
The Crawley danger zone, just off the M23.
Be greedy. Near Gatwick, yeah. This is driven back to Kuldeep, a slightly fuller delivery, but does his own fielding, and there is no run. That brings an end to that over, and the score remains 129 for 2. What do we have on the messages there, Forthy?
Well, we've got Jay, who can say what he wants.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much, Jay, you lovely, lovely man.
We could do an ad for you.
How would you like us to do an ad for you, Jay?
Forthy could plan it.
What the fuck is Forthy saying about painters and decorators? Jay, I'm not saying you're a painter and decorator. What I'm saying is, it's people like painters and decorators who haven't got much cash, although actually painters and decorators do in Australia, funnily enough, who tend to be the most generous. I'm not saying you're a painter and decorator. Now, very briefly, we had a discussion with Grubby about Tavares, because Tavares was the last goal for Coventry during the week, and I put up the song. I'll break off.
Heaven Must Be Missing an Angel.
Yes,
a mid-70s disco classic.
I was
would you call it?
Thinking mid-70s disco.
Yeah. Root is back in his crease and defending this ball from Bumrah into the onside. There's no run. Yeah, go on, Forthy.
1976. And the reason I bring it up is because I haven't paid close attention to the lyrics at the time, and then I had to look into them. There's a very prolonged metaphor about spreading love from above, and at one point, one of the lyrics is, "Your love comes in showers."
Oh, hello.
Dear.
Do you think there is a deliberate
now
connotation to that?
I think it's one of those instances where it's the recipient, in this case your good self, Forthy, who's projecting rather something that perhaps wasn't there by the lyricist in question. Root turns this one to square leg and can't get a run.
I thought you were suggesting he was the recipient of showered love.
You see, again, you've done it again. More innocent times, the 70s. Although you did get things like ABBA's song "Does Your Mother Know That You're Out?" So perhaps
I'm not
not.
sure how innocent the 70s were.
The latter part of the 70s, I was discovering that they weren't particularly innocent.
Yeah.
Well, yes, without going down a yew tree path.
Nothing to do with that,
No.
I hasten to add.
Root facing up to Bumrah, who bowls a ball angled in to middle and leg, and Root turns that into the leg side, can't get a run. 2 slips in place here for Bumrah. This is the dream matchup for India, because Bumrah has had the wood a little bit over Joe Root in recent times.
Talking of having the wood, I might just read one or two of the lyrics in a moment.
Oh, lordy.
Not the Mark Wood. Or the Roy Wood. Going back to the 70s.
Dear. I think they knew what they were doing with these lyrics. Hang on.
Are you still on Tavares?
Yeah.
Okay. After this ball, I'll throw to you after this ball. 3 slips in place now, and Bumrah comes in, bowls a short ball as a hook from Root. Can't get much on it, and it's fielded at square leg. He did not time that at all. Fourthy, lyrics.
Your kiss are filled with tenderness. I want all I can get of your sexiness. Showers, your love comes in showers. And every hour of the hour you let me feel your loving power. There's a rainbow over my shoulder. When you came, my cup runneth over. You gave me your heavenly love, and if one night you hear crying from above.
I wonder if that's where...
that's excellent.
Maybe that's where the power shower came from originally. Third slip has moved a bit wider now to what I would call a 5th slip, as this one is turned by Root to short mid-wicket, where it is fielded. Root just stretching his back out. He has had some back trouble, hasn't he, in his career? Maybe he's giving a little bit of jip.
So not Phil the Power then?
Phil the Power Taylor?
Yeah. He had nothing to do with him in a shower.
England's greatest ever sportsman.
There's only one word for that. Magic darts.
Yeah. His eyes are bulging like the belly of a hungry chaffinch.
So good old Sid.
Full delivery from Bumrah on off stump, and he's equal to it, is Root, pushing it to mid-arm. There's no run. Is that the end of the over?
It is.
Rather lost track, yeah. 129 for 2 still. What you got on the old machines there, Forthy?
You may not be surprised to discover we've got Jay, who says, I thought it were a given. My donation were dependent. I didn't have to see you 3 incestuous filth beasts together. Ever seen the end of Brian Yuzna's Society? Thou sicken me. Thank you very much.
Thou sicken me.
Nice. Sicken me. Christ the Choir says the only inadvertent advertising as I subscribe to is wearing Guerrilla Cricket merchandise. Still interested to hear where you think Jadeja stands in the pantheon of Indian greats. That's a good question.
Oh, sorry. I think there might have been some autocorrect gone on, because in your tweet before lunch it said Karens, and I think your autocorrect might have corrected what you meant to be Jadeja. So that explains a lot. We were wondering.
We were thinking Karen there. No, that's spelt differently.
Yeah. So okay. Well, Jadeja is. He's right up there. He's. Kuldeep starts a new over, and Crawley is forward and outside half of the bat, running it down towards third man, and going to get a couple of runs there.
Well, also for A, his batting, and B, his hair.
Yes, lustrous and shiny and beautiful
as
it
a
is.
package. Wow. All 3.
One of the most entertaining cricketers on the planet, and just for his bowling, as you say, could conceivably be considered in the pantheon of excellent Indian spinners through history, as Crawley is back in his crease and steering this wide of the man at extra cover to get himself another single.
You said his 70s were when he's got himself out a couple of times. That is his highest score in the series at the moment.
He's just gone to his highest score, is he? Okay, so I make this a third time then that he's reached 70.
Yeah, but not gone on, which is frustrating.
Yeah. Well, at the risk of whatever the commentator's curse is, he's looking okay. He's looking fairly comfortable.
Ooh.
I've done it, haven't I?
Ooh.
And I don't care.
Okay. Leave it at okay.
There's no such thing. Root back in his crease and just watchfully fending that into the offside. There's no run.
Sorry, oh, you're waiting for me to add some colour, were you?
Not at all. Well, you can if you want. I mean, it's up to you. Happy either way.
Put a little bit of turquoise in the corner of the canvas, if you would.
Yeah, another cherub and the Sistine Chapel ceiling.
That's cool. Deep
wouldn't mind.
Bowls again, and as is his wont, Root is back to a full ball and turning it to leg. There's no run. Yeah, I like that. Who was that guy? Bob. What's his name? The guy with the big
Holness?
The white bloke afro.
Bob, somebody.
Bob in the 70s, the American guy. He used to talk about happy little accidents when he was doing his painting. It's a lovely watch.
Oh yeah, another one.
His name's just gone from my head. Root back in his crease again and playing it to the offside. There's no run.
I have no idea who you mean.
Yeah.
An American artist.
Yeah,
called Bob.
he was like a real sort of California stoner type character. And he did these paintings as live, and he'd watch them take shape, and there'd always be, and he'd dab a few trees.
Wasn't there an Australian chap over here who used to do that? I can't quite remember his name.
This is back in his crease and a pull shot from Root, and he's really got a hold of that. That goes all the way to the boundary for one of these.
He timed the bejesus off of that, didn't he? Did Rooty? That was a gorgeous shot. Again, he went back.
Down on one knee.
Down on one knee, sweat. So many times we were sitting in the green room and I was doing sharp intakes of breath because he does step back quite a long way sometimes.
That is how
so susceptible to that one that will occasionally keep low and shoot. To go back to Tavares.
Third consecutive day over 41 degrees. The new batch of medical green tea is a nice creeper, maybe off to the land of Nod soon, and gives his verdict. No Messrs. Watford gone. Coventry playoffs possibly. Town will be playing against my beloved Cherries next season. You heard it here first.
Well, now we've been talking about this man in recent times.
Bandana, we forgot the bandana.
Yeah. It's going to be this fella.
Rough introduction. Who's that spinning?
Bowls his first ball of the day to Crawley, who is forward, playing it defensively into the offside.
This falls in my direction. None of this surely is a dream. Yeah.
Just the one slip, forward short leg, flighted delivery and banged by Crawley. I think Jadeja got a hand to that.
He got a very meaty hand to that.
Hit very hard, and he stuck his left mitt up in the air. That could have caused him an injury. It could have stuck and been a wonder catch. The net result is 1 run. Just have a look at this again. Yeah, he's actually again. He's sort of playing across it. And he's aiming it over mid on, but it actually goes back towards the straight mid off where the bowler is in his follow through. So another half-life, I suppose, for Crawley there.
Still in the 70s. He's determined, you see.
Yeah. 79 he's on now. Root has 17. The score is 137 for 2. Short break as Jadeja composes himself. He's got a silly point in now for Joe Root, who turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
It's one of those elements down at the bottom of the periodic table that I don't understand, like Einsteinium. They've all got half-lives now.
Yeah. This one is turned into a small gap, but he can't quite turn that into a quick single. Yeah, I still think of Einsteinium as one of the new kids on the block, but there are much more recent ones than that, as I know mainly from watching shows like Pointless. This is defended back to the bowler by Root from the crease. Yes, molybdenum, things like that. But even that is been relegated down the charts, I think. Root facing up to Jadeja, who's round the wicket, and pushed to cover point, or extra cover really, by Root, and there's no run.
And that's the end of the over. 137 for 2. Yeah, Richard Osman was Pointless was talking. He was discussing people who got upset on Pointless. Does anyone ever get really upset? Well, he said there was one couple. I think it was a sort of father and son, and the son obviously in the green room beforehand incredibly keen.
Yeah.
And the first question came round was name a country that ends with 2 consonants, and his father straight off the bat said Paris.
Oh, lovely. Which is
and destroyed any chances they had of surviving the first round. Paris, a country that ends in 2 consonants.
I mean, where do you start?
Yes. What do you do? Knobheads on quiz shows. It's half man, half biscuit.
Hey, there's another one for your bingo there, Jay. A mention
Bingo
of half man,
card.
half biscuit.
Oh, sorry, Jay. I was going to get to your comment, but I talked about something else. We'll get
there. Kuldeep is in, and Crawley defending this up towards mid-off. No run. What did Jay have to say, Forthy?
Says, you're missing the point. I was a painter and decorator and I were rubbish. It's a very difficult job. Also, love comes in spurts. God, I hate all 3 of you together so much I'm going to cry. I retract all the money I've ever donated to you over the last decade, plus I demand a refund.
Kuldeep folds one up, and this is bowled him. He can't get out the 70s. He is going to be out for the 3rd time in the series in the 70s. Tony has his head in his hands. England have lost their 3rd wicket. It's 137 for 3.
The crowd says you're out.
I mean, I hate to be really churlish, but by and large, 70s don't win you test matches.
Well,
they just don't.
Let's focus on Kuldeep for a second, because he's bowled a ripper of a leg break there. It pitched outside off. It turned sharply. Crawley was looking to aim it through the covers, as he's done successfully on a number of occasions today, but the turn did for him, and it's clipped the top of middle and leg, and another beautiful piece of bowling by one of the best around, and that's all 3 wickets to Kuldeep today.
You're a big fan, aren't you?
You can tell. Yeah.
I think actually, if I remember rightly, in the only other test at Dharamsala, which was the 2017 test, I think he took quite a few wickets in that game.
Okay.
I might have to check my memory on that, but I just have that memory.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Well, talk amongst yourselves.
Meanwhile, I'll do a jingle, because it's going to be a man who's celebrating a special day for him in his career today. It's this ginger-haired wonder.
I am the big shot. You heard me right the first time. Name of Bachelor Johnny Cool. Occupation Big Shot.
Yeah, he did. He took 4 for 68 in the first innings, and the damage in Australia's second innings, when they were rolled for 137, was 3 for Jadeja and 3 for Ashwin.
Okay.
Both for not very many, obviously, if they only scored 107 in total.
So you'd have to say now this game is very evenly poised, if not slightly tilted towards India. The 2 Yorkies in the middle together. We know how Bairstow's going to play. He's often the man for a big occasion, and often when he's been in receipt of criticism, he's done pretty well, as he's forward to
not to mention
his
that
first ball.
100th test, remember?
That's what I mean, yeah. 100th test.
So big occasion for him.
The usual amount of noise around Bairstow, and whether he's worth his place in the team, which for a man who's got 100 caps seems a bit odd. I've been a critic of his in the past myself. I think justifiably so. But, think back to last summer, and he was in the form of his life and probably the best test batsman in the world.
Still that very blank bat. Desperate for a gorilla logo.
As Kuldeep flights on up, and this is flicked through square leg by Johnny B, who gets off the mark. With 2, actually. Well run 2 there. Good between the sticks, these 2.
Stephen Kelt's got a good idea. Would it help to ask patrons to increase their contribution by £1, euro, whatever per month? Only if they can afford it, of course.
Well, as ever, everything you do to help us is enormously appreciated. Our costs don't go down. We don't pay ourselves.
You're damn right.
It literally is takes money to keep this show on the road. And
Johnny B flicks this one fine down towards fine leg. In fact, it's fine enough to run away for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So he's off and running. 6 runs to his name already after 3 deliveries. The score's moved on to 143 for 3.
6 times in tests he's been dismissed in the 70s, Crawley.
Is that right?
And as that caption
3 in
said,
this series.
quite unusually. Well, it actually said, though, thrice.
Did it
you
say
see
thrice?
that? It actually used the word thrice on the caption.
I think I've told this story on Gorilla before, but that's never stopped me before, so I'll tell it again in a moment. Back in his crease goes Bairstow, turns it to the leg side, there's no run. My dad worked with this quite posh bloke who went into his local Chinese fish and chip shop and asked for fish and chips thrice, and inevitably was given fish and chips with rice. And good, I say.
Also, now in my head I can hear Frankie Howard with nay, nay and thrice nay. It's just not a word you hear very often, is it, 14? Thrice.
It's funny how once and twice, they're fine. You get to thrice, God, you fucking wanker.
Yeah.
Right.
Stewed. Is there there must be an equivalent for 4 times? Quadrice.
No, trice or something.
Twice.
Quadbike. Let's have a look. Yeah, Stephen makes the point. I had no idea the good ship GC was running at such a loss. Well, we're letting you know now.
Yeah.
DR Rabada is pretty good. Messi says, I think Grover would refer to you as Grubby, Ian and Tony, or Git for short. Oh.
Nice, yeah.
Clear and disinterested hand job. Have a bit of a conversation about German history. DR Cool, or possibly Dr. Cool, says Bob Ross. You're talking about Bob Ross.
Bob Ross, thank you very much. Yeah, I just forgot his name.
And now you mention it.
Root has got a run through extra cover while we've been chatting there, by the way, so that's bringing you up to speed with the actual action.
Did I hear mention of a disinterested hand job there? The only reason I say that is because I was thinking of him this week.
That's worrying to hear when you're sitting next to
Tony. No, but I was thinking of him this week whilst we were recording our Bishop and Bear talking about Icelandic cricket.
Yeah.
And the use of axes to cleave heads in what could have been the earliest form of cricket played in the 10th century in Iceland. The axes featured prominently.
Jadeja bowls a full delivery outside Bairstow's off stump, and he takes a good stride towards that and steers it through the covers for another single. He's made a bright start to his innings, 7 off 5. Root is 18 from 35, and England currently are 145 for 3. All 3 of those wickets going to the left arm wrist spin of Kuldeep Yadav. We're watching Jadeja bowl at the moment. This ball is full, and Root is forward to it, unusually for him, and just turns enough to take the outside edge and roll into the offside. No run.
I mean, I think the thing when you watch the Indian spinners and the younger, infinitely less experienced old Wheat,
as a full delivery is defended out of the block hole by Joe Root.
The ability to build relentless pressure, just through accuracy and variation. You can see. Whilst the England spinners, I think, have been absolutely magnificent this series, and how you wonder if 5 years older with plenty of experience, much better they might be. But you can tell the difference here, can't you?
Root defends this one back to the bowler. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I mean, famously, Jadeja in particular gets through his overs very quickly as well. But probably his accuracy is something that's not spoken about quite so much. He is, as he bowls another ball, which is cock on, line and length, just outside the off stump, and Root defends it into the offside.
Constantly probing.
Yes.
Cock on.
Cock on, yeah. So remember, my dad, if you're still listening, my dad used to play golf with a man who's no longer with us, called John Lund, I think he was called. He was from, Dad, you'll have to let me know where John Lund was from, somewhere in Yorkshire. And I remember we played around with him one day of golf, and he was saying, oh, my irons are cock on today. Cock on.
When you say you played around with a man who talked about being cock on, I'm getting a little concerned. Stephen Kelk, actually, it doesn't seem possible to just add £1 to the Patreon membership because it's organised in tiers. Perhaps you could create a new tier That is, say, €1 higher than shite.
Oh,
maybe.
I talked to the management about that. I think that is a fantastic.
Well, if you can afford to go up by whatever the increment is that allows you to do now, then we'd be
I think
ever
it's
so grateful.
2 to 5 from my own memory.
Okay, so
but I think you could create 2 to 3 for a bit of period, or 5 to 6, or we'll talk to the management, technical and facilities department and see what they can come up with.
Have we got a tip jar thing? What's it called? Kofi. That exists.
Kofi.
Some people have. So if you don't want to, if people just want to throw one in, a bit like
yeah, we got Super Chat. Yeah,
well, Super Chat. Yes.
There's a tip jar
Buy
thing
me a
called
coffee.
Kofi. Dr. Gould says blame the commentator, and disinterested handjob says molybdenum grubby. Such old news. They're up to ununoctium now.
Yeah, what's that one? Going to make you say that again.
Ununoctium.
Ununoctium. I'll remember that next time I'm watching Pointless.
Are these new elements things on the
on the periodic table?
On the periodic table, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, long gone are the days where you could say Einsteinium or Californium or Francium and get a pointless answer.
They arrive in the green room all tooled up with their elements now.
Back goes Johnny Bairstow to the first ball of Kuldeep's new over, turning it to square leg and getting another single. Quite a few men round about.
Do two things. Learn all the moons in the solar system, get it over with, and learn all the state capitals of the US states and get that.
What about all the African capitals? Have you done that?
Yeah, the African capitals or the world capitals.
Yeah, again, something my dad's done.
Who's the actor who played Harry Potter?
Daniel Radcliffe.
He used to, or still does, I presume, used to be able to sing the periodic table to the tune of Modern Major General.
Right.
And he used to do the whole thing.
Forward in defence's route, and there is no run. Yeah, we'd have to add a few choruses, wouldn't he? Verses even.
Now you've got some extra ones, yeah.
Yeah. Ununoctium.
In our trivia team, if we'd have known what Harrisburg was the state capital of, we'd have won it.
When I used to fly into Midland Airport in Michigan, the first thing you'd see is a great big wall chart of the periodic table, sort of an electronic one.
How nerdy. I like it. Route is forward and turning this to leg. It's fielded by the man at forward short, and there is no run. 146 for 3 is the score.
Well, largely on the grounds it was home to a large chemical company. That would be the main reason, probably the only reason the airport exists.
Shall we give that excellent question we had in the Night Watchman quiz and see if see if our listeners will do that?
That was an absolute belter.
I'll do that in just a second. And you could sell forth. You might like this one. Turned into the leg side by Root. I'll do it at the end of this over. Root gets another single.
You stood up in the plane, Tony. You got out of the flying plane and into the foyer.
you look up and there's the periodic table, as England are currently snookered on 147 for 3.
Oh, very good. Well, let's hope they can get to 3 in a bed then, without losing another wicket.
Yeah.
Coming full circle back to Tavares, which is where we started.
Did they have a song called 3 in a bed?
Well, no, but they certainly have.
It was an old nursery rhyme, wasn't it? And the little one said, "Roll over."
Yes. Bairstow defends this one off the front foot. Quite an interesting field. A leg slip, forward short, square. So not exactly crowded, but a significant presence around the bat. I'd be thinking about bringing that silly point in as well for the one that goes across. Although that's more likely.
That one that goes across.
I love the one that goes across. I know, I bang on about it all the time. This is defended by Bairstow. That does complete the over. So the question, we had an excellent Night Watchman quiz last week, which a few of us attended. And one of the questions was this. Can you name the only bowler to have taken a 5-wicket haul against all 18 first-class counties?
And while you think about that...
Yes.
Not very good on county cricket, but I better reel off.
I'll leave that with you.
Yes.
Reel away.
Stephen Kelt, when Bear is crying at the money flying out the window each month, he can keep €1 in his hand and think of me. Dr. Cole, in India, thrice is pretty common. Disinterested hand job. I do have a picture of myself in an Iceland shirt with helmet and axe getting around. KR Wackett, can't have the Bear all doom and gloom, so sent 30 quid. Neither painter, decorator, nor merchant banker.
Yay!
That's very kind.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wackett.
Very, very nice and messy. Cock on and tooled up with your element. Seems to be a theme here. And this entry hand job. Don't forget the full list of Roman emperors for theme. Oh my God, yes.
Root is forward to the first ball of Jadeja's over, defending it into the offside. There's no run. Yes, I one day during lockdown I learned all 30 odd books of the Old Testament just for larks.
That is a good.
Oh, just the titles, not.
I didn't. No, just the headlines. Root turns this one backward and square. Can't get around. Yeah, that was good. I think my wife was learning all 50 states.
I can do that.
It's 52, isn't it, though? Or am I confusing that?
US states, only 50, no?
Oh, no, I'm confusing it
As
with
in
weeks in a year.
Hawaii 5-0.
Yes, of course.
Jadeja round the wicket. Beautifully flighted delivery outside Roots off stump. And he looks to steer this through the covers. Does so, but finds the fielder on the sort of edge of the circle in one-day parlance. Mm-hmm. Yes?
No, KR. Is he,
I've not heard of KR Wackett, who I've rather sexistly assumed is a man. May not be. Anyway, thank you, KR. That's very well appreciated. And big thanks from all of us here as Root gets a single to wide mid-off.
You do know two things about him or her. They're neither a painter, a decorator, nor are they a merchant banker, but we don't know a great deal else.
Maybe you could give us some more details about yourself if you're happy to do that, and we'll share them with the listening several. It's the least you deserve for your £30 donation.
I've got another quiz for you as well. Once we get the answer to the question you just posed. Oh, hello.
This is takes the outside edge of Bairstow's bat and winds up at backward point. No run. Go on.
Well, I was going to say I could ask it, and you can think about the two in tandem. I'll do it just after this delivery, though.
At the risk of overload. Bairstow's had enough of that. He's tried to get it over mid-on. It's sort of gone to the right of mid-on. It didn't quite get it all, but he got enough of it that he's gone for this.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
And we're having drinks, so probably quite a good time to throw in some extra entertaining questions.
Well, I should throw that one in. So this is Bairstow's 100th test.
Yes,
and he's 100th cap. Let me see. He debuted in 2012. Obviously, we're in 2024. Only 3 winners of 100 caps have taken more tests to get there.
Right.
So he's like right down the list of the number of tests in which that has been achieved.
So of the test matches available in that time.
So the question would be, who are the 3 who got to 100 slower? And as a supplementary question...
Not just England players.
No, this is England.
Just
England.
England.
Only England. Okay. Only England players. So only 3 were slower than Bairstow to get to their 100th test for England.
Yeah.
Who were they? And then, as a supplementary question, 2 of them had distinctly mitigating circumstances as to why they took longer. What would those mitigating circumstances have been?
Can I throw one in then?
Of course you can.
Jeffrey Boycott?
Correct.
Because he...
Is one of them, is the Second World War intervene on another...
No.
Character?
Nope.
First World War?
Well, remember, no cricket during the Second World War, so it's about number of tests, not...
number of tests available.
Number of tests available, as it were, and tests missed.
Yeah, well, Boycott...
Just while we think about that, Messi says, thank you so much, K.R. Wackett. Yes, K.R. Wackett says, actually, it's Kevin Hackett. So, thank you very much, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
Leah Parker says, it's so nice to be able to get the volume back up and join in on the discussion. Aren't we meant to be having a change? Is that correct?
Oh,
you are.
Are we?
Yes, we are. The bear did wander in. Simply took a mug
Can
away
I
with him.
toss in a guess?
Yep.
I'm just thinking, it has to be a player who's played for at least 2 counties, obviously.
That's right.
Wickets against all 18.
Correct.
Darren Stevens, maybe?
No.
It's not him, but he was in the discussion.
No.
Though, of about... 80 people taking part in the quiz. I think about 78 of them all leapt on Darren Stevens as possibly being the first one to go for.
I'll tell you my first guess, which was wrong, which was Richard Johnson.
I'm out, aren't I?
Somerset and Middlesex, but he wasn't the answer. So there's another one to rule out if you were thinking him.
Can you give us a clue as to whether it's someone who's actually played for England?
Yes, definitely played for England.
Right.
A good number of times as well.
I don't know enough about county cricket to know who's moved counties. I suppose everybody does these days, don't
We're just seeing a replay of the wickets. So Duckett spooned one up in the air looking to hit it straight and was caught brilliantly by Shubman Gill. Pope really master of his own downfall by running down the wicket just before lunch and being stumped, and then recently Crawley being done by a beauty of a leg break from Kuldeep. But again, he's been got out in the 70s for the 3rd time in this series and the 6th time in his Test match career.
Yeah, he's been out.
Hello, Bear.
Hello there, Grubby. He's been out 9 times between 50 and 69 as well.
Crikey.
Jay Grover says, I'll give you another 100 quid if I can get 2 minutes 30 free punching to the 3 of you.
2 minutes 30 free punching?
I think he wants 2.5 minutes punching you.
Okay.
More than 100 quid for that one. Kuldeep is in over the wicket and squats a little bit. That's one thing the wicket is doing, and he's getting some turn. And it's played out to deep mid wicket for a single. Root moves in onto 21 or 47.
I think I've just remembered as well. I was talking about John Lund, with whom my dad played golf, and he described his irons one day as being cock on. I think he was from York. I think he was a Minster man. I know you're all wondering.
Yeah,
amongst all the other quizzes that are going on.
Yeah, that conversation about who was that bowler, the same people that I came out with came out. Everyone went for Darren Stevens, and Bairstow gets a big leading edge back towards the bowler. It's aerial for a little while, but drops well short. Kuldeep, and there's no run. Another googly, I think. They're not really going the other way, but they're definitely going straight on. And he is getting some ripping turn, and that, you know, on a flat wicket, at least if you can roll your fingers over it with a leg spinning action, you're going to get some action on it. That one, though, he's tossed up too far. Bairstow doesn't miss out on those. He's whacked it straight back over his head. 4 runs. Oh, 6. Bloody hell, that must have been a total maximum.
Jeez.
Because it hardly got off the ground. That was definitely a maximum. That really didn't get off the ground. That was pretty low, like a laser bullet. Well, no, lasers don't have bullets, so that's bullshit and an analogy. He goes back, he cuts that one. It was a bit shorter, probably from over pitching, dragged it back a little bit. It has just been pulled in at point by a chasing fielder who I didn't see who it was, but they'll get back for 3.
They've both got 21, look.
Oh yeah, Bairstow 13 deliveries, Root off 47. Well, is Bairstow going to get 100 for his 100th Test match?
In the same way that Alex Stewart did.
Did he?
At the Oval against West Indies back in 2000, I think. And I think he was playing his 100th Test match the same time as Atherton.
Okay.
And Stewie got a ton. I'm sure all those things are correct, and I'm sure Messi will pull me up if I'm wrong. Not for the first time, and certainly not for the last.
I'm not good on that sort of stat.
Kuldeep in, clipped. Well, Root does that very well. There is a man out stationed at the wicket just for that. Siraj is out there, and it'll just be a single to Rooty. England have looked pretty comfortable most of the time, and then lost a wicket, haven't they?
England have always found a way to lose wickets. And quite often in clumps in this series, which has, I suppose, ultimately been their undoing.
Yeah.
But as ever, credit to India. Kuldeep's been the man today, but every bowler has done some damage at some point in this series for India.
And that has been, you're right. It's a kind of tale of the series, isn't it? That one is, should have been out. It was another one tossed up, and Bairstow's eyes lit up once more, and he drilled it back straight at Kuldeep, very hard, and Kuldeep couldn't hang on to it. He's missed a chance of caught and bowled. Would have been a good catch. It came very, very quickly.
Way up in the sky, little darling.
It's interesting in that context, Grubby.
Just pick it up, mate.
It's all right.
Bumrah, Jadeja, and Ashwin have all taken 17 wickets. Yadav's got 15.
Spread it around.
Spread so well.
Yeah. And what have England got? England have got Hartley, Shoaib.
Hartley's got 20, then Shoaib's got 12, Rian's got 11, and Jimmy and Root have got 8 each.
Yeah. Not the same spread. Well, they're a reasonable spread, but just not enough,
Yeah.
I mean, Hartley's been the surprise, really. That's forward defended by Root. To the covers, and there's no run. Of the two, I'd say Shoaib is the better bowler. More consistent.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I mean, of all the England bowlers, I still think Jimmy's the best.
Yeah, well, he is, but
he's a master craftsman.
He is a master craftsman, but he is getting old, and it's quite clear that actually deep into a second innings, he does run out of puff a little bit. I think that's
as a seamer, you may not bowl much. You don't expect to bowl that much in India anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Defended on the back foot by Root, out to Sinimid off. No
look at him. Look how old he is. He's fit as a flea still.
I know.
Not a gram of fat on him.
There isn't, but the joints and everything start to...
Yeah, but can we just have like maybe half an hour where we don't mention Jimmy's age?
Well, yeah. Defended.
Yeah, I'm all for that, Rob. Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
One bowler has a bowling average more than 10 runs per wicket less than anybody else.
Bumrah.
Who would that be? Yeah. He's got an average of 15.94.
That's a beautiful shot by Root. Waited for that to come onto the bat, open the face, cut it. Took enough off it. It went behind the man at point. He's quite deep a point back behind square. But, got it down to the third man boundary, 4 runs. This does look like a good batting wicket. Jadeja into Root, turns it into the leg side. There's no run. England 167 for 3 though. It's a good, you know.
It's a platform,
if they
isn't
can kick on from here, then someone needs to get a ton. We've got a 70 as well already. That's defended into the offside out to Sinimid off, and there's no run. Someone needs to get a reasonably big ton. Some more 40s, 50s, 60s and 70s out of 3 or 4 more players, and then you get up to 400, 450.
Well, yeah, I mean, 300 you're in the game. 350 plus is what they'll be looking at. And then anything after that, sort of a bonus, I reckon.
Well, this wicket looks pretty.
We have another donor. Chris Lequires sent us £20 via PayPal towards our extended spring holidays before you get back to entertaining us in the summer. Can't seem to easily edit the Patreon amount though. PayPal's a great way to send it actually, because they don't take as big a cut as YouTube do.
Yeah, YouTube do take a chunk.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chris. Your support is
Chris.
very much appreciated.
Everyone's support is always appreciated. It's how we keep going. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here, basically.
It's how we keep these bright
Jay
lights
says,
on.
the bear is back. My sanity is restored. That's not something you often hear, is it?
No, not really. Crawley throws that one up, and Bairstow props forward, defended to leg side, and there's no run. Bairstow, he hasn't got a 50 in this series yet, has he? High score of about 38. Maybe he got a 40 somewhere.
Interestingly, it says that Johnny Bairstow played his 100th ODI on this ground as well. I think that's what that graphic said.
Against Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
Crawley tosses that one up. That has been smeared, and that's going all the way. He's not hanging about. Johnny B. 6 more runs.
Yes, 38 is his highest today.
Yeah, Hoyt that was, over wide, long on.
He's not hanging about.
He's not hanging about. Well,
30 off about 18 balls or something.
Something like that. I don't mind it when he plays like this. It's when he gets out pointlessly, stupidly.
27 off 16, sorry.
Going on nearly 200%. That one is swept again. Has that gone aerial though? No, there's no one out there though. Oh, no, what it kind of is. There's someone at deep mid wicket, Siraj, who gets around behind square. Slightly mishit on the sweep. And Bairstow will get back for 2.
The kind of is, I like that.
Wow. Toe ended that.
Yeah.
I thought there was going to be someone out there catching.
And Endo's not happy on our WhatsApp group. He thinks England have been lucky. Bairstow was a goner. Well, he was. I mean, he should arguably have been taken.
Yeah.
By Crawley from that previous over. Oh, look, he's just
6,000 runs. 6,003 test runs for Bairstow. That one. Oh, there's a big peel from behind. What for? Caught, I presume. He's driven. It's another one straight on her. Kuldeep's taken all the fucking wickets. He's driven at that one. Another good ball. He's tossed it up and he's been hit a lot. I think Johnny B's reviewing that actually. But it's another one that's gone straight on. He's driven at it. and they've appealed caught behind.
Oh yeah, surely.
Presumably that's caught, or is
But-
it stumped?
It turned a lot, though.
I was definitely in.
Well, I don't know if that's. I don't think he's got anything on it. I think he's hit the ground. I think he might get away with that.
Hold your horses, everyone.
That's. I think there's clearly daylight between bat and ball.
And the bat obviously hit. Well, that's what he's thinking. The bat hit the ground.
Yeah.
The sponsorless bat.
Oh no.
No, he has hit it.
He has hit it.
Well done, Johnny B.
Yeah.
Burning a review as well. Tit.
Yeah. Off he goes.
That didn't take long.
Well, Joel
Never
got
liked
one
him
right.
anyhow.
And England pointlessly losing another fucker. We keep doing this.
Silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Kuldeep's got all 4 wickets.
Silly little boy for reviewing it.
Yeah.
So not only does his bat not have any sponsors, it has no feeling in it, and therefore he can't feel it when he's clearly hit it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well done,
It
Crawley.
was a very thin edge, but yeah, everybody else knew. Kevin Hackett says, "Whack it, quite like that, but sadly I was very non-whacking tail ender." Mog says, "Fucking PayPal takes a chunk out of any money made via Bandcamp." Yeah, but it's a lot less than YouTube takes.
Every fucker out there who lets you take money off them charges you for it.
And here comes the England skipper.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
And we're now at that crossroads that England innings have been at quite a few times in this series,
exactly.
where having looked like we're going to get to that 300 and 350 and maybe kick on beyond that, it's now in the balance.
Yeah.
And if England get rolled for 260, which
wouldn't
could
be a
easily happen,
surprise.
it wouldn't be a surprise from here, would it?
No. Stokes has not had a great series either, has he? Skipper. He's had a couple. He's been a bit unlucky 2 or 3 times with some real grubbers.
Yeah.
But he's not had a great series.
Can Kuldeep emulate Anil Kumble, take all 10?
Well, he is the man who's doing it, and you have to say, with the exception of probably, well, even
Well, Bumrah and Siraj both look fairly dangerous this morning.
Yeah.
Maybe unlucky not to get more edges.
This one's tossed up, and Stokes gets the right forward, defends it into the offside, and there's no one. With the exception of maybe Crawley. I mean, that was a big turning delivery, classic delivery. But I mean,
he's still got bowled through the gate, though.
He's still got bowled through the gate, true, but it was a big turner.
Yeah, it was a great ball.
It was a great ball. The others have kind of given him away, really.
Yes.
Kuldeep, that one goes straight on, and Stokes just swats it through to the keeper. There's no run. I mean, Duckett flail one in the air. Pope run past one.
But this is emblematic of how England played now. We've just seen Stokes leave a ball outside the off stump, and I thought, oh, that's unusual. A leave.
Yeah, and probably should have smashed it through the offside to the boundary. It was kind of short and wide.
Messrs, have you got Dharamsala up behind you?
Yeah, I have indeed.
Yeah, it's very, very pretty.
I think he's got exactly the same photo of William.
So have you, actually.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yes, I just didn't realise. Yeah.
Mine's a bit fuzzy on my screen.
Yes.
So Crazy Chap says heading towards an entertaining 250 all out. Mog says 210 all out. Sigia Pakar says, man, you just get up to get a glass of water and a choc chip cookie, and Bairstow gets suckered. Smart bowling by Kuldeep here.
Oh, that was a good ball by Jadeja. It started with a little bit of turn. I mean, that's just traditional turn. It spun past the outside edge of route. Maybe the wicket is going to change its nature quicker than I thought it would. It looks pretty docile, has to be said. And the other thing is, if it is going to swing, and that's got to be close. That's got to be out, and it is out. Yeah, route has gone LBW. That one's the one that's gone straight on. That's a good delivery from Jadeja, because it's shot on. Now the question is it hasn't turned, it might be going down leg side, but having been given out, I mean, I'm sure he'll review that. But
another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred.
Another one bites
the dust.
Oh, we just got in here, Root.
Well, I reckon he was late.
I thought he was late as well.
no.
He's not reviewed particularly optimistically.
I don't think so as well. I don't think he's particularly confident, but Stokes is trying to convince him that it's going down leg. So that's a good delivery though from Jadeja. He's got one that's just turned and gone past the outside edge. Similar sort of delivery, has gone scooting on, hitting him on the pad. The question is, how wide has he delivered it from, and if it's not turning at all, is it going to go down leg side?
It's pretty plumb to me.
It does. Does it straighten? It straightens
a little bit. It's hitting right in front on the knee roll. It's going to hit
middle,
3/4 of the way up middle.
Middle and leg, I reckon.
Oh,
England will use another review, and suddenly 200 might be a bit far.
Terrific bit of bowling though. The one early in the over that spun sharply past the outside edge, and then this one, the straight as a sucker punch, really.
Yeah, it is.
But
for fuck's sake!
Again, credit to the bowler. We're just seeing the replay now.
Yeah, there's no inside edge, mate. Come on, get on.
Definitely
with it.
no inside edge. The Indians are all smiles. Root looks concerned as well. He might. The Barmy Army are becalmed.
Crawley won't get temper, but that's a really good bit. That's a really good bit of bowling, I think. From that's going on to hit middle and leg. Boom, halfway up. Well, near the top, but about a foot underneath the top of the stumps. England lose another review. Good bit of bowling. Root got suckered, and he's a great batsman. But
poor caught by Stokes too.
Yeah.
On your bike, mate.
Well, India bang on top here.
Yep.
Stephen Kelk sums it up. He says, "Oh, for fuck's sake, story of this series."
It is a bit.
Crazy
It is a bit.
says,
Yeah.
Ha ha. Mog says, "Fucking disarray." I think you mean dis-a-fucking ray.
Come on, get the Tamises right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Uprooted, probably, says Crazy Chap. I don't know why I wake up.
It's to do with your body biorhythms.
You're standing in for Shelley, obviously.
I feel like I've been on for all the wickets as well, so maybe it's me today.
Well, we've lost 3 since lunch, haven't we? So,
and I was definitely on for the first 2.
Yeah.
So.
Jay says, "I think we all just talk about Anderson's age because we're all just proper jealous. Then again, ignorant jealousy is the primary motivation for most sports commentary."
And now suddenly we got 2 guys on
spot
0.
on, Jay.
Yeah. England's new batsman.
Oof.
That's all, folks.
And I might play that jingle again in a minute when he's out.
Yeah.
Oh. Cruel.
He's had a reasonable series without getting any big scores as well.
My fear is that we get back to England, and as happened last English summer, he gets dropped immediately, and Bairstow gets the gloves back.
Well, that's what you think will happen, won't it? I mean, that one keeps a little bit low, does turn again, and he defends it from the crease square on the offside, and there's no run. I mean, the question is, they
want to bring Brook back when they can, won't they?
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm afraid that might mean that's the decision they make again, which lots of people don't like at all.
No, exactly. Jadeja tosses that one up. Ooh, and there's a bit of indifference in whether it spins or not, isn't there? And it goes straight on. And it was the old classic sucker punch, 1-2.
Yeah. Such a clever bowler.
Harry Brook got an IPL contract, didn't he? Is he going to play in the IPL? That one is defended by Folks and there's no run. Or is this? I mean, no one really still knows what's going on with him, do they? Nothing's been announced.
No, just let him get on with it. Let's assume he's going to be back in the team come the summer.
Yeah.
What's he said about IPL, or what's been said about the IPL? Is he definitely going to play, or
I don't know.
Is Bairstow said he's not going to play? Have I got that right?
I can't remember who's playing and who's not. To be honest, I don't really care enough. Jadeja. Oh, that one turns again. Suddenly there's a bit of bite. Gave that a bit of air. Dropped and turned and beat the outside edge of Folks' back. Great bit of bowling. No run. End of the over.
Just some figures on Stokes. He's scored 197 runs at 24.62.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's Stokes. Folks has scored 173 at 21.62. A strike rate of 37.44, which sounds really low, but actually is indicative of the capacity for him to stick around to support other people while they make runs.
Well, yeah, and he's often been batting with a tail and trying to.
No, but I mean, he was
well.
there while Duckett made all those runs, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It was really useful in that regard.
Yeah, he's a bit old-fashioned.
You need someone able to do that from time to time.
Bit old-fashioned in that respect, which is another reason why he's not always in the team, I guess.
Yeah.
But 300 certainly looks miles away now, and
It
250 even looks a bit of a stretch for England.
Well, it does, with Hartley in next to Wood in at 9. Mind you, Wood got the quickest, something or other at number 11 the other day, didn't he? He got 30 off of about 11 balls when we lost.
Great.
It was entertaining. 30 off 11 balls here would actually take us over 200. the riches
very
of 200.
intolerant. He says, there will be no Tomesis on my watch, gents.
Ooh.
It's a Norcross thing, is it?
Kuldeep around the wicket. Defended by Stokes into the offside, and there is no run.
Although it was you who coined it, wasn't it, there?
It was indeed. It's in. There is a jingle somewhere, Australia All Out jingle from way back when.
Magna-fucking-feek.
It's got it in. Kuldeep over the wicket to Ben Stokes, who leaves that through to the keeper, and there's no run. Wonder what he makes of it all. People having a pop at his Bazball team.
They don't use that word, though, do they?
No, they don't use that word. And I think they've done reasonably well on this tour. Certainly better than the last tour. Same results, but much better to watch. And at least they've had a fight, you know. That's missed and through to the keeper. There's no run. Spun off the wicket. And India have only lost 4 tests since England beat them in 2010 or 11, 2012, and we've actually won 2 of them because we won 1 on the last tour and we won 1 on this tour.
Yeah, it is a very, very difficult place to go and play Test cricket.
Yeah.
India are always formidable at home.
Exactly, and they haven't even got the strongest teams out, have they? Oh, that's got to be close as well. Surely it has been given out. That one's another one that's gone straight on. That might be missing leg stump. That one I would review. I think it'll be umpire's call, to be fair, but
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
I think he might go away with umpire's call, but I think it'll be given out.
Cheap suit is
I
how
reckon I've
India
got
are
that
all over
plum.
it.
I don't think it's plumb, because I think it's sliding down towards leg stump. And again, it was an attempt at googly.
It was a big googly, that one, for Kuldeep. He doesn't bowl...
But
he doesn't bowl big spinning googlies, if you know what I mean, like in the way of Rashid Khan or Adil Rashid. But this one turned sharply.
Well, it didn't turn sharply, it went straight on. That's fucking out. That's plumb.
It's hitting him just slightly above the knee roll, and it was turning.
You can see his leg stump. You can see his leg stump behind, and he's quite deep in the crease. I think he's going to be out.
Well, my suspicion is this probably the umpire's call.
I don't think. I think
hitting the top of the leg. You think it's plumb messes?
I think it's actually hitting. I think we're going to lose the review. He's nowhere near it at the bat. Get on with it again.
Unless there's an issue with height.
Yeah. Possibly. It has hit him quite high up, but he's very deep in the crease. He's a foot behind the popping crease.
I mean, one thing we can say, it totally did him. He didn't pick it at all.
No.
He's miles away from hitting it.
And this will please.
It makes a change for him not to be done by a grubber.
Yeah,
well,
true. This will please an Indo no end. He's a big fan of Kuldeep, and it's like
so am I.
5 for out of 6. It's very good bowling.
Here we go.
Hit in line. It's hit him in front and middle. It's going on to hit middle and leg. Well, it's not. It's hitting the inside of middle. Poor decision to review it. I thought it was further down leg than that for me, but it wasn't. And he's gone. And England in all sorts of shit at 175 for 6.
And no reviews left, and Joel Wilson at the crease.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And that's a 5 for.
Let's have a quick look. Yeah, I should do that as well if I can find it. Where is that one?
Don't know. Milestones, maybe?
Yeah, milestones.
Possibly. It could be in wicket somewhere.
5 for. Here we go.
Oh, nice moves in the studio. If you're not on YouTube, I urge you to get there to see Grubby and the bear boogieing. It's quite something.
So England have gone from, well, we lost 3 wickets on the same score, 175.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Jesus.
As Crazy Chap says, we
Christ.
can't play these non-spinning moon balls. And Stephen Kirk says, oh, for fuck's sake, again. For fuck's sake.
Good bowling by India, you got to say.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of turn in the wicket, and they've used it well. Kuldeep has bowled, been very effective with his googly. Has done a few people, and 2 or 3 have been given away. But the last 2 wickets, particularly Root and Stokes, were well bowled. Straight honours, followed by or spinners, followed by straight honours. And that one is another one that does that. Defended by Hartnett, there's no one. I mean, do you say the googlies or are they top spinners, one or the other?
I think a bit of both. I mean, there was definitely, for him, that turned a lot for his googly. His googly doesn't normally turn that much. It totally did for Stokes, but I did think it was a bit of overspin as well.
Yeah. Well, Kuldeep is in. That one is smashed back past him. It'll be 4 runs. Going to move on to 179 for 6. They've got off that 175. We're going to have a change at the end of the over. I am going to...
Sagir says, no, this is turning into quite a collapse now, isn't it?
Yes.
England have now wasted 2 reviews, especially that Bairstow one. What was he thinking? Let's not forget that the last test, Dharamsala, was also called his debut test when he bagged a 5 for. Total garbage, says Crazy Chap. And Mulk says, the dancing, my eyes. I cannot unsee that dancing. I am corrupted, says Stephen Kelk. And I shall hand you over to...
Forthy, I believe, isn't it?
Forthy's... I think you're doing socials, Bear, but I'll let you arm wrestle with Forthy if you don't fancy that and you want him to do it.
No.
Up to you two.
I'm fine with it.
Well, you know where we're up to, Bear. That's good.
Well, gentlemen, I can tell you one thing. In 2017, the only other test here in the first innings, I'll just wait for this Jadeja delivery, which is defended by folks into the offside. Kuldeep took 4 for 68 in that first innings, all up. He's taken 5 for 68 here. Wow. So he's got an exemplary first innings record. 9 wickets in first innings in test matches at Dharamsala. That's worked away to square leg. They'll take a single. Every single run England will be grateful for now. They're 100 for 2 they were at lunch. So
yeah, silver linings. I'm glad this isn't the first test of the series. It would have been a very portentous first day of a series.
I mean, Ben Stokes will be disappointed as that one is in the extreme. That one's turned away to square leg.
Yeah,
you can't get a single.
You can't see India fucking up like this.
4 for 81 this session. Although the run rate's been pretty decent. They've been close to 4 run rate wise. Not exactly Bazballian in its peak, but it's not been a track to do that, has it?
Well, I think you probably could have got away with it on this track. It's pretty flat, really.
That's thrown up and defended nicely by folks. 2 new batsmen. We're into the beginning of the tail, though. Hartley, Forthy, has proven to himself to be capable, but capable providing he's tending to sort of play more aggressively, I think, as that's defended nicely by folks.
Probably one of the reasons he was chosen and why he fits into the side as well. But yeah, he's definitely got a bit about him, Hartley. I think he's one for the future. But of course, England have come with a very hollow spinning attack into this series.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. As I said earlier, that's defended nicely by folks into the offside. That England spin attack, if it's given plenty of chance to play together and not just thrown together when they tour India, I'd love to see how they go 4 or 5 years from now, because I think with the extra experience they could be awesome, but they need to get the regular games to get the experience.
Jack Leach and Nathan Lyon stand in their way once they go back to England, but let's see what's...
Well, talk of Bashir, in Bashir's case, there is talk of him going out on loan just to somewhere where he will get some cricket, and I think that would be sensible. Anyway, it's 181 for 6 after 47. The wheels have come cartwheeling off the English clown car, and we can go to Bear for some messages.
Yeah, I don't know where unless you having said I should know where we were, I don't. But Sujit Y sent us 20 quid.
Oh, that's kind.
He says, always been a fan of commentary panel at GC. Here's my contribution. Thank you very much. Perron collapses on. England keeping me away from the land of Nod. Did we get the answer to the bowler question? I don't think we did, but I can give it to you. I'll spoil it for you.
Yeah, go on then.
It was Philip de Freitas.
It was. And I'll give you the answer to the other quiz question that we set you in a moment.
Leah says this English middle order looks as solid as candy floss again. Spicy Golden Duck, good morning. Things you expect to hear on Gorilla Cricket number 127. Come on, get the Tomesis right. At least a fifer in the first inning is looking almost a cert, says Kev Haggerty, which has already happened. Yeah. And that was to us and to Anindo. And Anindo says bloody spoil sport to Danger for stopping Crawley from getting a 10-fer.
To go full. Not Ashwin, who was it? Who am I thinking of? He did it twice though, didn't he? The chap I'm trying to think of, who I've had a mental blank on the name.
There was the Kiwi who did it.
No, famous Indian spinner.
Kumble.
Anil Kumble, of course. I'm pretty sure he's done it twice. Someone will tell me if I'm wrong. I've no doubt.
He did it once. I don't know about twice.
Ashwin, the other man, playing his 100th test. He is going to be back into the attack. Number 29 for him. Might give him a little courtesy jingle as he's back to Bolton Hartley. He has a slip for the left-handed Hartley, who defends very solidly indeed. And there is no run.
The difference between the two sides is not the top of the order, it's not the bottom of the order, where they match each other per runs per wicket. The middle order is where this series
defended well. No run. I can't hear myself in the headphones. I can hear Fortley as if he's coming through the headphones. I can't hear me.
Well, I can hear you.
Well, if you can, then that's probably all we need. In comes Ashwin, down the track comes Hartley, and the Vatican slice is executed, and it's Bumrah who is down there at third man. No, it'd be long leg, wouldn't it? Because they would have taken a single. Hartley had a right old heave, and it was a genuine inside edge. Down to Bumrah it went, but and they get a single. All hands on heads. India right on their toes. England, not for the first time this series, had looked in tidy order. The opening pair were going along very nicely, but once Duckett went, the wheels have come off. The wickets have fallen all too frequently for England. That's nicely defended by folks into the offside from 100. 4-2 at lunch. They've lost 4 wickets for 82 this afternoon. As this one's pushed to mid-on, they'll take a single. Folks will move on to 2.
The odd thing is, well, not odd, but everyone. I mean, Crawley got a good score. Everyone else got in, so they got to 20.
Yeah.
And then got out.
Yes, so that's partly, as that one's nicely defended by Hartley. That's credit to an absolutely top quality attack on their own patch.
Yes.
And Kuldeep, who has been superb. But I think Pope would have another look at his shot and think, how and why did I do that? I think Duckett might. Who else for the wickets that have fallen? Possibly not the others. Rootie's LBW looked pretty square on and solid. And
yeah, well, I think Stokes and Root were done by good bowling, weren't they? I mean,
they were. Crawley's possibly.
Yeah, it was a good ball. Turned a lot.
Was a good
really
ball.
Fantastic.
Beat him in the flight.
Bairstow, legitimate edge. It was the faintest of edges, but it was enough.
Again, another good ball. Another one that didn't. Went straight on.
Slanted across him. Yeah, which Kuldeep just bowls brilliantly.
Another narrative is that England could easily have been 83 for 6, not 183 for 6, because they're really rather.
Well, in comes Jadeja from the river end, looking up at those wonderful Himalayan mountains.
And of course,
over the top of that glorious, gorgeous-looking red roofed pavilion. No run.
And the other thing is, if there is swing in the air, the problem is you don't have enough runs on the board. But Jimmy is the exponent of it, the best exponent of it in the world, probably.
Yes, and yet all the wickets, interestingly enough, have fallen to spin here. Yeah. Having talked at some length about that Ranji game, which Aninda quite rightly says you can't really compare India in February to now. Well, it was only 4 weeks ago. That's pushed into the offside towards cover. No run by
one
Ben
thing you
Folks.
can get the first innings, fourth innings matches, where it does a lot on the first day and it does a lot towards it, which was the story of the first test, of course.
That's nicely defended by Folks. Back to Jadeja. Yeah, we're looking at that route dismissal. It was a good ball.
It was a great ball.
Yeah, it was a great
He
ball.
got one to just turn and start to go past the outside edge, and then got one to slide on.
Forward comes Folks again, stout in his defence.
See, the interesting thing is there'll be much less criticism because they got out to great balls. But had they adopted a more Bazbalian approach, would they be 240 for 8 now, or 260 for 8?
Well,
that's the
very fair questions, Forthy, that you posit there, as that one's defended into the onside. There is no run, and at the end of that over, which was a maiden that Jadeja has whistled through in his Jadejian way, England are 183 for 6, and it don't look too good.
Doesn't. Leah says that 2017 Dharamsala test holds a special place in my heart as he uses Ishant mocking Smith in that match as an avatar for his YouTube channel.
He made a ton though, Smith. He made 111, I think, for Australia in the first innings.
Possibly. Oxymoronica says, I want to see youth coming through like we've seen with India's team. Time for a new era of England Test cricket. The question is, has Baz really got the balls?
Harsh. Ashwin in, slip and a short leg go down, and it's dabbed to backward point by Hartley Hare, and there's no run.
Getting that with in the spin department, arguably not elsewhere.
In comes the man who's celebrating his century of tests. That's launched high and handsome. As it's launched long enough? No, it's not. It's taken by Devdutt Padikkal, Devdutt debutant, and he took it beautifully down there, deep mid-wicket. Hartley,
long on.
He doesn't long on. Yeah, well,
yeah, very much long on.
You think long on?
Yeah, it's not mid-wicket. Mid-wicket's over there.
Cow. Yeah, well, yeah, it depends.
It wasn't quite
stretch
cow.
it around. Either way, it was cowish. But long on, I'll give you long on. Either way, it was beautifully held by Devdutt Padikkal. And Hartley, as is his way,
I don't mind that. He's number.
He went for it. He was down on one knee. He was looking to haul it. Devdutt judged it beautifully. Took it falling over. And another one has
bitten the dust.
Bitten the dust, which you think I'm now going to play that jingle.
Number 7.
Which I am. I know it's number 7.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Aye. It's fucking irritating, isn't it? Armchair Cricket Podcast says, wow, 3 wickets and 3 overs for India. Now it's 4 in about 6. Kuldeep gets a 5 on day 1 of the test. The pitch is offering steady turn, nothing alarming, true. But kudos to him the way he's bowled. He's bowled very well. He's got the one to go straight on, a bit of top spin, maybe a bit of googly. That's flummoxed the batsman, and it's caused trouble for England. Can't help but feel it was Crawley first and Bairstow who gave it away. I don't know if they gave it away. I mean, this is what I mean. I think it's good bowling, to be fair. He's tempted them both times. I mean, the ball that got Crawley, he threw up there, gave it a good rip, but he gave it some air as well, and that tempted Crawley to come down, play the shot. It turned sharply, beat his inside edge. I mean, he did the same really with Bairstow. He tossed it up, but that time it was the googly or the top spinner. And instead of turning into his bat, it went straight on, and he got a thin edge. And you have to say it's very good bowling.
It's time
I agree with that. Every time someone plays an aggressive shot and gets out, doesn't mean that they threw it away.
No,
in my opinion, it's got to be risk reward in cricket. There just has
precisely.
To be. Crawley. We can be very critical of Pope, of course, and I think he was overly frenetic, but I wouldn't be critical of Crawley.
No.
Well, it's hard to be critical of a man who's got to 78. As that one's defended by the new man. Time to saddle up. It's this fellow.
Well, you say that, Tony.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy.
In comes Ashwin. Oh, edged and taken. And another one has fallen. Wood has gone. He's stumbled at the second hurdle. gone for a duck, edge straight to slip, and well, he's going to be back in the paddock. England are in all kinds of disser-effing ray. It's 183 for 8.
Fuck me, this is a disaster. It started off so well. It's just gone horribly wrong.
After you've gone.
And we're going to now have to witch and Gyswell got a third double ton in the series. And they get 650 for 4 or something.
2 balls he survived, Mark Wood. None on the scoreboard. Caught by Rohit, low down to his right, off the bowling of Ashwin. Ashwin has 2 in the over. Wood and Hartley 2 for 31 overall for him. 183 for 8 are England. And that dinging noise, Bear, for which I apologise, is Louis going, "Fuck's sake, England," on WhatsApp to me. Man after your own, a man who's borrowed your dictionary.
Exactly. David Stump says, surely Hartley has to go.
It's slightly a shame because I had a very clever little saying lined up there. When you said it's hard to be critical of a man who got to 78, I was going to give you Donald Trump, but there we are.
Oh, I see.
But he's 77, isn't he?
In fact, I must have a word with my son about his language.
Oh, no, you shouldn't.
Ashwin. Well, no, I'll tell you as this one's defending. Well, Troy Deeney appeared behind me last night at the football, so I texted Louis to say, hey, Troy Deeney's just sat behind me. And immediately the reply came back, go and tell him he's an ugly cunt. And see what he says. And see what happens, that was it. Did pass the outside edge. That did rather recall the 5th Yes album, in that it was quite close to the edge, but it was past the edge as well. 50 overs complete, 183 for 8. England in a total mess. India right on top. Bear.
David Stump says, surely Hartley has to go on loan with Lyon at Lancs, otherwise he's going from England to Lancs seconds inside 3 weeks. Yeah, probably true. Jay Grover says 40, second your right, 6th in. Huh? Second on your right, 6th in, sorry.
Oh, okay, right.
Ignore Dutter's book.
Oh, what, book bingo? Right,
yeah.
Okay, I'm with you.
He says, ignore Dutter's book. Bother. I'm getting slightly vexed. At least I have the mighty blades to sustain me. Well, yeah, bother.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that one. They were horrific the other night against Arsenal. Dave Wood says, I miss Hendo, who would currently be losing his shit on a nuclear level. It's very true.
This is very true. He probably still is. He just did not got out of bed to do it.
Yeah, he'd have probably stormed out by now, actually.
Defended by folks. 2 off 17. He's not going to change the way he plays. If everyone else lose their wickets, folks, he's going to do his level best just to keep doing what he does. Something's making Forthy chortle.
Well, the book I've
into the offside.
taken down is 3 novels by Charles Dickens in a compendium.
Oh,
it's
right.
very appropriate to the Test match. Hard Times is one.
Fair enough.
A Tale of Two Cities.
Yes.
And rather inaccurately, Great Expectations.
Well,
very good.
Maybe.
Great failed expectations.
That's out towards deep cover. A Tale of Two Cities, isn't that Sidney Carton? The father of modern packaging.
Fucking advertisers, piss off.
184 for 8. I like making 40 laugh. I always feel it's a small achievement if I've been momentarily intelligent enough to create worthy of his chortle. 184 for 8. None for Bashir. I haven't even jingled. I was almost thinking, is it worth jingling him? He won't be here long. But who knows? You never know. Well, actually, I fear you do. But it is this man of Somerset, who I can't even find. Where am I looking? Here he is. Shoaib, not Martin Bashir. That's the fella I was after. In comes Jadeja. 3 men round the bat now, all on the offside to the right-handed Bashir, but he defends that tidily. Some concern about his fitness, chaps.
What, Bashir? He's got a dodgy...
Ripped spinning finger, which is a young man who, barely bowled in county cricket, who then has to sort of rattle through about 70 overs. It's possibly not surprising. That's defended back to Jadeja.
Had 2 weeks to recover, pretty much.
Dot ball, 1 run only from this Jadeja over. It's all about spin. In terms of the wickets, that's past the outside edge of Bashir. And Jarrell, for once, doesn't take it cleanly. I've been a big fan of Jarrell's work, as has Ben Folkes, who apparently has something of a man crush on him, according to Ben Stokes.
Oh, that wasn't.
That was an edge.
It
Actually, it was a drop. Oh well, Jarrell, goodness me. Probably won't cost that much in the great scheme of things.
You do wonder
for 8.
If India get a score, don't England just their brains will be mentally on the plane, won't they? I mean, I'm sure they started the day thinking we can win this, but by now they're probably gonna fuck it, gonna go home.
Here we are again.
Yeah.
Here we are again.
India does that to you. Dave.
Sydney tests, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 series.
Exactly. Dave Barrett didn't go hard enough, obviously.
Well, no. Joe, Dave's in tomorrow.
Oh, is he? Excellent.
He is in. We've got some interesting people tomorrow. We've got Georgie Heath.
We're coming with a dog.
Who's bringing her dog Tuffers.
Oh, nice.
Interesting to have a dog named after a cat, but that is what we've got. I'm sure she's heard that before, so I will not use it tomorrow.
You sure?
Well, no, because she will have obviously heard it before.
Ashwin. Never stopped you before, Tony.
Went on with outside. Went on with the arm, past the outside edge. Folkes leaves 3 off 21 for him. What's that strike rate wise? 0.3.
My wife can't stop herself stating what everybody is hoping
defended
no one
into the onside. Sorry, go on.
Well, my friend is married to an extremely tall woman, and when my wife met her, she couldn't help herself but say, "God, you're tall." I mean, what a stupid
Fair
thing
enough.
to say on.
As that one is pushed towards long on, called deep fields. They'll take a single.
Well, sometimes it's better to get these things out because otherwise they just stick in your head.
Maybe.
You want to say them. You might as well just say them, even if they are, rather stupid.
Yeah, I could see she was desperate to say it, so I thought, oh, maybe just saying, let's get it.
Do you remember the chap with the mole on his face in Austin Powers? And Austin Power.
Right.
That one is defended into the onside, and he says, "I know you've been trying to say it." And Austin Powers says, "Moly, moly, moly, guacamole." Just because he's utterly transfixed by this big blob on this poor chap's face. Oh, is that in front? That looks to be going down leg to me. It looks to be going down leg to Blind Joel as well. And I think on this occasion, I doubt India will review. I think we all saw the same thing there.
Yeah, I mean, just whisper it, but he's not had too bad a day, Joe Wilson.
No, I was just about to say the same thing.
And actually, in the last test, he was on a real roll, wasn't he? That's launched. It's launched by Bashir. Has he launched it far enough? Yes, he has. And
was it a 6?
Well, it might have bounced. No, it's given us a 4 by Joel. But it's 4 more to the score for England, 189, and the modest target, I think, now is to pass 200. It seems less than an hour ago we were going, 300, we can still do that.
Well, I started today saying 450 was required, didn't I?
Well, you sweet innocent thing.
Yeah. Jay Grover says, it started off so well, then it all went horribly wrong. So are writ 1,000,000 gravestones and 1,000 obituaries.
Well, this is very true, alas.
Armchair Cricket Podcast goes, wow, this is a serious collapse now as England have lost 8 for 5 in 6 overs, all to spinners. Yeah, for 175 for 3 and looking at 400, England Sunday now looking at 225. You'll be lucky if we get 225, mate. Australia versus New Zealand. Second test tomorrow in Christchurch. Oh, I thought it started on Thursday, didn't it? Which would have been today. I thought it started on the 7th as well.
Jadeja. In he comes. Folkes defends. Shot through quite low. Folkes looks a little bit stiff and wooden as the feet rather stayed planted and the back got jabbed down, but it did the job. Again, classic defence from the resolute Folkes. 4 each for this pair, Bashir and Folkes. 189 for 8, England. 89 for 6 they are since lunch. That's driven, but driven straight to extra cover.
Oh,
and there'll be no run.
Oh, fuck off. This is the first innings on the first day. You can't be protecting some dude at the other end. I mean, this is I mean...
Oh, I thought you talked to me. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time you told me to fuck off.
No.
The weird thing being, I wasn't remotely surprised, and I actually expected it was at me. But
I mean, it's the first day of the test. It's just pointless to protect Bashir.
Yeah.
You just get as many runs as you can.
Well, the other way round. I think protect Folks. I mean, who's protecting who in this relationship, to be fair? Folks 5 off 27, Bashir 4 off 8. You can work the speed of scoring out for yourself between the two of them. That one is nicely turned into the onside, just past the man at forward short, which we think is Sarfraz, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it was an potential
possible chance. Sarfraz, I think he went through his hands onto his legs and then he rather flailed in an inelegant way. That's past the outside edge. Jarrell might think he's got an edge. Jadeja thinks he had an edge. Rod Tucker didn't. I think in retrospect, I'm not sure Rohit does. Is he coming in for a chat about it?
No, I don't think so.
No. It's the end of the over.
You might almost say with Bashir that it's different strokes for a different folks, but I'm not sure that quite works.
Oh, it kind of does. Adam Newman says Australia, New Zealand tomorrow. Second test, Christchurch. Australia unchanged from Wellington last week. New Zealand bring in Sears on debut for O'Rourke.
That's a man better known by a different name.
Something to do with department stores?
What?
Sears.
No, Adam Newman.
That's on by Nueva.
Yes,
of course I know that.
Well, I was just making sure you knew.
Didn't you know in the last shower?
Yeah, exactly. And it's Kiwi captain, another 100th test debut. All these players start around the same time then. Southie's 100th test tomorrow. Which means we've had 4 in the last couple of weeks.
Wow, it's
2 Englishmen, an Indian and a Kiwi. Leah says, I guess it's about time for a player in his 100th test getting dropped partway through the match. The rest of the middle order were probably more useful as dog food than cricketers as well. Yeah, Jay says, that one mint 40, and Tony ruined it with Sydney Carlton shite. Advertisers suck the joy out of life.
Someone is off the outside edge to deep backward point by Folks. He takes a single, which, to your point, there is now, are we just going to watch 5 dot balls to wait for a single in the next over from Folks,
please.
Followed by another 5
well, exactly,
dot balls?
It's fucking pointless. You're getting nowhere fast. You might as well.
191 for 8. Oh, pops up.
I don't think that
think it hit the bat. No. And,
I did think of having a special series of special books, which I was going to have. So I've got the Guardian Book of Cricket here, which are just to liven things up a bit.
That's a good idea.
I've also got a bird.
I mean, the picture's suddenly taken a bit of grip later in the day, hasn't it?
Oh, that's Bashir has flamingoed that very nicely, but it's dropped short of Siraj, who's down at between long on and a fairly wide mid wicket, deep mid wicket. Can we say that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd say that's cow.
You say cow. You say fair enough.
You say cow. I say deep mid wicket. The old England American song.
That's nicely flicked as well by Folks. Same man, same position, whatever we're calling it. They do take a single, 3 off the over. So I'm happy very much if they do this, because they actually look relatively untroubled doing it. You're up to 5 or 6 and over. If you continue to do that, that's well defended by Bashir. There is a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg for Bashir, but he's looked pretty steady.
You said that too early. He's going to be out of this ball now.
I've lost 13. It's a bit.
I'm backing him. Come on, Bashir, lad. And that one is a good ball down, past his leg stump, but just came back a little bit.
Quick over that.
But it does ripped through by R. Ashwin. It's 193 for 8, 54 overs complete, and we can go back to the Bear.
Dave Wood says it's about time you did a Desert Island Discs version of Guerrilla Commentators, although you may have to edit Gary's down by several days. That's true. Armchair Cricket Podcast. This is the 6th score between 20 and 38 from Johnny Bairstow. An experienced player is expected to go on and convert at least 2 of those into 80, 100 plus innings. I agree with you. He's had a pretty poor series. So has Stokes. Pope too. I mean, it's just Forty's point, England's middle order
Well,
really
Pope won us the one test we've won.
Yeah.
The fact is, you look at all the other tests.
Yeah.
It's we've had one where Ruti went on.
Yes,
and we didn't
first test I
capitalise.
like. Your first test I like. I've got nothing against
your first test.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite work with the next line of that sketch. The trouble is neither of you, which works very well for a one-legged Tarzan, but not really for test matches.
Leah sent in a GIF for you, Forthy. She says,
lovely.
She says, sorry, Forthy should download this GIF to his phone to annoy his wife, and it's you state the obvious Spock GIF.
Oh right, okay.
Jadeja defends into the offside, or defended by folks off Jadeja into the offside. Defended again by folks. I like folks' attitude here.
Yeah,
he's not anti-Bazball, but he's said all along, look, this is how I play. He's actually won test matches for England by playing it, remember, under McCullum and Stokes. By playing that role.
He's like the Reverend Ian Paisley, who would always help out one of the Catholics in his constituency if it was required.
Indeed. How many years are we going back for Ian Paisley? 70s Ian Paisley?
Yeah, 70s,
80s, 90s, even in the 2000s, wasn't he? I mean, he was in the administration.
Thrown up by Jadeja, whipped quite nicely by folks out to mid-wicket. They'll take a single. At least I hope they took a single.
No, this partnership needs to do what Green did with Lyon. Get 100.
Yeah,
yes, that would be good.
That would be excellent.
I'm
not quite sure they've. Well, Folks has, but
Folks has got a few
if
hundred.
to get to the same score, and it'll probably take them 3 days at the rate that they're going. Which I'm not sure. A draw is on England's mind. That's past the outside edge of Bashir. That does turn by Jadeja, and Bashir was playing down Piccadilly, and the ball was on the Met.
This will be the last ball before tea, I think.
Possibly should be. That's nicely defended. He falls over a bit though, does Bashir, but he's kept it out safely enough. One off that over by Jadeja. 1 for 17 for him. 194 for 8 of 55 England, and I think the stumps are off. Tea is calling, and India will be cock-a-hoop. They have had absolutely the best of it. After another promising start has failed to turn itself into to continue, really. England have
wasn't ideal. 6 wickets fell for 94 runs in the session at the most un-Bazballian run rate of 3.19, but they wouldn't be concerned about that. 6 wickets. A couple of them, maybe you could say, over-aggressive shots, but that's the way England play. But basically, absolutely outstanding masterclass of spin bowling from India.
Indeed. You have to say that's true, and on a wicket that's not massively helpful. It's a first day wicket. There's a bit of turn, and they've utilised that well, mainly with a straight honour that's done. The England players, they've got some to turn, and England have played for turn, and then they've bowled some top spinners and some straight honours, sliders, and managed to pin a lot of LBWs, which is good bowling, as you say. Last couple of tweets. Jay Grover says, all right, 50 bar for 15 seconds free punching on 40's smug wee face, last offer. It's not enough. Sorry, Jay. Umbre Nuevo says, oh no, Kiwi Caddy says it's also Kane Williams under test tomorrow. There you go.
Oh, you're right, there's a whole gang at the same time. Oh, well, I will tell you ever so quickly, then it's off my mind and probably yours. Johnny Bairstow, who got to his 100, only 3 players had got to 100 tests slower. Those 3 players were Botham, Boycott and Gooch, and the 2, of course, who had mitigating circumstances to be slower were Boycott, who opted out of a couple of series, and Graham Gooch, who was banned for a while.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's because he's been in and out of the team, hasn't he, Johnny B?
Johnny B, that's the point, has been in and out, whereas the others had other reasons for that being the case.
On Brain Away, it says, morning, fantastic GC. Is this one of the rare occasions where we cannot say we need to wait till both sides have had a bat or something of that ilk? And much more accurate to quote one of the other fine members of this community, doomed!
Aye.
Well, it does feel that way.
True.
I mean, there is movement in the air. Jimmy could do something special, but the wicket doesn't. Well, the wicket looks. From what it looks like a really nice wicket to bat on, but it has got a bit of turn in it. but I'm sure India won't give it away in a way that England have.
No, I mean, you need early wickets. When Anderson and Wood get the ball in their hands, they need luck and early strikes, and then maybe England can just keep themselves in the shout. But you wouldn't put money on it. Right, it's tea time. We're going to have a wee break. We'll carry on with our chat about Iceland cricket. We'll pick up from near enough where we left off.
Yep. See you in a bit.
And getting rid of all the sort of bloody noses.
Yeah, very, very English.
So, I mean, there's some other interesting stories. One I know, which is going to fascinate the Bear, who's long held the opinion that as a left-arm spinner, he could still go for less than 8 and over in the IPL.
Yep.
You actually, now, I think it was actually you, under the name of Cato Johnson, who somehow ended up as a mystery spinner. Or was it Kings 11 Punjab?
That's right.
Yes. Now, how did an Icelandic mystery spinner, i.e. you, end up netting with Kings 11 Punjab?
This episode is brought to you by the EE Game Store. They've got all the games and all the gear you want. PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, MetaQuest VR, handheld consoles, you name it. You don't need to be an EE customer to use the EE Game Store. It's open to every player on any network. They've got exclusive console bundles to get you gaming for less, and you can even spread the cost. Plus, they'll let you trade in your old console for cash. Just search EE Game Store to find out more.
Book your ticket to happiness with Sun Express Airlines.
This was when the Iceland cricket Twitter phenomenon happened about 2019, when everything suddenly went crazy. I mean, what have they got now? 128,000 followers on Twitter. This explosion of this world's tiniest team with a bigger Twitter following than any team in the world, other than the 12 test-playing nations. And Kings 11 Punjab had this idea that they wanted to play. You know how much money these teams have got, right? These franchises. I mean, incredibly wealthy.
And they're sharing it all around the world.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they are. It's wonderful, isn't it? Their management got this idea that they wanted to play a joke on the squad for April Fool's Day. This joke involved bringing over a mystery spinner from the world's tiniest cricketing nation. And they said, will you come over and do this? And, be Icelandic and get introduced to the squad. So, yeah, as it happens, I am a spin bowler, and I do tend to bowl this ball called the back spinner, which is it's fallen out of fashion. It was very Victorians used to bowl it a lot. So I suppose, my action is hardly mystery, but it's, the ball is an unusual ball to bowl, and it's got, many, many wickets over at club cricket level over the years. So I went over there and I was put into the kit and brought in, and the players were told this is the new mystery spinner from Iceland. And one batter in the team called Simran Singh, who now he scored his first IPL 100 in the last season, I think. But at the time he was very much the junior, and he was told, make this guy look good. So
that's part of the joke. That's part of the joke. Okay.
Well, on my day, I might have been able to bowl, a succession of, at the very least, good length balls at him, but I just got off 3 flights to get to Chandigarh. I hadn't had any chance to warm up. So, my first ball to this guy is a sort of, I can't remember which came first, the massive long hop or the full toss.
You varied it. You mixed it up for him.
Those were definitely the first 2 balls. And, he'd been told, don't, don't. So he sort of bunted it back and took one hand off the glove. Just as I was about to say, well, give me 2 balls to warm up, Mike Hesson, the coach, stormed over and said, oh my God, we can use this. Then Mujib Zadran and David Miller then come over to the net and hang on a minute, what's going on here? So then comes my other rank ball, and after 2 balls, I'd probably settled into a little rhythm of at least, thoroughly untesting on a length. But by this time, Hessen's gone over to the camera crew and saying, well, this is absolutely outstanding. And as soon as Hessen's back is turned, Prab Simran can bear it no longer. So while this interview is going on, you just see this wiry, 40-year-old supposed Icelandic spinner being spanked to kingdom come by a 17-year-old in the IPL net. Well, Mujib Zadran and Sam Curran stand sort of, scratching their heads like, what the fuck is going on? Let's just say it doesn't take very long for the penny to drop among the players.
Yes.
Right, okay.
But having got me there, Kings 11 Punjab thought, well, that was fun, but we've got him here now, so let's tell the Indian press that we have signed him and he is going to play against Delhi Capitals tonight. And he's going to open the bowling and he's going to play in place of Murugan Ashwin. So I have me signing autographs at the Lalit Hotel and, showing Ravichandran Ashwin, who's the captain, how to bowl the backspin. I mean, apart from anything else,
But Ravi, R. Ashwin was presumably in on the joke, though, wasn't he? Or was he being pulled along with everyone else?
He was, but he was a bit more sort of distant from the joke because he's very busy, very much in demand, and R. Ashwin is he's a very he's what a thinker about the game he is all the time. But I did I did show him how to bowl this ball, and he said, "Well, okay, I'm going to bowl it first ball in the match." And he got a wicket first ball of the game with my backspinner.
Nice.
No way. Wow.
Well, I hasten to add, this was his version of my backspinner.
Well, he probably still used and improved on it.
Exactly.
There we go.
But it's apart from anything else, it was it's a good chapter in the book.
Well, it is. And the book, I should remind everybody, in case you for some strange reason wandered into the pub halfway through. From Lords to the Fjords, it's the saga of Icelandic cricket. It's the extraordinary story of how Iceland cricket came to be such a phenomenon on social media and indeed in reality. But it's part of history. It's very funny, but it has there's that grain of historical truth that Kit's built into all of it, and it is an absolutely fascinating. There is a thread. There is a rock, a foundation,
silo
of historical
silo,
a foundation of historical truth based on the sagas.
Not a word of historical inaccuracy.
No. It talks about Kanaklika and how that effectively was cricket, and it was played back in the 9th century. It is published by Fairfield, and you can find it at all good bookstores, and
probably Amazon.
Indeed.
Afraid so.
Yes.
From Lords to the Fjords is the book to look out for. It's by our friend Kit Harris, and I can tell you I shall be finishing reading it, and where I got to before the lovely Beverly kind of interrupted me on my train journey home has been rattlingly good and well worth the read. So while we've got you, we're just going to carry on and chat. Kit. Tell us a little bit, of what you can. What are we looking out for? It's not that long until the almanac comes out in April, isn't it? So we're only a month or so away. What can we be looking out for there?
Well, the Wisden Cricketers Almanac, of which I have the immense joy and privilege of being the assistant editor. We put it to press at the end of last week, and it's published on Thursday the 20th of April, if I'm right in saying. So all the usual stuff is there. There are one or two bits that I can trail for you. We introduced in 2023 the Wisden Trophy for the best test performance. And that went, of course, to Johnny Bairstow last year for his twin centuries against India. So there's we have this extra new award, almost new award to announce. But what we also did, which was probably just about the most fun thing we did at Wisden Towers over the year, was we decided we must backdate the Wisden Trophy for all the years of Test cricket, and we broke it into 2 sections. So this year we have the post-war Wisden Trophy allocation, and that's a good pub table night-long task, isn't it? Okay, right. 1960. Here are all the good performances. Who do we give it to? That really was fun to do. So we unveil all the post-war Wisden Trophy.
How many years do you go back? Or everything post-war, or before, or even before the war?
If you buy 2023, if you haven't already, still available on the Bloomsbury website.
Okay.
You can read 1877 to the war. So you've got the first set there. 1877 is there's probably no surprise there, given what happened in the first Test match.
Yes.
But so that's good fun to finish off that thread.
So Bannerman. Did Bannerman get your first Wisden Test award, basically? Yeah, that would possibly make sense.
How could he not?
No.
Well, I'm sure that certain years like 1956 will not be altogether surprising in the new Wisden, but there
Jim Laker, I guess.
Plenty of obvious candidates, and one or two. Oh, I'd forgotten about that sort of surprises. And of course, it is an award that can be won by a men's or women's Test performance.
But it's the performance, it's not the whole year. It's
one Test match.
Wow.
Now, what else have we got? You would expect us to have really good writing, as we do, on the wonderful Ashes series that we had last year. So we have Gideon Haigh, of all people, on the Ashes series. So that will be a good read. And we have the tributes. I don't think it's any great spoiler to say we have really comprehensive tributes to Stuart Broad and Catherine Sibber-Brunt and Anya Shrubsole, who all retired in 2023. But yeah, if it happened, it's in there.
Cool. And it comes out in April. Is there a date in April you can give us?
April the 20th. And I should say, because it's if you're a naughty Amazon user, it's not altogether obvious that there is a very, very smart way of getting the £60 Wisden at half price. Which is if you go to Wisden's home site, you search for Wisden Cricketers Almanac, or go to wisdenalmanac.com, or just to search it through bloomsbury.com, our publisher, you can get Wisden for half price by the simple expedient of subscribing to it, which means you get it every year, and various other little perks. But you get it for 30 rather than 60, which must be one of the better discount deals in the cricket world.
Indeed. Wow. Okay. Well, we'll look out for that. Now,
guess we get onto some cricket now.
Well, I was about to say. Well, we've been talking cricket. We're talking Icelandic cricket and historical cricket. What have you made of the Test series so far, Kit? From what you've seen, India. I'm talking in India and England here.
Tremendous. Thoroughly enjoyed it. There have been, I think they've probably been, we've been spoiled, haven't we, by Bazball, because we have our expectations have been changed. Our pre-India tour expectations in recent years are how badly are we going to lose this?
Yes.
And this year it's, could Bazball win it? And I think that, if you take out a couple of batting collapses,
yes,
we had opportunities,
but taking the bigger picture, I'm still very grateful that we're able to talk about this series from a disappointed England fans' point of view. From we two batting collapses away and ruining those missed opportunities, whereas in the previous series that would have been a luxury previous, last time round, it was not, oh, if only we hadn't collapsed those 2 times. Last time round, it was, we have absolutely no answer to this guy, Akshar Patel.
Yeah.
We've barely heard of before the series.
Other than to find a couple of blokes with terrible figures in county cricket, but who at least are tall enough to look a bit like him. And hence we got Hartley and Shoaib Bashir.
The disappointment really is, isn't it, that the thing we thought wouldn't really, would be our weakness, which is our spin attack, has actually performed really well. And the thing we hoped that wouldn't potentially make a difference to our first innings scores, the aggressive approach hasn't really come off. But it's been, you can't fault the quality of the cricket. I haven't moaned about the pitches once. I think we've had 4 really good and different cricket pitches. The first and fourth test matches have been good Indian cricket pitches with lots of spin, but a good batter will get good runs. As my God, this Yashasvi Jaiswal. Oh my God,
Yeah, what a talent, eh? Fourth, he's already 4th. If you look at players whose highest averages in first-class cricket have played over, I think, 100 games or 150 games. He's 4th on that list.
No, that's what's his name? Sarfaraz.
No, it's not. Jaiswal's 2nd. Sarfaraz is 4th. That's right.
And I think Shubman Gill, I wasn't really ever riding on the boat of questioning his place in the team. I think he's going to be absolutely class for years to come, and very possibly Sarfaraz Khan may, if he remains fit, because he's a big lad in a very fit world. But I think Sarfaraz Khan could top them all. Actually, he's a phenomenal player.
Yeah, and he certainly has a huge track record of runs in the Ranji Trophy, and it's taken him best part of 10 years to get into the team, I think.
Yeah, he was a bit ropey in the last test, though, wasn't he? When the pressure was on, he didn't really show it. So, I mean, he did in the test before, but they were miles ahead at the point when he came into bat and then seconded.
Hello, everyone. We're back live in Dharamsala. We're in Sydenham. They're in Dharamsala, and England are struggling. 194 for 8, having made a pretty promising start this morning. Got to 100 for the loss of just 1, and then Ollie Pope ran past one on the stroke of lunch. And then the second session of the game has belonged very much to India. Kuldeep Yadav has 5 wickets to his name. Jadeja has 1. Ashwin got a quick couple on his 100th appearance in tests. And England now are being represented by Shoaib Bashir and Ben Foakes, and India are right on top. Hello, the Bear.
Hello, Grubby. Hello, Messi.
And hello, Messers as well.
Hello.
How you doing? Here comes Ashwin, first ball after tea, which is whipped quite pleasingly between mid-wicket and long on, and it's gone for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think they had a chat at tea, and Stokesy said, "Come on, I can't be bearing 1 and over for the next fucking 40 minutes to get another 10 runs. Can we just do it in 3 overs?"
Well, maybe folks just thought, well, there's one, it's in my hitting zone, and he used his feet quite nicely. Full delivery. Oh, that was going to be close to LBW, but got an inside edge on it, looking to sweep it. They are coming back. They're not. They just got 1. So 1 down to long leg there. The score's moved on to 199 for 8.
200 is a psychological victory.
Yeah, it's funny how your horizons change, isn't it? Because I think a few of us were saying 350 plus earlier on. You were saying 450, weren't
I was
you?
saying 450. The wicket looked flat.
Well, ain't going to happen. It's 199 for 8.
No.
And suddenly 250. If England got to 250, England fans would be a bit relieved from where we are at the moment. As this is pushed into the offside, not wholly convincingly by Shoaib Bashir, but they're going to get that single that takes England to the 200.
Yay!
Settle down, boys.
Little victories, Messers. Was that in Porridge? They used to say that a lot. Little victories, small victories. Get one over on Mr. Mackay. Being played at the moment by Ravichandran Ashwin. One of his out of the front of the hand balls, whatever we're calling that, which Folks just comes forward to and defends quite comfortably.
I'm dealing with the cognitive dissonance of Mr. Mackay and Ravichandra Ashton.
Yeah.
The same person.
When never was heard a discouraging word. I like that scene. Folks has 13, Bashir 6, England 200 for 8. Beautiful day. Fresher probably than the rest of India, it being so far north and at the foot of the Himalayas. But a beautiful setting for Test match cricket. Here comes Ashwin. Folks threatens to use his feet again. It's a bit shorter, so he stands his ground, whips it through square leg, and they're going to get a couple here. It's fielded by, I think, Siraj on the boundary there. Yep. It's just one of those situations where any runs now,
a bonus.
It's a bit of a bonus.
We'll
really disappointing. I mean, you have to call it when it is disappointing. It's been a very disappointing
day.
Last couple of hours.
It has.
I mean,
well bowled by India, I have to say.
Yeah.
The move was set by Pope's dismissal when he got himself stumped, wasn't it?
Well, up until that point, England had given away, but I think that you have to give credit to Kuldeep and Jadeja and Ashwin and the way they've got the wickets. They've got nous. They're spinners. They're playing at home. Yeah. Wicket's not offering a great amount, but they know how to use what they've got, and they've done really well.
Yeah. Folks to face up to Ashwin, who's over the wicket to him. He's playing a rather ugly-looking swipe across the line, but very effective, and it is going to go to the second one of these of the over.
They did keep low.
Not 6, even though that jingle said it was. It was one of these. Yeah, it did keep a bit low, didn't it? But he adjusted well to it, did Folks, and smeared it through wide mid-wicket for the second four of the over. There's about 10 from that over, I think, in total. So, as usual,
12.
Game's moving on, 12 from the over. Yeah, that's right, got a 2 as well. Any messages?
Terry's a bit harsh. He says, seriously, these people are just bad at their job of work. They've had ample opportunities to improve, but they don't take it. Stop all this soft talk and get them out, because I would be at work. At my work.
I mean, and when you look at the wickets, 4th, 5th, and 6th all fell at 175. 7th and 8th at 183. I mean, there you go. That's.
This is what we were saying prior to it even happening. That it's almost been the story of this the series that England get into a relatively strong position and then bang, 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 and all of a sudden India are right on top. And it's happened again today.
Why don't Indians have good skiers? They've got the Himalayas on there. There must be some decent ski slopes in the Himalayas.
Don't know if they have any ski resorts as such. Bumrah is going to start at the other end after tea. Bashir gets one outside the off stump, which he allows to pass through.
I think it's worth thinking that the vast majority of the population are quite a long way from the Himalayas.
True, but they've got a burgeoning middle class.
Probably further than England is from the Alps.
But you think they've got a burgeoning middle class now, probably, that you would...
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
And the Himalayas, you could probably have something high enough that you've got snow all year round, haven't you?
I don't know, maybe people who are from that part of the world who may know if there are any ski resorts in the Himalayas. This has been turned backward of square by Bashir, who gets himself a single.
There was a 2 there, but they decided not to take it.
Well, that's the other thing. These players will rarely bat together, won't they?
Yes.
And when they do, it's in situations like this. They won't have a history like, say, Bairstow and Root do of batting long periods of time together. So that slight, telepathy between them will not really be there. Bashir himself, a very inexperienced cricketer, all told. Anyway, they got 1. They'd have really been pushing to get 2, I think. I don't think it was an obvious one. Bumrah hasn't got a wicket yet today. He's got figures of none for 41 into his 13th over. And he trots now and bowls ball a good line of length to Folks, who meets it with the full face of the bat. Back to the bowler. No run.
Be interesting to see if
Folks says, "Where's your baseball now? Where is your fucking baseball now?"
Shut up.
Just not even interested in talking about that word. England have gone and lost, probably going to lose 4-1, and that's what England did last time.
Yeah.
And a couple of those games that we didn't win were much closer, I believe, than if we played in inverted commas normal Test cricket, or the Test cricket that, based on our capabilities that we have or haven't shown in recent years, particularly in these conditions.
Oh,
a rather ugly-looking pool from folks who rather top edges it, but it does eventually make its way to that wide mid-on boundary for one of these.
Ashwin is near.
Give it to me one time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
Yeah, Ashwin's never been the most mobile of fielders.
Yeah.
And now, well into his 30s, he was not able to reel that one in. Someone like a Jadeja might have been able to.
He kind of needs hiding in the field these days, doesn't he, Ashwin? Very much so.
Folks has moved on to 23, gets a ball outside the off stump and pushes it through the covers with quite good timing, really. Just played it with his hands. And they did get through for a single. So the score has raced on to 213 for 8. They'll be eyeing up that 250 now.
Wow.
Which will be
I think I need to give
indeed.
a cautionary warning to the pair of you and a lot of other England supporters who are acting as if it's all over. They just want to get it out of here. I think you underestimate India's capacity to collapse. This is a side that lost 6 wickets for no runs.
They do, but when you've got such a low, I mean, this is it. If England if they get them 60 for 4 or something, then yes. But I mean, if they get off to a start and get anywhere near the score with wickets in hand, then you expect them to push on through and get a big score.
We just had another one of these, by the way.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Followed by one
And
of
this
these.
next one has been back cut by Bashir. A lovely shot outside the off stump, and it's gone all the way for one of these.
2 + 2 is a member.
Just waited on that, laid the bat on top of it, and played that expertly down towards third man.
And these kinds of last wicket stands are the kind of things that annoy the opposition as well.
I mean, Joe Root himself would have been proud of that one. It was a very Rootian type shot.
Yeah, just let it come off the face of the bat.
Yep.
Guided it down.
So 2 no balls and a boundary in this over, not his best from Bumrah, who's now
2
got
boundaries.
2 boundaries. So 10 off the over, 11 off the over, I think.
Current partnership 35 of 44. Probably the 3rd, 4th highest partnership of the innings.
3 slips. Here comes Bumrah again. And this one is sprayed down the arse. So a really poor over by his high standards. Good take from Jarrell down the leg side, diving away to his left. Ashwin close up there with his Terminator specs. The very heavy rims. Yeah, just seeing a replay of his caught and bowled, which was a sharp catch just above his head in his follow through. In a very fertile period of the game for India before tea. A full delivery here, attempted Yorker, and Bashir is equal to it, defending it to mid-off. There's no run. That is the end of the over at last. And the score is 218 for 8. What we got, Messers?
Swallow Diver is heading down the same tunnel as some others. Says England need to hurry up and lose so we can get out of here. Mog says, "Ooh, the commentary team has turned." I think he's referring to me telling you off for being so pessimistic because it's not in your natures. You always find the bright side.
Yeah. No, listen, I've enormously enjoyed this series. I continue to do so.
Looks like you get a good plate of chana dal and naan, doesn't it?
Yeah, they always do this at this time, just when I'm getting hungry.
Yeah.
Ashwin's going to start a new over. Figures of 2 for 51. He's bowling to Ben Folkes, who's looking to sweep this. Oh, and he's been bowled in the most comedic of fashions. Looking to sweep, hits him on the front pad as he went down. The ball trickles, down the arse, but not down the arse because it trickles into his stumps. And the bails come off apologetically. And England lose their 9th wicket.
That's unfortunate.
The crowd says you're out.
Because they'd gone up for the appeal for OBW and it was clearly outside off stump.
Yeah, actually got the underside of his bat or arm, so it hit him on the pad initially. The bat that was he was essaying a sweep has swept around in an arc and maybe got the underside of the bat or a bit of his arm or both. And that's what's caused the ball to deviate back onto his stumps.
That's unfortunate.
24 off 42, so that's pretty much scoring his average in this series, I think. Not a bad effort, but not enough.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's been England.
This next tweet from Jay comes with a warning. You may want to cover your ears. He says, "I've just come in my deck so hard I'm opening the windows at that 200. Serious, but I can see Ashwin being a prison officer. Well, he'd have to be a shade wider, but he's got the build and the stare. Bit too bright, mind." And he says, "I think you're all underestimating how overnight momos and butter chai can fuel a man. One is delicious, the other makes you want to fuck a yak as an alternative." My goodness, you're on form tonight, Jay.
He's on the good drugs, and here comes England's ageless fast bowler.
How long before the reverse sweep? 3 balls?
Poor little Jimmy indeed, because he's coming again with England having thrown away a promising start and currently on 218 for 9. His first ball is full. He comes forward to it. There's a big appeal for LBW by Ashwin. He came round the wicket. Joel Wilson has said no.
I thought he got the bat on it, didn't he?
It was close to the inside edge, and we're going to have another one of these.
That was out, that was out, that was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Well, if he didn't hit the bat, there's a good chance it's out.
Well, it's been given not out on the field, and I think it might be because he's bowling from round the wicket. Jimmy comes forward to it, sort of right in front of middle stump, really, but on the angle, I think that ball might just be hitting the outside half of leg stump at best. But who knows? We're going to see. Just seeing a replay now. It's a bit of a slider. It does turn a little bit. Actually, it hits him quite high on the thigh.
There's a big inside edge.
We think there might be an edge. It will be confirmed or denied by Ultra Edge. We're seeing that piece of technology now.
Well,
roll it on, roll it on, roll it on, and there's a spike. Yep. So he has got a touch on that. He won't be out. LBW didn't look right anyway, but the edge confirms it. So Joel, you stay with your original decision, my friend.
He's been getting them right today, hasn't he?
He has. I think he's 100%, isn't he?
I think he is.
Credit him. No reviews left for England, 1 left for India, but it doesn't really matter because this is nearly all over as far as this first innings goes. Anderson forward and defends it a little bit nervily into the offside, and there's no run.
That was a handy 34 wicket, 34 run partnership. It's got us over 200.
Yep. Here comes Ashwin. There's a forward short leg and a slip and a big old hoik from Jimmy, which is caught at mid wicket. That is the end of the innings. He's out for a duck. Dear oh, fucking dear.
Woowa.
Here we go. Even though he's number 11, he gets one of these.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
All too easy, really, for India. They bowled well, but have they bowled well enough where they would think we'd get them out for 218, having been 100 for 1?
No.
Kuldeep's going to keep that ball because he got a fifer.
Q India getting 500 and England losing by an innings.
Yeah. I think
they lost their last 7 wickets for 43 runs.
Actually, no, I wasn't on air for the 2 wickets fell before tea, but I think I've been off for 8.
Yeah.
It's all about me, obviously.
It's all about you, obviously. We've got a 10-minute break now, haven't we? Whilst they switch a route.
Lovely. Just sit here in silence.
Well, no.
In protest.
Look at that lovely view behind.
Yeah. It was beautiful earlier on when there was some cloud cover around. Well, cloud cover sort of surrounding the mountains rather than as Kuldeep walks off with the ball in his hand, acknowledging the crowd. A well-deserved round of applause. He took. Did he take 4 out of the first 5 and then got his 5 out of the first 6 he got, didn't he, or something?
Yeah.
Bowled brilliantly, and actually when India. Well, they weren't struggling, but England were probably on top in the first hour of the game, and he was the only bowler really who was doing anything for India at that point. The seamers early on, I thought, were a bit unlucky. They got extracted a bit of movement off the pitch when the seam was a bit harder and prouder, and maybe were unlucky not to get rewards for that. But then Kuldeep came on and immediately looked threatening, and sure enough took those wickets in a hurry, took the first 4 to fall for England. And he's rightly walked off with the ball, having taken figures of 5-4. Who's got it in front of them? 5 for 50 odd?
Yeah, I haven't got it in front of me. Must be about that.
Tell you, it is 5 for 72.
5 for 72. Okay, so he was going at 4 and overish, but that's absolutely fine when you're taking all those wickets.
Exactly.
So and I think there was a deliberate ploy by India to board up Tony by having all 10 wickets taken by spin.
Oh yeah, yes. Tony made the point that one of the Ranji games recently was all 36 wickets to fall in that particular game went to seamers, but not the case today.
Well, England, I hope that England's seamers and Jimmy in particular get that ball to swing like they were first up with a new ball, but get a bit luckier, nab a couple of wickets, cause a bit of panic in the Indian side.
Yeah. And Ashwin from nowhere, it took a while to come to the party, and Indo, who was on earlier on, was saying, sometimes he struggles when he doesn't get a wicket early on. I said, well, he'll come back, and he has come back. He's taken 4 quick, and some would say slightly cheap wickets at the end of the innings.
Wickets, really.
And I think Kuldeep was actually trying to give him the ball there because it's his 100th test. But
in fact,
Ashwin said, no thanks, son. You got the 5 for you take the ball.
And look at that, first 4 partnerships: 64, 36, 37, 38. Not so bad. 0, 8, 0, 35, 0.
Yes. Yeah, very much a microcosm of the series as far as the England batting performance goes. So 4 for 51 for Ashwin, 5 for 72 Kuldeep. The only other wicket taker, Jadeja, 1 for 17. The 2 seamers, possibly a bit unlucky, 0 for 51 Bumrah, 0 for 24 Siraj. But a brilliant team display again from India. Some fantastic fielding, notably the catch that got Duckett from Shubman Gill running back from point over his shoulder. Brilliant catch that. And fantastic display. It's always been, if one bowler doesn't do it, another one will.
Yeah, they really
Indeed.
have. They have managed.
That's the thing, isn't it? There's no let up.
No,
they've hunted in packs.
They really have.
Yeah. Leah says, I guess it's time to get the root maths calculators out again to prove that if you ignore his ton, he's been shit. Well, I'm very much with Forthy on this one. You can't take out one performance and then say someone's average is shit.
Yeah.
You've got to take the whole picture.
Although what I would say is, and I said this earlier on, Ollie Pope's big ton in the first test felt like a bit of an outlier at the time, and certainly with hindsight is proven to be that as well. But that's not.
What have you done lately?
Yeah.
I mean, how many times we've only
nothing since the viaducts. Absolutely nothing.
Very good.
We've only had 3 tons in the entire series. 1 by Root, 1 by Duckett, and 1 by
Pope. Root, Duckett, and Pope.
Yeah. That's it. And what? Jaiswal's got 2 double tons. Gill's got a ton. Rohit's got a ton. Jadeja got a ton. Right. Yeah, you know. So all in all, you've got to say we've been outplayed.
Oh yeah.
It's been a good series.
Jay's got an offer for the break. He said, "Shall I tell you all Kipling-esque tales of Mundawala? I do miss the hills." And then he says, "All the fucks are all of the offs."
Yes. We're seeing TV pictures of Alistair Cook and Stephen Finn in the studio in Stockholm, and Tony's made the point a few times that it always looks like Finney is looking lovingly at Cookie. I've got a different theory. Yeah. I think he's just knackered.
Exactly.
He looks like he's been up all night.
And he's glazed over.
Partying in his Stockholm 5-star penthouse suite.
Exactly. And he's just looking at Cookie going, "You talk.
Yeah.
I'll just look at you."
Yeah.
I can still taste the minibar.
I was listening to him earlier today on the podcast he does with Norcross and somebody else. And he started absolutely knackered.
Oh, really? Finney? Oh, well, so my theory carries a bit of weight then, a bit more evidence there.
But he has some charm. I quite like him on that.
I like Finney. No, I like him. He's always spoken very well. Except he has a tendency, when he says the word get, to say git. Just notice that the next time you listen to him. It's getting very hot out there, which is weird.
Very Kiwi.
For a man from Hertfordshire.
Yeah.
And what have we got going on YouTube? S. Sam says, Grandpa Jimmy. Sagir says, what has Joel been drinking or eating since the last test? He seems to be getting everything bang on.
Spinach and carrots to help his eyesight.
Oh, Mog says Joel must have gotten new glasses or something, or new support dog, says Pokey Bonefinger.
What is it they say about stop clocks?
Says, yeah. SM says, nothing new to see here. Overhyped by the media off the field. Underwhelming on the field. Bazball and its captain are an utter dumpster truck. Well, I think that's
See, this is the sort of opinion that really winds me up.
It wouldn't have been any better pre-Bazball, and it's been a lot more fun since.
Exactly. And also, just look at England's Test record since the new management has come in, and look at it previously.
Yeah.
1 win in 17 previously, and then whatever it is since then. I mean, it's just.
It's got mediocre players to play
competitive
outside
Test
of
cricket.
their range. Someone like Crawley wouldn't have been playing. Bashir and Rehan wouldn't have been playing probably either. It's exciting, and it's no worse than its predecessor in any way, shape or form.
And that's the point, isn't it? You'd rather play like this, play positive, and go out fighting for it, rather than look insipid and shit.
Rather than a slow whimper.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Last time we were out there, everyone looked like walking wickets. And we
look like sprinting wickets.
Well, yeah.
A good line. Good line.
And also this pitch earlier, we were talking about seamers, and maybe the seamers were going to do well, and we've been proven fools with hindsight because all the wickets have formed the spin. But England have picked obviously Anderson and Wood in this game, and I was thinking that it looks like the sort of pitch possibly that you might otherwise pick Ollie Robinson. Robinson obviously had a bit of a shocker in the previous Test match, and he's not right somehow or another, and is not therefore playing. But I think otherwise it's a sort of pitch by looks that you'd think he might do quite well on.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
And Wood's express pace, maybe you say for a flatter deck, or a bouncier deck.
Let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see. Yeah.
They've got 30 overs this evening. It could be India are 5 down by stumps, and we've got a game on.
I'm going to say it's going to be 152 for 1 at stumps.
Oh God, if it's that, I'm going to go to sleep next door.
Well, at least it'll be exciting if it's something like that.
And listen to you describe fours by Jaiswal. Well, Rowett's had a pretty poor series, apart from his 1 ton. He's much like Root. He's not had a great series, has he? Couple of flashy starts, but then got himself out. He got that ton in, was it the last game? Or the game before?
Two ago,
wasn't it? So...
Yeah, well, Rowett's averaging 37, Root's averaging 33, so yeah, much and much.
Sarfraz looked unsure in the last test.
Sorry, that was before today. Root's now averaging 29.5.
Yeah, so I was just going to...
And take his ton out of there, and he's probably averaging about 11.
Well, he was averaging 12 before he got his ton.
There we are.
And because he got knocked out for that ton as
well,
didn't he?
We're going to get back underway as the Indian openers make their way to the crease. So it's going to be... And... they'll play positively. They usually do. And if my rather pessimistic prediction, from an England point of view, comes true, then they could find themselves in a very, very dominant position come the day's end. England will be looking to make inroads, he says, obviously. And opening the bowling, I'm assuming, is going to be this old stager. Full delivery on leg stump and driven to mid-on by Jaiswal. No run. Jimmy seems to have doubled down on the blonde in his hair.
Oh yeah.
It's probably gone in again, I think.
Oh, there was a little bit nip away, wasn't there?
Yeah, it wasn't a wholly convincing shot, and he went quite hard at it. But one of those ones that's just coming from that blind spot. If you're a left-hander, you always have a little blind spot when you're facing a right arm over.
I might.
Mark Butcher has spoken quite well about this, and he never mentioned it during his career because he didn't want bowlers to cop on, but there's definitely a blind spot. This one is a bit wider and across Jaiswal. He leaves it alone, and it's through to Folkes. But yeah, if you're Jimmy, then more on the line of that first delivery. It sort of starts on leg stump, really pitches around about leg stump, and then it can nip away. And it can get your outside edge if you're going hard at it, as Jaiswal was in that first delivery. Incredible stats of Anderson's career, 180 odd test matches, close to 700 wickets. He's in now, 3 slips. Back in his crease goes Jaiswal, and just knocks it down into the offside, and they through for a quick single. Open their account. He does look very young. I often think that young players look even younger when they wear those helmets. They look like school kids. Rohit Sharma, who's on strike now, slightly more gnarled, wizened.
I'm going to go for under full first wicket.
As is your wont.
37 and a half.
Yeah.
That's what's been missing so far in this series.
Me
Bear,
betting.
is you-
Well,
He's just been doing it quietly, I think.
no, I haven't really, because for betting to really work in India,
A full delivery, good probing line and length, and played from the crease by Rohit, just off the upper edge of the bat into the offside.
I was hoping for some, bunts and burners that would then offer the chance of a real run of wickets, even though England have runs of wickets. You feel confident would do.
Yeah. England's middle order is when you really wanted to be doing your ball to the next wicket in your unders.
Very much so. When Pope comes in,
3 slips and maybe a 5th slip as well. 4 slips in total. 4th slip is missing. If that makes sense. Here comes Jimmy. Again, a good searching line and length, and a little bit of movement through the air. I think that time a full delivery that just squares Rohit up a little bit. He manages to defend it off the outside half of the bat to backward point.
Definitely some movement there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a classic vintage Jimmy bowling, really.
Yeah, great. He'd probably be well up for it, wouldn't he?
He always is.
We're going to have a change at the end of this over.
Yeah.
Tony's going to come in, I think. You're going to stay here and do some socials, I believe.
think I am, yeah.
And Will Reynolds is going to join us.
Another straight delivery by Jimmy, which is defended by Rohit, that completes the first over. 1 run for no loss in answer to England's 218. So, Messrs, are we seeing you later on?
You are later. We got a super chat from Brian in Brisbane, or actually in Northampton. Says, morning from Montreuil in France. Visited Agincourt yesterday, where England fared better than they did here today. Thank you so much, Brian. You are a fucking legend as far as we're concerned. And the next tweet, Grubby, is from Jay about Finney.
All right, I may.
I'll catch you later.
Yeah, all right. Cheers, Messrs. Thanks for that. As Tony eases himself into the central missionary. And who have you been joined by? Okay. We might be being. Oh, hi, Will. How are you?
I'm alright. How are you?
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
What have you made of it so far? Have you watched much, or did you get some shut eye?
So I have been stuck in an Airbnb in Edinburgh because my train got cancelled.
Oh no!
So I'm sort of like running around trying to sort out somewhere to possibly sleep.
Jaiswal defends Wood's first ball. I'll throw to Tone in a sec when he's fully equipped.
The Bears left me with knitted spaghetti of headphone cables to try and negotiate, but I'm fine now. I'm here. Will, hello. It's deja vu all over again, mate, isn't it?
It really is. This feels... It's weird. I actually, about a month before the series started, I said that it would be 4-1.
Woody in.
So
worked nicely off his legs by Jaiswal. They should come back for 2. No, they'll just leave it at 1. And India move on to 2. 2 without loss. Well, I mean, a day that started promisingly. England won the toss. 100 for 2 by lunch.
100 for 1 just before lunch.
100 for 1 just before lunch. It was Pope. Much in the way, really, as it was Root who started a collapse with a bad shot. You feel that the wheels started to come off with a poor shot from Pope, although it was a great ball by Yadav to see him coming.
Finney reckons that... Jay reckons that Finney is soft as shite.
He's a Watford lad, he certainly
you wouldn't
is
say
not.
that to him.
You certainly would not, as this one is quick, and Woody has thrown himself onto the ground, but it's turned off his legs by Rohit towards mid-wicket. There is no run.
Lear,
yes,
sorry. So Lear is extolling the virtues of root maths. Square root. And Jay says, I sent Joel something from my special box. No, Alec, that is not a reference to my mum. If that means anything to anyone, then good luck.
Yes, it sounds interesting enough. I will go back to that little summary of the day. 218 England made it to. It means that after lunch they lost 8 wickets for 118, 6 of those for 43, and it was all pretty poor. That one's defended by Rohit back towards Mark Wood, and there is no run. Wood back in the side at the expense of the disappointing will, I think we can say, Ollie Robinson.
Well, I think Robinson,
other than with the bat.
this is controversial, possibly, but I've never been a huge fan of Ollie Robinson. I don't know whether I see what everyone else sees.
3 slips in a gully. That's driven nicely. That's away through cover. That's probably going to make it all the way. Grubby's already leaning forward in anticipation of 4 runs, and it was.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Too much width, and you can't really give Rohit that much width, I don't think.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Ollie Robinson had a disappointing test match with the ball in the previous one, and rightly finds himself, justifiably finds himself out of the side now, and maybe he's not quite in peak physical condition or whatever it is. Something's not quite right with him. But I think the first portion of his international career, his test match career, I think he took it like a duck to water.
No, he absolutely did, and that's the disappointing thing, that it seems to have ground to a halt. That one's well defended by Rohit. What's the speed gun at? Oh, just south of 150 kilometres. That's going for some, isn't it? What's that in proper stuff?
80
upper 80s, isn't it?
Mid 80s.
Mid 80s. 6 without loss, India, after 2 overs. So you can work out that run rate yourself. And
high 80s,
we can go
maybe.
for some messages.
High 80s.
Yeah, I thought high 80s.
Yeah. How unsporting of India, says Leah, not to open with Bumrah and Siraj to give a crack at 700 today. Well, Farong sent this out 2 hours ago. What did he send? Don't think there's been a discussion as yet. What would be considered a decent score for the first innings? Given the current... Oh, wicket. No early declaration. 260, 280, 300, 493. So he's basically
Jimmy's
backfilling.
Little bit of shape to that delivery, possibly. But nothing to trouble the Jazz Whale, who, as we know, for most of this series has been extemporising magnificently.
Yeah, Brian in Brisbane, as we mentioned before, has given us 10 Aussie dollars. God bless you, Brian. We love you.
Brian.
Pokey Bumfinger says, Bonjour, Brian. Zut alors, l'anglaise est dans la merde. He says in a bit of excellent franglais there.
I thought it was an episode of Hello Hello for a minute.
Sagir Parker, after this.
Anderson is left by the Jazz Whale. Through to Folks it goes.
Is talking to Stephen Kelk and saying, did the boss ask you for an update on the cricket or discuss baseball strategies? Stephen says, if only. And then our very own Messrs says, thank you so much, Brian, which we can only echo.
Oh, absolutely.
Your boss needs to upskill, mate, says Sagir.
What?
About not asking him about the cricket.
Oh, well, like I said, I did. I told you, didn't I? I haven't told everybody. I told Grubby, I think, in the car. I'll tell everyone in a moment.
150 kph is 93 and a bit miles an hour, apparently.
As that one swung in towards Jaiswal just a little bit, but nothing prodigious, and is defended. Yeah, my worlds collided yesterday, and I did a new business presentation, sort of advertising, Jay, sorry about that. And turns out I was presenting to 2 people who were avid guerrilla cricket followers.
Occupational hazard time.
Occupational hazard, yes, there we go. There we go. Very good to know, I'm glad to say.
Did that mean that you actually got the gig, or
no? Well, no. We only that only came up afterwards. We were very professional about the thing during the business, but we don't know yet. Is the answer? It's a method. It's a whole pitching process. That's nicely defended into the offside. There is no run. I don't know if Ed Benson, who's in Dharamsala at the game, got his Wi-Fi reception. I'm guessing not, because we haven't heard a peep from him since.
And when you don't hear a peep from Ed, you can be sure he's not talking.
Well, either that or he's got laryngitis. Many would argue he doesn't need the medium of the internet or radio. He could just shout, and the echo off the Himalayan foothills would carry it all the way to Sydenham. Anderson in. That was well defended. Hurried Gyswell just a little bit, maybe, Will, but you just worry, don't you, that even though they were wicketless, there was plenty of movement early in the day for Bumrah and Siraj. There seems to be nothing like as much for Wood and Jimmy.
Well, Jimmy's bowling that nice 9 in length as he so often does, and it doesn't look like he's going to go for many runs again, as he often doesn't these days. But there's not been the lavish movement off the pitch that certainly Bumrah and Siraj found with that new hard ball. We'll see. Early days.
In comes Jimmy. The 3 slips go down. Defended back to him. Jimmy has a rather stroppy throw at the stumps because Gyswell was well and truly back in his crease. It means after 3 it's been a maiden from Jimmy. Well bowled, but accurate rather than threatening. I think I would summarise that as well.
Yes, I think he seems to sort of, I don't know, in recent sort of tests, he's been getting more kind of movement as his spell goes on. So I don't know whether he's doing something different with his action or something, but sort of as he, it might also just be that thing of being 4 months shy of 42. He just needs a bit of a warm up, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, that's an interesting thought. You know, as one gets older, do you need more time to warm up, or do you start warm but cool down quicker?
I see it slightly differently with Jimmy. I think as he's got further into his career, he's become much more grooved.
In gallops Mark Wood. That was a good delivery, and it was played into the onside towards mid-wicket by Rohit, but Wood's arms went up. And
I think
it was quick again, 151, 160, 152 kilometres.
Yeah, 90 odd miles an hour.
I mean, he is metronomic as always, and that's definitely sort of become more of a thing as his career's gone on. But I think there's something about kind of, because I know he's been working on a new action, and there's something about kind of, he definitely gets more movement.
In comes Wood, right on a length and on off stump, but Rohit, wily old fox that he is, can defend that capably enough, and India stay on 6.
Dave Wood with a bit of football parlance. It's been very much a game of 2 sessions, Brian, he says, without the word Brian. And Jay says, I know I mentioned tripping off North Devon Sidey the other day, but has that lad changed his hair colour, or have I gone mental? Is he talking about Jimmy?
I think he must be talking about Jimmy.
I think Jimmy might have just added, he might have gone for a second rinse.
Do you think so? In those sort of blonde highlights of his. I think it looks good on him. He carries it well.
Yeah.
If I tried it, it would look ridiculous.
Oh, please do that, Tone. If we get a few super chats in, Tone will bleach blonde his hair.
In comes Wood. And that's might be an overpromise from Grubby, although we'll encourage the super chats as that's defended into the offside and there is no run. Will's got way more hair than you and me. Look, he's got cascading tumbles of hair there.
I don't know. I mean, this is a sort of weird post-surgery kind of regrowth. So it's very, very weird. There's kind of like patches that haven't come back, and then there's like loads.
It's a decent look from what we can see. I'm getting hints of sort of 70s progressive rock keyboard player by looking at it, but it looks good to me.
I was going to say like Jimmy Page, something like that.
Jimmy Page? It's not Jimmy Page. Is it Jimmy Page who's just introduced his 20-year-old girlfriend to his 45,
maybe.
50-year-old
or 1970s
daughter.
Roger Daltrey.
Oh, that is hauled high and handsome. Pulled away around the corner, over long leg. That's the first maximum. Up go the Tucker arms. And it's 6 of these.
Also, I know...
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you. I believe.
Yeah,
Will.
Too short.
You were saying, Will.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm so colourblind that I thought Jimmy had gone ginge.
It does. No, it's got a hint of orange about it. I'm colourblind as well, by the way, so lovely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whip up's not the best placed, but yeah, I think there is a. It's got
in comes Wood. Oh, that's driven away through point. This time backward a point. That's going to be 4 more. 10 off 2, and Rohit is starting to tuck into his work now. 2 fabulous shots. 10 runs.
You ask where I live,
Here's the address I give. The phone.
Well, you know the ultimate colour blindness test. It's the Bears sweatshirt. Only it's not the one he's wearing today, I don't think. Is it green? Is it brown?
Well, I've got what I consider to be a green shirt on today. Green top.
You see, that's rubbish. That to me, that's brown.
See, there you go. Everyone, what did you say, Will? Can you see? It's green, right?
Wood,
I don't
in he
know.
comes, defended by Rohit, and Wood doesn't need twice asking to fling himself onto the turf for no special reason, and it's the end of the over.
He's down at the water jump.
He is down at the water jump. 16. We did expect some water at some point in this test. I don't think we're going to get it today. It's 16 without loss after 4. India going at 4 and over and looking in tidy order.
Well, Leah's tweet is still true. India haven't avoided the follow-on yet, so chalk that up as a moral victory. And Jay says, I'm 2 days short of 46, and I nearly broke my ankle sorting the bins out. He can do whatever he wants with his hair.
Well, after the generous donation today. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I think he's talking about Jimmy. He can do whatever he likes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I broke about 3 fingers tripping over the garden hose when I was about 11.
Oh no.
Crikey.
Yeah, it was I felt really, really stupid. It was hilarious. My little brother did not stop laughing. He was about 3
And
at
you
the time.
genuinely broke your fingers?
Yeah.
That's what your siblings are for, isn't it? To laugh in your moment of
pain.
need.
You can actually see how like my fingers are still wonky because of it. It's really funny.
As this one is defended into the offside by the Jaswell. I see what you mean about little hints of ginger, though, Will. Maybe it's just, he's looked at Bairstow, looked at Stokes and thought,
ginger
it's
power.
Clearly I need a little bit of ginger in there. Not too much, don't want to overdo it. And he's just given it the hint.
Like I said, I'm no expert. I thought your jumper was pink, so I don't know what it's about.
Oh, well, as you rightly said, you're no expert. Someone is defended. You may be, certainly on cricket. No worries there, but on colour depiction, probably less so. That's well defended by Jaswell.
I feel myself turning into a meme as we speak. It's definitely green.
It's brown. I can see a hint of green in it, at least. Whereas the bear is just straight on brown. Texture like sun. Straight on brown. 16 without loss. We're in the evening session of the 3rd day at the wonderful Dharamsala. That's fuller and driven, but doesn't really get hold of it, Jaswell, and then it's straight to Stokes, who is at mid-off, and there's no run. Jimmy, as economical and on the nose as you would want him to be, just 1 run off his 2.5 overs so far. The only but being there has also been very little to trouble either of these two. From I would say either him or Woody. We haven't had
the first
moments.
Ball of the innings that just started on leg and moved a fraction to off.
That's as excited as we got, is it?
Pretty much.
A fractional move, and that one is nicely guided out towards deep extra cover. Hartley Fields, they'll take. Hang on, did it go for 4?
No.
Well, where did that 4 come from that they put up? I thought it only went for
Really?
2.
Did that go?
No, it did. Thank you.
2, yes.
Yeah,
we were right.
Board.
And the official broadcaster was bang wrong.
Wait, to the tune of 2.
That didn't get anywhere near the boundary. I mean, I know Hartley's tall, but he wasn't reaching over that far.
No, it was a junior trainee captioner's day. We can just thank goodness they're not a heart surgeon or a air traffic controller.
There you go. It's not life and death.
Anderson is in. It's defended again nicely by Jaswell, who manages to look elegant in defence, and I think that's a mark of a quality for player, chaps. If you can look elegant in defence.
He's got a lovely air, as you would have in the vein of form that he's in, of arrogance about him. He's got a slight, like he's got a little bit of shit under his nose.
Well, there's that. Yes, there's that.
Haughty.
Haughty is a good word. Haughty. He definitely has that. Time. He has time to play, and that's the mark of quality as well. Does the Jaswell. England are all happy. They've got smiles on their faces, Will. I mean, soon time to go home. They're playing in a most wonderful place, and the series is done. Might as well
Yeah.
enjoy it. That's nicely
And-
defended again.
None of them are colourblind, so they can see the bloody ball.
Well, you only have. Well, can they though? You might argue that's not
Well,
necessarily true. One or two of the
I don't
batsmen.
know.
On
Yeah, that's
YouTube,
true.
Cat Martin says, "Oh dear, this went poorly," presumably referring
Yeah.
to England. Brian in Brisbane goes, "Oh dear, back on colours, are we?" Messi Jez says, "Army green." Yes, I'll give you that. Army green, Messers. Messers is wise, says Jay. Pokey says, "Greenest I've ever seen nist." And Mr. P, just tuned in, didn't expect us all out, bar humbug. Yeah, catch up. Leah on Twitter says, "On the other hand, the English tail is so bad even India can clean it up, no problem." Well, I'd say two things about that. One, on paper, the England tail's not that bad, and Hartley, Shoaib, and even Mark Wood can definitely hold a bat.
Yeah.
So shouldn't be as bad as all that. And secondly, saying even India can clean it up is rather undersells how good they are. They're one of the best attacks in the world.
I agree, certainly on their home patch, and they've proven that. Well, they've proven that really in this series. I mean, even in the heaviest defeat, there were moments when you felt England had opportunity that they threw away. You just feel that the Pope dismissal here could have been one of those moments. They were, as ever, going tidily. They'd have gone into lunch at 100 for 1. You'd have said, well, that's absolutely England's morning.
Yeah.
The but being that Pope decided he wanted to go for lunch early and was 3/4 of the way down the track trying to heave Kuldeep away at a daft moment and got punished for it.
It's clearly that middle order, Stokes and Crawley and Duckett have done their job, and they're leading the stats for England batters.
In comes Mark Wood. Rohit defends into the offside.
I don't know
No
about
run.
you guys, but I think this team is particularly kind of feel motivated. Do you know what I mean? So if something happens just before an interval, it knocks them as a team more than possibly the sort of previous incarnations of the England team.
Well, I mean, listen, I've been watching England play cricket for 40 odd years, and the collapse has been a sort of long-standing feature, so I don't think it's something new.
That one again, solidly defended. Showing the maker's name, unless you're Johnny Bairstow and you can't show the maker's name.
You show the blank space where there should be the
you
word
show
gorilla.
the blank space where there should be something, and
But
preferably a gorilla logo.
But I do take your point, Will, and I think when you play this style of cricket and you are looking to get on with it, and therefore some of the shots, when you get out to those shots, it looks worse. It can make it feel more kind of dramatic, those collapses.
I mean, that sounds like I'm criticising them. I'm not at all. I mean, I started watching cricket in the late 90s, early 2000s. I'd rather be watching this than that.
Yes, sweetly driven by Rohit. It was full, possibly half volley, and it was driven back all the way along the ground. A sumptuous on drive, and it's 4 runs. I think you're being just a wee bit kind, Will, I've got to say. If you lose, where were they at lunch? 101 or 2, 100 and something for 8 after lunch. 100 and not very many for 8.
I've
118 for 8.
I've definitely drunk the Kool-Aid though, so.
That's a lovely drive by Rohit. It's bisected cover and extra cover. Ben Stokes goes thundering after it, takes a tumble, seems to get up with a smile on his face. Not long ago, any kind of fall for Ben Stokes, we'd be fretting, wouldn't we? But the knee surgery seems to have done the job.
Yeah, he's always carrying 12 injuries, isn't he?
No, he was off like a shot. He does get his feet. Well, he just falls over as he throws on the turn. But
as someone who's had a lot of dodgy knee stuff, I worry for that bloke's knees more than most things, to be honest.
It feels like his knees might be made of sort of crumbly chalk, and he's held together with sort of gaffer tape.
Made of biscuits.
Yeah.
Knees made of biscuits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
24.
I mean,
India have rolled on to, by the way. 24 without loss in reply to England's rather disappointing 218. And the handcuffs are out already, and it's not going through that one. Are we looking to see a change of ball already? The old, is it the SG ball? I think we are.
Well
now.
Well, while this is happening, let me read you a couple of tweets then. Leah says Bairstow should accept Lions led by donkeys as bat sponsor and put a Jalalabad dick-sucking factory workers union, an insider joke, sticker on his blade. Good, well there you go, you've had your insider joke mentioned. Hang the fuck on, says Jay. I thought Will were a ginger. All my life is a lie. Okay. And then Jay again says, Tony, I don't want to know about your previous trauma. I already know too much about your life, but you really seem to have a serious issue with the colour green. Please talk to someone about it who is not me.
Maybe I should just put a green warning up, and then you can just turn down the sound if I ever happen to mention it again.
Farong says, quick review thus far for England this series. Dominated 1, flogged 1, moral victory 2. This one so far, between flogged and moral victory.
Yeah.
And Dave Wood says, Will would prefer to watch young Johnny Bairstow and Wood over John Crawley and Alan Mullally. Heathen.
Surely not.
Tongue in cheek, I think.
To be quite honest with you, I love Mark Wood. I would watch Mark Wood do pretty much anything for.
Well, as he's often likely to do.
He is an entertaining man. I've got a brilliant one from Messrs after this.
Let's just hold the fire while Wood see what he does here to entertain us. Not a lot. It's left alone by Rohit. A little bit of shape outside of off stump. Through to Jarrell, no run.
Ever self-deprecating. He says, the sad nerd within me is very satisfied to see the England batting averages are ranked precisely in batting order. Isn't that marvellous? So Crawley tops the averages, Duckett, Pope, Root, Bairstow, Stokes, Folkes, Hartley, Wood, Bashir and Anderson.
Wow.
Averages perfectly correspond to their batting
in this series.
Order in this series. How lovely.
That's nice.
Messrs, that's probably the best thing you've ever done in your life.
I don't think that's necessarily true, but it's up there.
I'm standing by it.
It's definitely up there. In a list of fantastic things you've done in your life, it's probably in the top one. Wood. Nicely defended to backward point. And there is no run. Rohit looking solid as you like. Jaiswell is quite Ben Stokes-like in that he's solid in defence. 4 off 17. He's not going to rush into things. But that has been his way, Will. And then all of a sudden, he flips a switch and away he goes, right?
I don't know whether that's just something that's in the sort of water at the moment, because there are so many batters that can just do that, and I don't know whether that's because people are playing more 2020 or that they're moving sort of around sort of franchise-wise and stuff, so they're playing with different coaches and different players and stuff. But yeah, he is particularly good at that kind of.
Yeah, you're right. Players can do it. Stokes can certainly do it, although we haven't seen him get far enough to do it often enough recently.
Maybe it's more noticeable because we're used to seeing either one end of the spectrum or the other.
Jimmy continues outside of the left-handed Jaiswell's off stump, and he leaves. Even his leaves look elegant.
I find it very pleasing personally when you can see players who have different gears like this, and he's, as the match dictates, or as the balls playing the balls on their merits and whatever. So yeah, he's got 4 from 18 or whatever, but then he might have 20 off his next
like
8
John,
balls.
Do you remember John Motson in World Cup commentaries when they'd lose pictures and he'd say, "I'm now going to go into radio commentary mode," and he suddenly he'd accelerate the way he commentated. Absolutely a different skill. That's a good ball from Jimmy, but it just swung that wee bit too much, and it was easy for Jaiswell to work off his legs to backward square and take a single.
Jay's picked up on one of your phrases, Will. A lot of dodgy knee stuff. He says, "What kind of euphemism is that? Sounds tasty."
I don't have any cartilage left in my right knee.
So you had to go and ask Jay, didn't you?
and I've got cerebral palsy anyway, so that's buggered the left one.
Oh my word!
And then I played a lot of cricket as a teenager and was bowling at like 80 odd miles an hour off like 5 paces.
Whoa.
And it
Anderson,
screwed everything.
Down leg. Was there a tickle? England think they may have got a tickle, but Joel Wilson thinks there was a tickle. Rohit, I think, is just shaking his head, going, "You're too desperate. You're having a laugh. No chance. He will have reviewed."
It looks like he's reviewed straight away.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Oh, will Joel lose his 100% record today?
That's exactly what I was just thinking. Joel's been so good. This is not the time, Joel, to get your first one wrong. You've been immaculate today.
Oxymoronica says that tells the story really about that tremendous stat that Massey Jez shared with us about the England batting order.
Let's have a look. And was there bat before pad? I think it caught a bit of leg on the way through. I think Rohit might be in okay here. Ultra edge, misses the bat, hits the pad. Joel, I'm afraid you are going to have to reverse your decision. And I think Jimmy knew that. Deep down.
That familiar pose that we see Joel in so often, that's how they'll bury him.
Yes.
He's been very good today, but he reverts to type there.
He rather does, very sadly, for England. Fortuitously, not fortuitously for England, for India.
I think
he wasn't out. Simple as.
Perfectly
right.
rightly.
Dig him up because he'll reverse his decision on being dead.
Turns out he was buried alive.
Afraid we're going to have to dig you up, Joel. You're not actually dead after all. As that was defended into the onside. Maybe that would be his epitaph on his gravestone. I told you I was out.
Hey.
To paraphrase, who was it? I told you I was ill. Who was that?
Spike
Milligan, wasn't it? I told you I was
Cat Martin, who's with us both on YouTube and Twitter, says the sad England supporter notes how damn low those averages are, the ones that Messi shared. Well, yeah, certainly not good enough to win us.
Well, once you get after Crawley and Duckett at the top,
it's 47, 37, 32.
Yeah. In comes Jimmy. 3 slips go down. Rohit solidly defends towards Mark Wood, who's at a fairly shortish mid-on. And there is no run.
Armchair Cricket Podcast reckons there's not much in the pitch for the seamers at the moment. Will we see the spinners soon? Messers is again called out by Jay. Never mind, Jeremy, says Jay. His deeds are already legend. I think that stat is the greatest thing anyone has ever done ever. Yeah.
Well,
we're as one. We're as one.
We are all. We're Rizwan.
Rizwan.
Wrong country, mate. Wrong country.
We're as one.
Okay. Ooh, something going on in the YouTube monitor in front of me. Is this one nicely defended by Rohit? It means that 7 overs gone. Only one minor flutter of concern for India, but proven to be not the case for a leg side strangle from Jimmy. They've serenely, really, eased their way to 25 without loss, and I think we're probably due a rotation.
Let me give you a couple more messages on YouTube. Messers says, "Oh dear, is that really as good as it gets?" About the fact that he's just done the best thing ever, and it was a lovely stat. All downhill from here then. And Kieran Roseblade is with us. Morning all. I originally was disappointed when I tuned in to find it was a second innings, but I've decided to change my mindset. I'll give you all an insight into it. Instead of viewing England as a good side, and by doing Bazball, it can make them a great side on occasion. View them instead as a load of average or old cricketers who haven't really had a chance. At something. Well, I'll let the next person read the next thing, because he appears to be posting himself in instalments. Right. I'll leave you guys to it. See you later on.
Morning all.
Thanks,
How are we doing?
Grubby. Hi, Dave.
How you doing?
Good. You still getting over the high of the Irish win?
I'm riding higher and higher. We've got a new bowler coming in. We got Hartley. He bowls his first delivery. He used left arm around the wicket to the jazz whale, and that is blocked into the offside behind square. Still riding high. Well, there's the ODI series starting at 11 today, I think.
Oh,
three ODIs, 3 T20s. I don't know if anyone's watching them. If anyone will watch them, but Hartley in. Shorter outside the off stump, blocked for no run.
It starts in 90 minutes.
Basically, yeah. Out in Sharjah, I believe. Not in the Tolerance Oval, where they got the test win. Partly in. That is full on middle stump. Bounced a bit. Ooh. Just a few questions of would that have been hitting? Hit Jaswell's pad.
Going over, I'd say.
Yeah, I think so. Hartley's height.
Oh, we should jingle up.
Handy,
Mr.
You'd be handy
Hartley,
at basketball.
we?
Yeah, give us a jingle there, Tony. Give us a jingle.
I will do that here. Well, I'll do it after this delivery, assuming nothing
happens untoward. Hartley in. That is on leg stump. It is blocked back to the bowler. Give us a jingle.
We said, who's this guy that's come out of the blue? Then he took 7 wickets on Test debut. His first innings was shite, and he got it right.
You can commentate over him.
That's a great jingle. I love it. One of my favourites, all-time favourites. No runs off this over so far. 5 deliveries, just 1 left. Hartley with his hair windswept in the Himalaya mountains, sunglasses on, bowling left arm round the wicket to the Jaswell. Looks very comfortable. 5 for.
Does look a picture in the evening, doesn't he? He looks very windswept. Yeah. Look at that.
Pulls it in, has a bit of a drive as Jaswell goes down 2, long on for no run. Ben Duckett, the man fielding. And that is the over 26 after 8. Do we have anyone on social? Anybody out there?
We're finishing off Kieran's comment. I should say, Tony, that Hartley has the capacity to look windswept indoors with his hair. There's
Always.
something about it that is
Yeah,
self-sustaining.
there's a hint of the Bobby Charlton or Ralph Coates comb over.
Just
about
a slight hint.
He concludes, view England instead as a load of average stroke old cricketers who haven't really had a chance at winning. Then we can view baseball as a concept that can make an average team into a good one on occasion. I think that's a fairly accurate description. Aidan Biddle says it looks like Scotland are in a spot of bother against Canada in Dubai. 197 all out, just started the second innings. Well, good to see Canada doing well. They're already qualified for the World Cup, aren't they?
Yep.
Also, they'll have an interesting match against the USA, possibly slightly overwhelmed by Pakistan and India in their group.
Yeah. It's an interesting group. They're in with us, I think. A couple of games in New York, 2 or 3 games in New York, and then a couple of games in Florida.
England have quickly realised that all spin is what did it for India.
Double bowling change. We got Bashir in. Round the wicket. To the Jaswell. That is fired down the leg side. He has a bit of a glance. It kind of goes down to Jimmy and White Schmidt on for no run. He flings it in and apologises.
And here's Bashir.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
Bashir continues wide, coming in wide of the stumps. Bowling it on the stumps, and that is blocked by Jaswell. 6 off 27. Rohit with 20 off 23. So Rohit looking the more fluent so far. Comes in again. Has a dance down the wicket, and he smacks that over for 6. Over along off's head. You can only watch it. And Joel gets his arms up in the air to test out his circulation. Gave it a little bit of flight.
Yeah, again, we've talked a lot about the difference in. Mind you, Ashwin got taken down first ball, I think, didn't he?
Yeah.
However, he went to get on more than get his revenge.
He certainly did. I thought when he got Hartley out, that was a very good catch. I thought Hartley might have got it over the boundary, but it was a very good take. Very well placed was the fielder.
4 for 51 he ended up with, did R. Ashwin in his 100th test.
Bashir, and that is full on the middle leg, is blocked into the offside. 89 kilometres per hour. Pretty good bowling performance in your 100th test match. Not a bad way to do it.
Yep, good start.
Bashir, that is outside the off stump. He flays that. It has also gone over for 6. It goes into the netting. Someone's going to have to fish that out.
Maybe my question as to how's his spinning finger holding up is being answered
Ooh, yeah, I did hear about that. Actually.
That six is on fire.
Yeah.
Did we note that they have avoided the follow-on, by the way?
They have now. What do they need? They need to get within 200. So yeah, of course they have.
Yeah, to get to 19. Yes.
So it continues. He's been flayed again by Jaswell. This time over long on for another 6. 3 off the over.
I think this feels like a calculated policy.
I think
The
so.
number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
I mean, stats are always how you present them. You could also say that Kuldeep has never failed to get a 5 in the first innings of a test match at Dharamsala.
True.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, actually. No, he only got 4 last time. So ignore that. I was talking utter nonsense.
Oh.
When was the last time, actually? When was the
2017.
I remember that test against
he got
Australia.
4
Good
against
series.
Australia, and obviously 5 here today.
I think the series was in the balance, and then very soon wasn't in the balance when he took those 4 wickets.
Messers.
Jay Grover is arguing with Grubby. He says, "No, Messers, I think you driving all the snakes from Australia were your greatest achievement. I must have done it when I wasn't looking. I don't know that my name is Patrick, St. Patrick, although Patrick may be my confirmation name. I can't remember. Confirmation is a process whereby Catholics are conned in their early teens into staying with the church for a little bit longer.
Yeah,
and you're allowed to choose a name.
Does it have to be a saint's name, or can it be any name you like?
Yeah, it's usually a saint, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Jay also says, "Fucking hell, Dave, you've changed the background again."
Yeah, I know. Sorry, guys. Just kind of constantly mix it up, jazzing it up. Much like the jazz whale. Trying out this new shirt as well. Got this.
Well, it's very Irish. It's looking very good. Now that is definitely
World
that
Cup.
is green. That is what I call green. There's no question that might even begin to be brown. That
For our
is a green
listeners,
shirt.
Tony is pointing. He is pointing voraciously to say that's green.
Voraciously.
I don't know. I went with voracious. That was short by Hartley. Bounces up and is flicked off the back foot by Rohit. Just for the single. Brings Jaswell to strike.
That's a proper green, that is. Not so
if I was
indeterminate,
beside-
might be brownie green.
If I was beside that green screen, I think I'd be blending in. I'd just be ahead. Ahead
Believe
with
me,
some
people
forearms.
have done it.
Maybe I'll visit Gorilla Towers. He comes in around the wicket, does Hartley to the left-handed. He dives to stop it, and is cleaned up by.
I think it was a bump ball.
Yeah, it was a bump. I don't think there was a catch really there. Just using his frame. He's very tall as Hartley. How tall is he? He's probably 6'4" or something.
He is 6'4".
Yeah.
He and Bashir are both 6'4".
Jeez. Got to be this tall to bowl spin for England. He comes in again. That is blocked on off stump. They run through for a single. Played neatly into the offside.
What did England reach before they lost their first wicket?
63, was it?
Yeah, so, there's always hope if you're clutching at straws.
There's always hope if you need a straw. England were doing bloody well. Crawley's having quite a series. I mean, in comparison to a few others, but
absolutely is.
It's pretty well. You'd take that.
The
As an
only
opener in
criticism of Crawley is the number of times he's been out in the 70s, whereas match-winning innings tend to be more than 70-something.
Sometimes more substantial, and that is left arm around the wicket to the right hand. Rohit has just blocked it to the offside. It was full on off the middle. Yeah, he's probably in danger of getting those opportunities and not really fully running with it. But it's a good problem to have, I guess, if you're making runs. Hartley in. Yeah, it's blocked into the leg side for no run. 0.3 kilometres. Stokes keeping his hands warm, having a little clap. It looks quite warm out there, actually. I was expecting chillier, snowier conditions, but
they seem to have
when you say
shifted.
warm,
yeah, no, they've shifted gear from wearing basically thermals and puffer jackets.
On the leg. The puffer jackets have come off, have they?
Yeah.
That's flicked into the leg side. The sweeper tidies it up. I think it's Crawley on the leg side. They run through for 1, and that is the over 47 after 10.
Yeah, I'll check what AccuWeather says the temperature is there in a second. Sam says 60660, oh dear. Yeah. Pokey Bumfingers just says, fuck this for a game of soldiers. Kieran Roseblade says, how do the England team talks go after they lose like they have by throwing wickets away? Do they all go, we had them worried there, lad, that was a close game? Or does someone go, lads, we were a bit shit there, let's not do that again?
You'd like to think, you'd genuinely like to think there is what they say publicly and what they might look at and discuss
privately,
internally. And you can do that in the positive way, constructive criticism, as it were.
Criticism, of course.
Well,
if you could just do that, Crawley, do what you're doing, but just do it slightly better, that'd be great.
Or longer, yes.
Yeah, be fab. Bashir to the right-handed Rohit. He's bowling over the wicket. Played into the offside for no run. Yeah, you wonder how the whole thing, positivity, how positive are they actually behind the scenes?
I think you'd say, like, well, I'll hold it till after this delivery.
And again, ooh, that is on middles up. It flicks, it goes up in the air. It's taken by short leg, but no one really is interested.
I think you'd say something like, look, Ollie, there's nothing wrong with that shot. Just next time you play it, can you be past 150? There you are.
Next time,
see,
the ball.
Simple.
Bashir in, he dances down the track. Ooh, it's taken by short leg. Is that? Ooh, that is interesting.
No.
Rohit danced down the track, got a little bit of bat, didn't quite make it. Stuck in the air, and Pope took the catch. Rohit did a little walk in a circle as if to say, hold on there, buddy. 22 off 30. Losing the rag a bit here, but Bashir seems to have found a bit of a groove.
Which is good.
Something.
Good comeback. Although
again,
he wasn't the one who was...
it's just short. Nicely turned around the corner for no runs, cleaned up by the man at short fine leg. Just making things slightly happen.
Well, he's getting the bounce. I mean, the reason
Yeah.
you know, 2 6'4" spinners are in the team is the Axar Patel model. England wanted someone that can get the ball to bounce, and he has a couple of times this over really got the ball to bounce quite noticeably.
Again, lovely line on off, kind of in middle. It's turned away to the man at mid wicket for no run. One left on the off the over. No runs so far. Very tidy, just making Rohit think about a few things. He wasn't making Jaswal think about anything except where he was going to hit those sixes. Final delivery, just a slight delay. Maybe just having a look at that field. Bashir in. Outside off stump, and that is resolutely blocked by Rohit. 47 after 11 overs. Who have we got in social? Who's talking to us?
George McPherson says, England continue to embarrass themselves in this shambles of a tour. When England were under the captaincy of Root, people were calling for him to step down as captain, quite rightly. Yet it's the total opposite with Stokes in charge. Well, he's, as was said earlier by Kieran, sometimes a mediocre team outperforms its expectations because it's not a very good team.
I think they I would say that Stokes and McCullum are still comfortably in credit.
Gently in. Jaswal dances down the crease, flicks it down too long on.
Duckett just appeared out the shadows just as literally as I was about to press 4, and then suddenly, there he was.
There he is. Go, Gadget, Duckett. I thought, I wonder how cold it is down the shadows really when the sun starts to go down in Dharamsala. Long shadows coming in. So Hartley bowling to the right-handed Rohit. Well, we all know he's right-handed. Don't know why I'm saying that. He comes in. Oh, yeah. Looks like he has him. LBW shout. He appeals. It is.
Ben Folkes is nodding, going, I think you've got him. Joe Root's nodding, going, I think you got him.
So they've reviewed it.
It was a lovely left armer's delivery, and
it
did
beauty.
Turn and bounce. The question is, Rohit seems to think all's well. He's got a chuckling away, hasn't he?
Yeah, Rohit's just kind of sucking his lips, saying, "Well, look, sure, listen. If if you get one like that, what can you do? It was a beautiful delivery. I just missed a frame actually, but it was, I feel like, which is of course what would happen for a beautiful delivery like that. It curled in, middle and off.
No,
he hasn't touched
looking
it.
at it like that, I don't think it's going to be the faintest. He seems to sort of somehow, I don't know, does he sort of turn his back sideways somehow so it glances, would have grazed the front rather than the edge?
Yeah, so he had a swipe at that, and that looked like it was.
This is the one that's going to tell us.
Over edge, nothing
flat
past the edge. Yeah, flat line.
Frustration. Encouragement, though, it was a fabulous ball,
Certainly
but the review
was.
is lost.
England spinners have had Rohit's number a few times. Almost did there. Decision upheld. India with 3 reviews remaining. England with 2.
Incidentally, AccuWeather claims the temperature in Dharamsala is 9 degrees at present.
9 degrees, bloody hell. It's warmer here, I think, in Dublin. Hartley in. It is on middle and leg. Blocked back to the bowler. Slight moral victory, I think we'll call that for Hartley.
Oh, it was a superb delivery.
Oh, it's fantastic. Just getting that lovely curl that we've seen of Hartley through the series.
But just didn't take the edge.
Gets that curl again. This time it's a bit shorter. It's flicked off the back foot by Rohit. It is going for 4. It has hit the Toblerones. It was actually not a bad delivery. It was just a bit short, and Rohit was very good to get back. Got deepish in his crease and just flicked it past the short leg. He couldn't do anything about that, really. It was
Didn't get the same
face
amount
off.
of turn, and it started sort of on leg to try and get it to turn back and towards off, and Rohit was just on
again,
it like a
ooh,
shot.
that's outside off stump. Bit of curl in, blocked into the offside. Respected by Rohit. 88.2 kilometres. Cheaton Patel wearing a very large woolly hat, such as feeling. Collingwood, who is subfielding or is on the list of subfield, wearing no hats. He says, "This is fine, lads." Rohit in. He has a swipe across the line, more of a flick actually, and then has disappeared into space for 4 runs.
It's just another score. Do, 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 do. It's just another 4.
9 off the over. It had its moments, but Rohit has gone slightly on the attack here.
Here's something you wouldn't have expected before the day's play. India's 111.4 overs, 50 and 11.4 overs, as opposed to England's in 14.2 overs.
There you go.
Wow. Yeah, England have you consciously moderated their approach to try and dig in a bit, but then undo it with the occasional daft shot. And this morning, I think we're agreeing some very good bowling.
Oh, exceptional. Bashir in to Jaswal. That is on middle leg. He flicks around the corner, has inched a single, but the fielder beats it well in time and they decide against. Bashir just getting into a bit of a groove. He hasn't bowled to the left-hander for a while now. Just troubling Rohit. Comes in wide of the crease. It is kind of just on a length and is flicked to deep square leg for a single, bringing Rohit onto strike. 94 kilometres.
You chuckling at the gentleman with the
a great
extremely
English,
long beard.
A great
no,
English
I'm
fella.
chuckling at a comment from Kieran Bairstow, which I'll read at the end of the over.
Ah, yeah, save it.
All right,
Bashir in over the wicket. And that is just played off the back foot. It is tied up by the short leg. Rohit tried to turn it around the corner. Some good work by Pope. The mulleted Pope. Can still see vague hints of the mullet under that lid.
If Popes are mulleted, why aren't bishops? That's what I
Oh, that's a look. He has a sweep to his row hit. They appeal. Was it going down?
Hitting outside the line.
Yeah.
Bashir's
Yeah.
thinking it's too high. That's what he's questioning. I thought that
Stokes.
looked a pretty good shout, I have to say.
It looked pretty good. Stokes was not interested, and the clock has wound down.
Well, we're going to tell here. Possibly going down leg. I don't think
Yeah.
height was the issue. I think England might be frustrated here.
Yes,
And they're not
rightly
going to
so.
show us. How pointless is that?
Yep. Outside the off stump, and that is blocked slightly by Rohit. He's put that sweep away back in the box. Maybe save it for later.
My instinct was genuinely that was a better shout, and I'm surprised England didn't think harder about the review there.
Yeah.
No, it was hitting outside the line, Tony, just on the replay.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, that might be the tied up by Pope. Just played off the pads of Rohit, and that is the over 57 after 13 overs.
Kieran says, I think the main problem is, and this might offend some people, that a lot of England supporters believe that England should be a good sporting team in all formats of sport. Once everyone changes their mindset to believe England are not very good, then they are putting in a plucky performance against the favourites. Except Bairstow, what the fuck's he doing there? Sagir says, England's reviewing has been awful today. They've lost 4 in a day. I wonder if they took a cue out of Rohit's book. Kieran says, Bairstow must be the worst player to play 100 tests for England. He does evoke strong emotions.
A lot of emotions.
Sagir says he's
I
being
don't think he
rewarded
is.
for his loyalty.
I do think there's the post-injury Bairstow and the pre-injury Bairstow. Now,
Which injury? We're talking the ankle. The
horrible leg break from his.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, sorry. Hartley in. That's flicked by Jaswell. Down for a single. Duckett flings it in. Yeah, it certainly is. Obviously, 2022, his purple patch. I'm trying to think of who is legitimately the worst player to get to 100. 100 test matches.
I'll have a look at the England list. I don't think you get to 100 by being a bad player, in all honesty.
Yeah, it's almost by definition impossible. That is in again by Hartley. Hurls into Road, who plays it back to the bowler.
The interesting thing about Bairstow is that, as we were discussing earlier, is the number of tests he missed getting there.
Yeah.
Puts him right down the list of the 100 near the bottom, right near the bottom, because he's had periods out the team because of lack of form.
That is short by Hartley and is belted by Rohit for 6. Absolutely belted with disdain.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Yeah, it was ball that curled in. Rohit went the back foot. Usually he just kind of turned that to the leg side. This time he said, hold on a sec, Hartley. I could smack this for 6, which he duly did.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot.
Hartley in. Again, it is short. It curled, but it has time to get his hands through. It is well tidied up on the boundary. Looks like young Johnny B sweeping there, who has a bit of a tumble, flings it in. Incredible effort there on the boundary.
I will read you at the end of the over.
Go on.
The full list. Well, at the end of the over.
Oh yeah.
Of England's 100 century, test hundreds of people who played 100 times for England. Hard to pick on the list a worst.
Hartley in, curled in on middle leg. Yes, sorry.
We reached the end of the over. No, we're not.
No, we got one left. Yeah.
I'll read it very quickly, and then you can let us know. If
and our listeners can.
It is possible to name a worst. I think, arguably, I possibly could, but it becomes a tad subjective if you take statistics out of the equation, which I guess you can't. That's one way to absolutely judge. Hartley
for the final delivery of the over. Drives it in. It is just done off stump. And it is blocked. He's on a sixpence. Blocked by Rohit. 66 for no wicket.
I mean, just by comparison, by the way, Bairstow's missed 51 tests in getting to his 100. Alistair Cook missed 1 to get to his 100. Okay, so that whole list is Cook, Root, Strauss, Peterson, Gower, Stewart, Alex Stewart, Stuart Broad, Atherton, Bell, Stokes, Cowdrey, Thorpe, Anderson, Bairstow, Botham, Boycott and Gooch.
Yeah, Bairstow's the worst. Barong says a messer's moment for Joel. He sends us his report card for Wilson today. He's had 5 reviews against him, all unsuccessful. Only one of them umpire's call.
As Joel, after he just showed, he flickered with promise in the last test, only to revert
Bashir
his
to
old
Jaswal.
Jolian ways.
2 dots in the over so far.
They're looking
it's a
all
pretty
too
good
solid,
list,
but
Tony,
then
sorry.
England did. England looked solid.
Yeah, I suppose it can turn. It can turn as it always does. It sometimes feels like England are usually the ones for turning. That is swept by Jaswal, and it beats the man who was just in front of square leg for 4.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Again, it was beautifully swept by Jaiswal, who is just such a class act.
He really is. Throughout the series, he has been incredibly impressive. Rohit was having some words with him there. Not quite sure. Saying more of that, please. That is short by Bashir. It's punched off the back foot. Tied up by the fielder. No run.
Do you think it wasn't take your time? We've got 5 days. The series is in the bag.
No, I think he was saying go harder.
Oh, go harder.
Yeah,
Well,
sweep
there you
more.
go.
You're not sweeping enough.
He's gone full
Pez
day
and runs
Barrett.
Pez and runs for Jaswal. Pez and test runs. He plays at the offside for a single. 1 more to his total. Such a promising career for young Jaswal. I suppose it was predicted in some ways after his played in the Under-19 World Cup, I think, if I recall. One of the many to graduate in the Indian School of Batting. Rohit facing up to Bashir. The final ball to delivery.
Mumbai.
And that is turned. It was on his pads. Turned off his pads to the man at fine leg by the looks of it for a single. 72 after 15. Messages. What are people saying? Do people have any thoughts?
Andy Lally's having a very bad day. Lying in bed with the flu. Woke up earlier. 170 for 3. Thought have a sleep. Woke up. All out. India 50 for none. Typical. We're due to change. There's been quite a lot of discussion over on YouTube, which I might not read all out because Kieran and Sagir are having a talk. Hope you're feeling better, Andy. Pokey says, has Paul Collingwood been on as a sub fielder yet? When will that bastard finally retire? Is it wrong of me to want an England player to be slightly injured so that we get to actually see Collingwood and Trescothick on the field?
But surely we need 5 people to be injured for that to actually happen, don't we?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, probably 4 because Tresco comes after Collingwood, doesn't he?
Okay, I'll catch you later.
All right, see you later.
Cheers, message.
See ya.
Keep an eye on the GPL, by the way. That might be a winner.
Hello, Dave.
How you doing, lads?
All right, Dave. It's Grubby here. Have we been on before together? I'm not sure we have.
Maybe. I've heard your voice before, so...
Well, likewise.
This feels familiar.
Good. Comfortable, yeah? Like a warm bath.
Exactly. Nice and warm.
Yeah.
When do we get Trescothick on the field? When do we get him on his knees in, or whatever, in some sort of fielding position?
Five injuries, I reckon.
Yeah.
4 for Collingwood, 5 for Tresco. So you're happy about Ireland's victory against Afghanistan, I take it?
Yeah, not disappointed. It was pretty good. I mean, look, I think it's a bit of a monkey off the back in a lot of ways. Felt like Bangladesh were playing forever before they could get their first test win.
What exactly? I mean, how many tests was it to get a first test win? 13, 14, something like that? Was it more?
They were 25. This was our 8th.
8th?
I mean, like, considering
that's
you're playing
fastest,
one
isn't
test.
it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. When you're playing basically one test match a year, though, I suppose.
Yeah.
1 or 2. Afghanistan got there in 2, though. Bastards.
You'll have heard, of course, that we were present there in Malahide. That famous 2018 game.
Yeah, I saw your
Blessed
thread
occasion.
looking for the videos of us on Facebook yesterday. Yeah, they've deleted them now. I can't even remember what year
Some of
that
them were
was.
on there.
I was trying to find. I was going to write a piece. I mean, we're still waiting on the announcement of the Zimbabwe Test match in Belfast in August. I was going to write a piece for that, and I was trying to find commentary anywhere of the first ball on the second day, because the first day was rained out. The first ball on the second day was Murta.
We've got
Murta
that.
Murta to Ali. Ali goes for a bizarre single. Imam runs into Kevin O'Brien runs into Imam, I think.
That's got to hurt.
Tackles him.
Either way.
Yeah, and then I think Imam was basically down on the turf for a while.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
I think we at the ground there, we thought he's going to have to be stretchered off here.
Yeah, it looked like he'd been knocked out.
It was well dramatic. Great fun.
Beautiful for your first ball in Test cricket.
Yeah. We're on a drinks break at the minute. I think there must be
a few sips.
Yeah, probably. Although I don't think they need drinks. It's only 9 degrees.
A few cups of tea. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't have my cans on when I walked in, so I couldn't hear what Messrs was reading. Where did he get up to on the tweets? Do you know?
No.
Did he?
Someone had flu.
Someone had
they
flu.
woke up in a haze, and the match is where it is after the opening stand. I think one of the last tweets.
There's a lot of people marvelling at that marvellous stat that Messrs put up about the averages being in batting order. SDT. Folks should have been Stokes alphabetically if numbers are the same. Okay.
There you go.
To get alphabetical and batting order might be a bit much. And Alan Butcher, is that the Alan Butcher? I guess the main takeaway from those stats is that big hundreds win Test matches.
Yes.
And we haven't had enough. I mean, certainly when you got 45, 37, 32, 31 and then 20 odds, that's not going to win you a series in India.
No,
and indeed it hasn't.
It's got big.
Exactly. We've had 3 big innings, only one of them has won a Test match.
I think maybe there was the thought, like, when we the Bunsons before, where it was like, if you get a cheeky 250 or something,
well, I think
carry you. But these have been good pitches.
They have been.
They've all been great pitches, and not one-dimensional.
Rohit is facing up to Hartley. Just goes back, defends it back to the bowler and so on. And I said in the last Test, I think that was a bit of a strategy actually by India. I think last time they thought England would probably maybe a little bit better, and that was their route to victory, whereas this time I think they think England have come over with some inexperienced spinners as Hartley bowls, and that's defended back down the track. We trust our spinners are so much better than theirs. If we create standard Test wickets, we should win anyway, because our spinners will be more efficient than theirs, and the wickets will turn, but it doesn't have to be a complete Bunsen burner, and we'll end up winning, and that has been the case. Plus Jaiswal's batting has been fantastic. That's defended back down the track by Rohit, and there's no run. Some staunch innings when they've needed them, at times when they've needed them. I mean, in the last Test, there was a time where I thought it was going to win. There were 90 odd for 5, weren't they? Still needed 80 odd.
Well, that's the thing. Each game has been in the balance.
Yeah.
And each game, England's probably had a chance to win. It's just India have been better.
Yeah, exactly that. Hartley tosses that one up, and it's just punched down to long off, or mid off, really. And there's a single.
Jaiswal slightly the difference, I'd argue. Before we had Dhruv Jurel, of course, played those incredible innings.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he won the last Test, didn't he? And he certainly came out and calmed things down after those 5 wickets had gone down either side of lunch. Wonder what Baz will make of it all. I'm sure he won't be that fussed, to be honest. That one's defended out into a gap in the covers, and there is no run. Sun looks like it's going down.
I'm sure he will. Just because he's a laid-back character doesn't mean he doesn't want to win. Quite the opposite.
I guess.
He and Stokes are massive competitors, hate losing.
Yeah, they seem to be extraordinarily pragmatic about these things. You win some, you lose some. I think they can put it behind them quite easily. They'll be upset, obviously. Exactly. They want to win, but equally they'll go to the next game as the next game. We start at 0, see what happens. Defended back down the track, and there's no run. Certainly England seem to have kind of fallen off the cliff for this last Test. You do wonder whether it's homesick blues, we've lost already sort of thing. And when it started to go wrong, heads have gone a little bit, maybe. Finally, and they have been competitive for 4 Tests, and we're in it.
One eye maybe on the plane, flight home.
Yeah, exactly that,
It's always kind of the way. When was the last time England played a 5-match series in India?
Last time we were there. They always play
Wasn't
5
that four?
tests.
Wasn't that always 4 matches?
No, it's 5. We lost 4-1.
4-1 again, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 4-1. We won the first test again.
Yeah, it's been a definite similar shape to the series.
Yeah, but I mean, they did have the Bunsen burners. They looked like students on a gap year.
Is that what you're looking at in the crowd?
Yeah, doing their India thing. Smoking loads of ganja up in the hills. That one's clipped into the leg side, out towards deep mid wicket. And they've got a single.
Yeah, they're having a little bit too much fun. They seem to be a little bit too excited with this cricket so far.
Charos up there in the foothills of the Himalayas, I imagine. Very nice shit. If I remember rightly. What's this? Most 4s this match. No pointed stats. That Crawley got 11. Rohit's on on 5. God damn it. I'm sure he'll overtake that if he gets a score. That's worked down towards fine leg. It started on leg and just turned down there. Rohit just helped it on its way. He's 41 of 54 deliveries. 76 for none. Mind you, weren't we about 70 for none?
Yeah, round about there.
Round about
63,
there.
yeah.
63.
Yeah. Do we know much about the Bashir finger? He's got some
it's just
bruising or something.
It's just worn, isn't it? How many overs did he bowl in that last game? It's that one that's defended up to mid-off, long off, and they'll get a single.
I mean, he's probably bowled more balls in this whole series than he has in his first-class career, isn't he?
Yeah, I imagine so. Might well have bowled more overs in that last test than he's bowled the entirety of last season. I don't know how many. He had played about 4 games last season.
Yeah, not a lot. This is the most bowling he's done, I think. Yeah, if you could take a load of wickets, Bashir, that'd be great with your limited experience.
Yeah, that one's wide of the off stump, and Rohit just packs it behind square, and there's no run. Certainly not getting the action on the ball that the Indian spinners were getting. They were getting it to turn more often, I think.
Very bouncy. I wonder, like, as well as that, is there just a bit of, like, not quite fitness, but, like, obviously the Indian lads are used to bowling tons and tons of overs.
Well, yes.
And if you're just bowling a few overs here and there in England, the championship, you're goosed in a way. Or, well, you're doing well, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I think all spinners like to bowl long spells, but it is quite tiring. You think, oh, well, you're not running in like a quick bowler, but when you bowl 20 overs on a trot. The longest spell I ever bowled was 26 overs. By the end.
26?
Yeah. That's worked into the leg side.
I'd be lucky to do 7 overs.
By Rohit. I was 16 at the time. I bowled an entire innings, basically, from start to finish.
Jesus.
5 for 56.
There you go. There you go.
Remember that game?
No, you wouldn't forget him.
That's tossed up and slammed. Did I go palmed at cover? Good palm. Slows it right down. It'll only be 1 run.
Got a slew of messages coming on YouTube. I'll just read a few of them for you. Mr. P and Kieran are having a little chat. Kieran picked on something I said. For people who hate losing, they do seem to be really good at it. England. Stephen Kelk says England really should have picked Bair alongside Hartley to form a devastating left-arm orthodox attack.
There you go.
Just going down a little bit. Sagir Parker is with us saying, I think it's all about how they feel, the moral wins as they go on trotting about that crap. So, some two sides of the debate, of course. Moral wins, winning hearts, kidneys and brains. Ha ha ha, says Gopala Krishna. And who else is with us there? Kieran's back in with completely agree, mate. You can churn out loads of words to the press about how you felt like you won, etc. But I'd love some honesty. Stokes to come out and say none of us were good enough. Yeah, I mean,
he might say that. He might be just saving that for the final press conference.
Yeah.
Turn around a corner by Jarswell, and it's a single to the man at backward point, backward deep. Square leg, just behind square. Yeah, I mean, look, Australia went out there not that long ago, played a what? Was it? I think it might have only been a 4-test series. It might have been a 5-test series, but they got absolutely fucking spanked. They did one. Did they win the last? I think they won the last test.
They won.
They were already 3-1
they won
down,
one and they drew the last. I think.
Yeah. That's a dot ball. You know, but those were raggers, weren't they? I mean, the first 4 tests,
they were serious raggers.
Serious raggers. I mean, that's just what we all expected, wasn't it? And we just didn't get it.
Yeah, I think there were they probably got some lessons, because when you got Scott Kuhneman or whatever on debut taking A load of wickets.
Yeah. That one is guided down to long on for a single.
I worry about Leah. She's talking about feeding people into wood chippers feet first, so just go and have a little lie down. And Jay Grover says, I just got kicked off Twitter and had to go through a series of maths problems. I blame that creepy Naga-looking picture behind Dave's left arm. How do you feel about Jay having a close look at you?
I guess.
Defended by Rohit. Out to the leg side, there ain't no run.
I don't know what this is, actually. I bought this in a market somewhere. Still don't know what it is.
Looks sunny in Dublin.
It is. It's probably conditions are probably quite similar to Dharamsala at the moment,
as they so often are.
Yeah, quite similar, quite akin. We don't get turners like this or pitches like this though.
That was good. A bit of air. Just turned around the corner by Rohit.
It's good weather. We're getting storms though, so basically when you check the square, see how it's growing in. All the outfield is just basically mush at the moment. Got about 4 weeks to sort that out.
Get the super stopper out.
Oh jeez, got a few of them.
Forks in the ground.
Oh jeez.
There's probably nowhere for the water to go, is there? No? It's been a very wet winter. That's just defended back to the bowler and there's no run. I mean, presumably it all breaks off the Atlantic and you get it first before we get it. So
yeah, we get all the shit and then you guys get whatever's left.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is still often shit.
Which is still often shit, indeed.
Kaushik K re-messages legendary numbers that he posted, the England batting averages. Says, quite a good point, we were touching on this earlier on. Folks' numbers don't suggest or don't necessarily do justice to his performance this series. He's batted with the tail under pressure for most of the time during the series. I think that is a fair point, actually.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that, chaps?
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with that. I tend to agree with that. But when that comes to next summer and Bairstow's test average, will it say Folks, or will England go back to we don't need an experienced? I mean, the reason Folks gets there is defended square on the offside. There's no one. He's clearly a better keeper than Bairstow. But I think in England, where most of the time you're standing back, England feel it's easier. And Bairstow fills the spot, and they can get Harry Brook and Bairstow in the side. And stronger.
You mark my words, he'll be out the team, Folks, again.
Yeah, I think so. Probably, unfortunately.
That's all Folks.
That is all Folks, and that's defended out into the covers, and there's no run. It's not necessarily fair.
He's played some good innings though. He like a good partnership with Pope, good partnership with Root. If he had that one innings that kicked on, then you could say, "Oh shit, Bairstow's not making runs, so we got to pick this guy because he's actually making runs."
Well, that's what actually happened. Was it Pakistan? He got a ton in Pakistan, didn't he? One of those games. He got really good in Pakistan, and then
he's got 100 in Sri Lanka, I think.
Okay, maybe that's
debut, but he might have made runs in Pakistan though as well.
Down the track comes Jaiswal, slams Bashir straight back past him. It'll be 4 runs. And he's now caught up with Rohit. And India serenely going along. Do we know how many overs left in the day?
I was just thinking that.
It must be about 10 or maybe 9 as that was clipped. Another 4 this time out through mid wicket.
Yeah, it's all getting a bit easy. You're thinking how many overs left, who could have a cheeky go?
You might want to go back to Jimmy for a couple before the end of the day.
Give Joe a go as well.
Yeah, Rooty will get a go, I reckon.
Yeah, Rooty might get a go. Bashir tosses that one out, flicked nicely. Doesn't beat an athletic 41-year-old Jimmy Hendricks, I was about to say. No, Jimmy Anderson. Mid on. And there is just a single.
A guitar legend 11, anyone? Someone will put that together for us.
Yeah.
Jimi Hendrix, opening bowler.
He's a handy musician, isn't he, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Did I hear that somewhere?
Does he strum the guitar or something? I don't know.
He does, I suppose, yeah. Handy. Maybe he's not handy.
Mark Butcher's very good, isn't he? He's released albums.
Yeah, he is. He's released quite a few. Henry Alonga. I think he's quite a fine singer, from what I've heard. Haven't heard him sing, mind you. I've just heard people talk
Better
about
reserve judgment than eh?
Yeah.
Bashir around a wicket to Rohit, but it's too wide of his off stump and he can just push it out Once more, Jimmy's getting the ball every time now. So he gets sprawling across the ground to save another 4, but they get a single. 10 off that over. 6 overs, none for 40 for Bashir. It's not happening today. And I would give it a little change up, try something else. Got to get wickets.
Yeah, well, I predicted at the start of it, I said I think there'll be 152 for 1 at the end of the day's play, and they're coasting quite serenely towards that sort of area.
Are. And if they get 450, I think this is an innings victory.
Yeah.
I think England.
Yeah.
England will
Odds on.
Will probably start as they have done, and Crawley and Duckett will get some runs, and then it'll all go south from there. And the heads will go down. They'll thinking about their playing at Martwell end on Saturday. If they do get 450, this might well end on Saturday. Would be my thoughts. But yeah, I think in general it's been a good series. That's defended by Rohit. Back down the track, there's no run.
Yeah, on the whole, I think it's been a good series. There's kind of sometimes I think there's an element of chaos when the wheels come off.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say the wheels haven't come off necessarily. They could in this test, but they still haven't. So
but I mean, I guess when we got beaten by 290, there was a bit of that, wasn't there, in the second innings? But I mean, that's what happens when you're that far behind in the game, isn't it? You know, it often goes that way.
Did he fling out that number 12 boot or whatever size boot Hartley does? I think he just did a little splits there to try and stop that.
He did.
Yeah, and you sometimes regret that if it gets you on the ankle.
Well, you can go for the single and because of it.
Jaiswal's just gone over 700 runs for the series. Wow.
Wow. And only 9 innings as well. That one is played up to mid-on, no run.
They've just put up a stat on the TV screen, which is Gavaskar twice has scored more than this in a series for India. But this lad's just gone into 3rd place on that all-time India batsman list.
Yeah.
For a series.
I think both Gavaskar. Ooh, now that was aerial. Rohit came down the track. I don't think he got all of it. Jimmy is up at mid-on. It was just over his hands, and it's gone past him for 4 runs.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
Yeah, it just looked like someone really lean there at mid-on. You felt Jimmy could get to it.
Yeah, but no. Oh, that one turned a little bit, caught the outside half of Rohit's bat, but he's defending it stoutly, and it goes out towards cover, and there's no run. How far over him did it go?
Let's see.
Oh, it's fair. It was good. In the end, it was cleared him quite nicely.
I think once he realised it was over his head significantly enough, he just sort of made the jump look like he wasn't making an effort, but it was already gone.
Ooh, that one skidded on a little bit. Rohit and the back foot.
Just a few questions.
Defends it back to the bowlers. Now 20 overs gone. India are 94 for none, so they're Baz balling it where England couldn't.
Look at that remarkably symmetrical card, 47 each.
Yeah. Giles was really caught up as well, wasn't he? He was about 5 off 25 balls, and now he's 47 off 54. England, everyone's clapping rhythmically.
Yeah,
I don't
England
know what
fans
for.
are getting into it, getting into something. Keeping the hands warm, I guess.
Yeah, possibly.
Clapping in unison.
I presume this is Barmy Army. Oh, maybe it's Barmy Army. Barmy Army.
Jay's writing directly to me now. Grubby, I've known where you live and your skew with picture placement for years now. Never did you no harm. Not yet, Jay, but I still have my eyes peeled.
Well, Bashir is going to continue. And Jai as well is on 47 off 54. That could be his 50. It probably is his 50 as he's cut behind square off the first ball. No, it's not going to be his 50. It's going to be 49 as that's 2 runs down to Johnny B racing around from the deep cover to block off the boundary.
9.5 overs left in the day, I think.
Should get them in. Well, it depends.
Yeah.
If they go back to pace, then it might be close. It's 10 overs and 40 minutes. But that's cut again behind square. Same place. This time he's going to get 4. And that is going to be his 50 as he moves on to 53 of 56 deliveries. He's nearly going to run a ball. Jaiswal batting extraordinarily well.
Little 50 jingle?
Yeah, go on.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Can't be far behind Gareth Scar's all-time record then. Both those series against the West Indies, weirdly, weren't they, as well?
He did very well against the West Indies, didn't he?
That swept in front of square. Very well timed. 4 more. Bloody hell.
And if you kids can't listen and you
That's the 100 up as well.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
With 10 overs to go at 5 and over, you're dead on 150.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
It was 3-1. India deservedly had already won the series, but it had, as we've been speaking about, been close and they've been up and down in each game. This, at the moment, looks like a game too far for England.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Very much has that feel about it. Down the track comes Jaiswal, and there's your one. Jaiswal's come down the track, and I think he left his crease a little bit too early, and Bashir dragged it down. Another batsman gets themselves out. It spun past the outside edge, Jaiswal, and he was comfortably stumped by Folks. So India lose their first wicket, 104 for 1.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, that's a throwaway, and it opens an end.
Bashir is pumped though. He was glaring at him.
Well, he's just been hit for 2 fours.
Yeah,
he's gone
he's
for
enjoying
40
this
in
contest.
his previous 6 overs. So
it's good to see that. I mean, you're in an elite game of cricket. You're competitive sports people. You want to win every game and every moment, and he's done him there, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And 57 feels quite cheap in this series for Jaiswal.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So I'm guessing we're going to have this fella coming to the crease. Took a great catch earlier.
Gilly, gilly, Austin pepper, Katzenell and Bogan by the sea.
I'm guessing he won't have batted that often in the series with Rowett because it's normally Rowett who's got out first.
yes, it is indeed.
Yeah, that's it actually.
Batting with your skipper.
There's loads of action on YouTube. I'm not going to read everything out, but Stephen Kelk and Mayank and Gopala and our very own Mog under his band name and Sagir Parker are all having a jolly old time and a lovely chat. Keep it up. Anyone wants to give us a little super chat or
super chat?
One of those PayPal jobs through Patreon? Feel free.
Yeah, indeed. Please do. This is the last test. We're going to probably have a hiatus of nearly 2 months. We don't know what
are you going to do without us, everyone?
I don't know.
What are we going to do with ourselves?
I mean, the question is, do we do any IPL? The general feeling is no. Can't
The big
have
question.
it. But you never know. We might pop up suddenly and go, we're going to do a game. Who knows?
How long is the IPL this year? I mean, how long has it been
fucking interminable.
Interminable.
Yeah.
It's got to be 3 months.
I think there's something that some of the fixtures have been released and some of them haven't because the election's coming up, so there's probably security issues.
And that'll probably make it longer, won't it?
Yeah, I'd imagine, and maybe a bit of a break or something in between.
I think it's pretty much 12 weeks.
Yeah.
Just shy of 3 months. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
It's pretty long.
Down the track comes Gill to his first ball and covers up as Bashir bowls it to him. No run. That one did bite as well, and he saw him coming.
Yeah, bowled it into the pitch and
got it to turn. And he was very happy.
Mog's just given us $2 to do dice cricket.
There we go.
Not enough for dice cricket, I'm afraid, Mog. That one is defended back down the track and there's no run. We need thousands for that. It was a marvellous concept.
You familiar with this, Dave? We did dice cricket during lockdown.
Oh yeah? How'd it go?
It was okay.
It was fine.
It was live.
Fantasy teams, and there'd be a close-up of usually Bear throwing the dice into a saucer. And there was some quite exciting.
The mad idea is that we try and get a betting company.
Everyone is trying. Are they still up on YouTube?
Well, we did it on YouTube, but we thought if we could get a betting company involved because it was live and it was dice-based, so there was an element of randomness to it that you could do something, but we couldn't manage to.
What did betting companies do during?
Well, this was it. They were trying.
Lockdowns?
This was it. They were. There was betting on fucking PlayStation cricket, wasn't there, and shit like that.
Oh yeah, esports probably.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. People. We did. As this one is cut, it's a bit wide, but can't beat. Shoaib is at point and there's no run. I mean, we did something with the Cricketer magazine, didn't we? We did exactly that. We did Cricket 21 or whatever it was on the Xbox, and they had Tyrone Mills and a few county players who were representing themselves, and they play their county sides. 5 overs. Each game would last about 30-40 minutes, even though it was only 5 overs on an Xbox.
I think ESPN basically did ball-by-ball coverage of games that happened in the past, like India-Pakistan in '96 or something. That's where we were at.
Well, exactly. Tossed up by Hartley, defended back to him by Rohit, no run.
Jay has interpreted my words as thinking that I want my eyes peeled, but then goes on to say I'm reformed. Mm-hmm.
Who's that dressed up as night watchman?
Dressed up.
Oh no, it's Padikal. He's next, isn't it? I thought I didn't recognise him. That's defending back to the bowler.
So who's the next man in? It's not Padidar. It's
Padikal.
There we go.
Yeah.
Going through the phone book.
Well, Padikal is the man I had confused with Paditar. I thought Paditar was Padikal when they first announced he was in the team in the second test. As that one is defended out of the offside and there's no run.
Is that one of those that we called the wrong guy up for test debut? A la Peter
No,
Taylor, Mark
they
Taylor.
just happen to both have Pat at the beginning of their names, and my brain doesn't stretch beyond that. I thought they were the same person. That's flicked into leg side aerial for a while. It's down to mid-on, and there'll be no run.
Leah makes a very good point that every Indian batsman is better than every England batsman bar one thus far. So that also explains the series score.
Yep. What's that? Against all bowlers, Bashir. First innings. What, runs?
Yeah, I mean, Bashir's also bowled a lot of overs, so people are going to score against him, I guess.
Well, yeah, but he scored shitloads of runs, so that can't be right.
Well, yeah.
I don't know what that stat was all about. That one's turned into the leg side, and there's no run. Maybe it's just a 57, the first innings of this match.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're due to welcome Tone back into the room. Oh, no, not Tone, we're leaving you, I think. I think you're on, aren't you? Yeah.
It's me. I'm being left here, aren't I?
Yeah, you're being left.
With Dave and Messi. Is it that time already? It is that time already. Dave, you're going to take
Overflow.
over for the last half hour.
Right.
Yeah.
Great to see you, Dave. Great to see you, Messrs. Great to see you, Bear.
And you,
great
Grub.
and great to have all of your company, all of you lovely people out there in the world. See you soon.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move
See
over
ya.
to your chair, switch the little picture, then I'm going to go and have a Jimmy Riddle, and I'll be back.
Do it.
Hey.
We have
Hi,
Bashir.
Dave.
How you doing, Messi? 8 overs left in the day. We've Bashir continuing 1 for 50 after his 7 overs. He was furious when he got Jaswal out, but he got taken for quite a few.
Indeed he did.
Got him into the contest.
Oh, Crack the Bear just made an appearance.
That short, it is turned round the corner. Well, more so to deep square leg. Will they get 2? I'd imagine they will.
So we've got a couple of extra super chats. Hattie the
yeah.
Baddie 2486 sent us £1.99. Thank you so much, Hattie. And Jay sent us a £5. Said no to today's cricket because Hendo's competitiveness gave me the fucking fear.
Jeez.
He did take it very seriously.
I mean, you got to, I guess. It's all or nothing, basically.
I love the creativity of the description of non-existent shots. I thought it was great.
You got to do something, especially during
Indeed.
COVID. Gill facing up for a second delivery. Bashir pulls out. Folks looking at something in the sky. He's seen a sign. Gill.
I do have some good news for Bear, which I'm going to pass on.
Oh, go on. Bashir, that is short on leg stump. Sorry, Jez. That is turned away to the square leg. 7.4 left in the day.
I should wait till Bear's back from the woods.
To enjoy it, yeah. To fully enjoy it. Lovely piece of bowling to get. He's in again. That is that is down the leg, and that is a It's a gimme ball to Gill, who hits it for 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I don't know, maybe Bashir had thought that he was making moves down the crease and thought he could beat him on that inside side for folks to whip off the bails, because he was very interested in that. It actually looked in real time that it was just like a tired ball down the leg side. Maybe it was actually, and that is played off the back foot, turned. Maybe it was more kind of SK Warren kidology. Could have had you, mate, but actually there was no chance. But Bashir continues. He is in the contest. He is furious after being hit by Jaswal, who's played so very well. Comes in again. That is on off stump. It is blocked back to the bowler, given the respect that it deserves. 94.6 kilometers. India trail by 107. He was giving it all that. He was arm swinging when he got the wicket. I mean, he did get taken for a few, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a good investment by India to get to a really strong position by stumps rather than fuck around and be at 80 for 2 at stumps. It looks like Grubby's prediction about 150 for 1's going to be pretty spot on.
Yeah,
the good news for you, Bear, is that the IPL is not as long as you feared. It's not 12 weeks. It's 9 weeks and 3 days. It goes from the 22nd of March to the 26th of May.
26th of May.
Stephen Kelk predicts Dice Cricket Super Chat War incoming.
Yes, have you done those two?
Hokie says Hendo was a cheating bastard. Yes, we've done those two. Yes, he denies it, but I think it's true that he was stretching the.
Oh, he definitely stretched the boundaries. He was a cheating bastard. I mean, he didn't.
Oh. Hey, it's Jay's birthday and we haven't given him a fuck off jingle yet.
Oh, jeez. Partly in outside the off stump, it is cut away to Bashir, I think.
Easily fixed.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
There you go.
There you go.
Happy birthday, Jay.
Happy birthday.
You're our number one supporter, I think, financially and tweetologically.
Oh, there should be
in, and that has been flayed for 4, pulled to the vacant area on the leg side. It was short, it curled, it had a bit of rip on it, but it was into the surface, and it was well met by Gill.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that was a good shot.
Oh,
beautiful shot. Terrible ball.
I was early for Jay. It's Saturday.
Got to do it again then.
Wow, this mic is really kicking up today. I think I need to get some new cables.
Kicking? What do you mean? It's giving you a bit of buzz or something, or?
Yeah, I think it steps down a little bit every once in a while. Like a loose connection.
Hartley continues. That last delivery played for no run. Bowling to the new man Gill, 9 off 8. Play into the leg side for no run. Quite full actually. If he had met that in the full, he could have probably batted that anywhere. India trail by 103, 6.2 overs left in the day. Hartley in. Curls in on the off stump and Gill just blocks it.
I don't think they're quite going to get to 115 now. 150, sorry, for Grubby. If Jaiswal hadn't got out, that's the problem with losing a wicket, isn't it?
I'd say they could have got past 150 if Jaiswal was still there, but the form he was in. That is curled in again, off stump and middle. That is the over, 115 for 1 after 24. Who have we got on social?
That means they've scored 333 so far today, which is one of my GPL numbers.
6 overs left, unfortunately, Grubby.
Yeah, that's a
block
pity.
them out, boys. Block them out.
Yeah. Jay says, "Bear, no shame. I speak Hindi and made the same mistake twice today." Leah says, "My favourite was the description of the Shane Warne dismissal that only Nestler's got." Not sure what that was relating to. And Jay says, aren't the wee bands on the cricket podcast going to bring their IPL stuff? They're quite good. Well, they're certainly going to do a lot of IPL coverage. And I highly recommend listening to their podcast on a regular basis during the IPL if that interests you. But if we do any coverage, it may well involve them doing a podcast.
Well, that's a decent shout.
Bashir comes down the wicket, it kind of fizzes in from outside the off stump and hits him on the pad. I think it was possibly missing.
Yeah, I think it's turning too much going down.
Lovely delivery from Bashir, though.
The problem with the young kids is they actually make money out of their podcast now. And as they said to me, rightfully so, they unlike a lot of British podders, they've put in a lot of effort on the IPL over the years, and they do know their stuff. And so they've earned their stripes.
On the stumps, and it is turned round the corner by Rohit. Well, sorry, what podcast is this?
Well, the cricket podcast. But they really like the IPL. I don't know why, but they do.
And they do a lot of homework on it.
They do a lot of homework on it, a lot of stats on it. And they pretty much do a podcast every day, don't they, when IPL's on?
Probably 3 a week.
Okay, they used to do, there was one season they did one every day. But they were good for us to anchor it because they knew something about it, whereas me and everyone else, whilst I can watch a game of cricket and tell you what's going on, no interest in what was going on in the behind what the game was that I was watching on the day, you know.
That is short from Bashir. Gill looked like he was coming down the wicket, just kind of plays into the crease, a bit of bounce here, causing trouble for the two batters.
Jack Hope on their last podcast recommended having a listen to Ollie Robinson's podcast or videocast.
Has anyone listened to the Robertson cast?
Have. Oh fuck! I'll describe it a bit.
Yeah. He needs a full run up to do it. We've got 2 deliveries left in the over. Bashir causing a bit of trouble to the 2 right-handers, bowling to Gill. Outside the off stump, and he has an almighty whack at that. It was a slog sweep, and that disappears over the rope for Snicks.
Wow. Taking a bit of tap.
He's gone over 6 and over. Nice shot though.
It's a beauty of a sweep. I don't know, there's kind of certain occasions where he's caused trouble, so it's whether you need to attack to just reassert that dominance. There's been the odd incident of down the crease. I suppose maybe Bashir's just very good at watching the batter as he's making those final movements. And that's the over 122 for 1.
So tell us about Ollie Robinson's...
well,
go on.
It's him and his girlfriend chatting, and my description was, it's like sitting at their breakfast table while they're having a discussion about who's got the most belly button fluff. It is so fucking boring. They spent 20 minutes talking about the trip to the airport and the ride on the plane and the trip on the bus from the airport to the hotel, and who sat where on the bus, and how you had to put your luggage through the fucking detectors and get taken to a special room where women were searched separately to the men. It was so fucking boring. I'm amazed anybody who's got a life could ever watch any of it, but you know, different folks, different strokes.
Yeah, indeed. We have to. So Tony and Paul of Grubby Howarth have left the building.
Oh, so you're on your lonesome.
I'm on my lonesome.
Bastard.
The lonesome bear.
Farong says if Team Tata get a move on, this test could be wrapped up tomorrow. Then the players can have a longer break before the 2-month white ball bash, before the next 20 over ball bash, being the T20 World Cup.
Partly in, curled it in on leg stump, got the leading edge from Rohit, is tied up by Stokes at cover.
Well, at least for the T20 World Cup, there's something on it.
Yeah,
that has some meaning to me. And that's the problem with the IPL. Apart from watching maybe some England players, and Josh Butler's not having the greatest time after his Annus Mirabilis or whatever it was a couple of years ago. He's now come back to being mortal like everyone else. I That's it. Occasionally you follow an English player. Oh, they're doing all right. It'd be good to see them.
Right in. Out it's going down leg. Tries to flick it around the corner. Does Gill. Cannot get it past the man on short fine leg. I also feel this year maybe is the first year. Last year we kind of had it a bit, but it's like too many leagues from January straight up to March.
Oh.
You've basically
Who
got
cares?
the SA, the ILT 20, then straight into the PSL, and then the IPL.
And the ILT 20 as well.
Yeah.
And
BBL.
and the Bangladesh League as well.
Oh God!
I mean, there is.
And
There's too many of them. I mean, this is it. You look at the
They
amount.
play a role in their domestic scene, but nobody gives a shit about anything anywhere else except possibly the IPL.
Well, that's it. But isn't the money where the international rights are concerned? Unless you're
Yeah.
India, basically. Well, maybe not. Maybe in Pakistan and Bangladesh, cricket mad nations. Maybe there's, but, good money to be made out of TV rights in their own territories.
So the good news is before the end of the IPL. Sorry, I went for you.
Yeah, that is cut by Gill. Just gets the one played up by young Johnny B. Sorry, Jess.
England will be starting a T20 series against Pakistan at Leeds on the 22nd of May.
Yeah, that's a warm up for the World Cup. Isn't
Four
it?
T20s, yeah. So presumably we'll be covering those.
Yeah, I presume
warm
so.
up for the World Cup.
I think we got Pakistan in Dublin, I think, potentially, for 3 T20s.
Oh, good.
That is blocked by Rohit. Yeah, some more confirmation, I think, on the Australian tour to Ireland, I think. There's nothing been announced, but it looks like it's unlikely to happen. The first bilateral series. Yeah, it's a mixture of the current situation, but also Cricket Ireland. I think there's just some commercial issues with funding, and they say they can't do it. There was talk of doing it in England, perhaps, but I think England have a busy schedule as well, so playing kind of 2 international series at the same time in England doesn't make a lot of sense.
Oh, that's a real shame.
Yeah, that's a real shame.
Yeah,
we could have gone for the rights for that one too for 50 quid or whatever.
There you go. It's Ireland, Australia,
Well, maybe we should go for the Ireland Zimbabwe test in Belfast.
I suspect there was going to be. So originally there was meant to be a Zimbabwe Ireland test in December on Boxing Day, Stevens' Day over here. That was moved to next year. But as in, if you had 2 tests close to each other, Zimbabwe Ireland, Afghanistan Ireland, I felt like this is what you're going to see in a Division 2 if that was ever to happen. You might see more competitive cricket.
Well, yeah, but again, where do we get to? We get to the fucking ICC and what they're going to do, because they're the ones who've really got to organise the shit and get everyone in order.
They won't. They
barely
barely
do.
run the thing.
Exactly.
They barely run anything, though.
Well, precisely, but you need a body, an overarching body that has the right to tell countries what to do and to distribute funds, and it needs more funds to distribute more fairly.
Yeah.
Well, they've got $29 million a year, which they should be able to do something with.
Who?
Ireland.
Yeah, I think there's questions in there as well with Cricket Ireland. I think that if you can't make a financial success of Ireland-Australia series, I think there are questions there.
Yeah.
29 million seems quite a lot.
Yeah.
What are player salaries take out of that? I get what does the administration salary take out of that? The whole. I mean, I presume describable.
Yeah, and I think a home test match is 2 million. I think that's something that's been quoted. We've diverted a bit, but it's important as well. Not a huge amount going on. Bashir keeping things quiet as he bowls to Gill. He blocks that. Just nearing the end of the day. Yeah, one thing that was... So Richard Holsworth basically came out with some quotes today, which seems to be like a soft launch announcement that the series isn't going to happen. It basically said that the ICC... They were hoping to get the full whack of ICC funding for this period, I think, of the FTP or whatever, and they haven't. I think some of it's being held together for a fund, like a rainy day fund, I think. I'm not quite sure. Someone could describe that better. But there's a lot of costs which are quite high. In Dublin, for example, like the hotel costs are very high. And that affects everything. That's affecting Taylor Swift concerts. It's ridiculous.
Spicy Golden Duck says, "Good morning, Grillers. Thanks for the commentary. Regarding lockdown cricket, during the pandemic, I became a big fan of Vanuatu cricket. who could keep playing. I suppose there is at least one benefit of it being an isolated little island.
Yes.
Jace says Bear is getting high on his own supply. He says they also get abused by nutty BJP Indians 3 times a week. Not sure I could monetize getting shite from Shiv Sena. I'm not sure what that was in relation to. And he says, I have no idea who Robinson's girlfriend is, but I'm guessing Ollie's not the greatest conversationalist. That's true.
No.
She's a golfer, isn't she? She's a professional golfer. You seen the super chat from Eleanor?
Go on,
oh,
super
excellent.
chat.
She says
$20 Australian. Consider this my contribution to the new mic cable and a long overdue thank you for years of shitazery. Thank you so much, Eleanor.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Indeed.
125 for 1. Rohit just turns that around the corner. Mark Wood tidies it up at short fine leg. It is Hartley bowling. Trail by 93.
Do Irish players have central contracts? I presume they do.
Central contracts.
What are they worth?
I saw a graph a while back. I think it might be 80 grand. I think might be the highest level.
Wow. So I mean, if you've got 16 players on that, that's less than 1.6 mil.
Yeah.
So where's the other 27 million going?
Where's it all going? I mean, keeping 3 codes of cricket with men and women. It's
I suppose professional. Is there a professional league where people are paid? I can't imagine they're paid a massive amount.
No, but we do have the provinces playing, and there's going to be multi-day cricket this year, the first time since 2019. So we won that test match effectively without a first-class system.
Yeah, but presumably the first-class system, are they kind of like outgrounds? I mean, they can't be that expensive. I mean, it's not like you need the TV cameras there, so.
No.
And I imagine it's much like people can walk in pretty much for free, even though you wouldn't want it that way, so that you don't need much marshalling or whatever.
Yeah.
You can probably do that reasonably cheap, I would have thought.
Yeah. I think there'll be some questions asked of Cricket Ireland, the current state of play. 125 for 1, India. That is played into the leg side. Jimmy there at mid-on. He runs in, but he cannot stop them taking that single. And that is the over. 126 for 1 after 28. 2 overs left in the
day. 6 overs remaining. This was from Gopal. I think it's only 2 now. What's that big deal in giving Jimmy a couple of overs? And Stephen Kelk says, yes, bring Jimmy on. Let's get this septuple century monkey off our backs. And he says, my description of that podcast sounds like every celebrity podcast, if you ask me. Mog says, I hope you'll cover as much of the T20 World Cup as possible. There are so many new jingles to enjoy. Mike says, IPL is trash. Stephen Kelk says, to be honest, Ollie Robinson's podcast sounds marginally better than the me telling my girlfriend I have killed her mum shorts that YouTube want to feed me.
Jesus. That is a dot ball by Gill, who's kind of making to dance down the crease with Bashir. Saw him coming, got into the pitch. Bashir again, little bit of a dance, little bit of a shimmy. And that's fielded by the bowler. Played back to him, 93.6 kilometers per hour. A little bit of a contest here between Bashir and Gill. Just the 2 overs left. 1.4 perhaps.
Oh shit, are we going to get any weather in this test that might prolong it?
Ooh,
there may be a little bit, but nobody seems to really deny. It's often that way in Mountain Australia.
Yeah, it changes really quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Out of the blue, something happens that wasn't expected.
Yeah, there you go.
GPL, check that there.
What number do you need to finish on?
So I've got 333.
What did England get? I can't even remember what England got.
218.
218. So at the moment we're ending on a 5. So that's not you.
So we're on 345, aren't we? That's me. I think somebody's got 357. It's probably Mog.
27, 45. Yeah, 345 right at the moment. Let's have a look. 345. No.
I need 8 more runs.
I've only got 4 entries for today.
Yeah, 3 of them are mine.
Yeah.
It's not about the money. If I win, Bear, you can keep the pot. But it's about the competition.
3, 4, 5. Yeah. So you need what? 8 more runs.
Yeah, couple of 4s.
Couple of 4s.
Go on, Rohit. Go on. 1 delivery left in the over. Bashir bowling.
And 3 4s will give it to Hombre Nueva.
That is blocked.
Oh, it's Hombre Nueva.
We will get our final over. Who will bowl it?
Hokey says Bear wants into the Ireland team now. 80 grand isn't chump change for a team that rarely plays.
Well, yeah, they're going to pay us to do the commentary rather than the other way around.
But Stephen Kelt says Bear has to prioritise IPL or Ireland. The demands on modern cricketers these days.
Yeah.
Apart from a minor back problem, I think he can do both, says Pokey.
Well, I'll tell you what, if we did it next time, I would fly out there and hire the kit. Take what I need to take computer-wise from here, but then hire kit out there. It'd be a lot easier.
Hartley in for the final over. That is blocked slightly by Gill.
We could do a GoFundMe for that.
Let's do it.
It wouldn't cost much. 4 days audio hire if we took all our computers and shit. Cost, it's only a few mics and a mixing desk. Couple of £100, 300 quid maybe.
There we go. Make it happen, lads. Partly in. That is blocked. I don't think we're going to see too much. Messi, you need 8 runs, is it?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
Unlikely.
I think they just want to go and have a nice warm bath.
Yeah.
None of this ice bath shit up here.
No. Fuck off with the ice bath. Maybe a nice sauna, that would be class.
Yeah.
Hartley comes in. That is driven nicely by Gill. It is going to go. No, it's not. Jimmy tidies it up. There's a bit of a palm, I think. Hartley got a bit of a palm to it. And a very lithe Jimmy, 41, sprints across and tidies it up.
Well, now 6 will get you your score.
6 will do it, yeah.
6 and a 4 will get Hombre Nueva his score.
Come on, Gilly.
That's neat. Well, they're all staying at the Radisson Blue, which looks very nice. I'm sure that's got a very nice sauna. It's also got one of those infinity pools.
That is blocked. Played to the man at square leg. I wouldn't be trying the food in the Radisson Blue, but
no.
Certainly not the prawns, Joel. I wouldn't be sitting with Joel anyway. A few bugs going around, as is always the case on a long tour. Stokes is very interested here. That's curled in. He has a go. He has a swipe. Does Gill. It's gone for 6.
Oh, you are kidding.
It's all happening here.
It has gone for 6. One of these. 1 ball left. Well, if it's no run, it's yours, isn't it, Messi?
Yes, indeed. But you can leave the pot there if I win, Bear.
Okay.
I'm happy with the win I had last time.
Oh, he they'll just knock
last delivery. Last delivery. What's he going to do? 135 for 1. Gill facing. Curls it in. It just beats the outside edge. Folks takes off the bails. They've lit up. But his foot was firmly in the crease. And that is the end of the day's play. 135 for 1 after 30 overs. India in reply to England's 218 stumps on day 1 in the Himalayas. India's batters. A lot of good work today.
It's all about winning. Don't believe those people who say losing's fine. Winning the GPL is what it's all about, I tell you. And it's not about the money.
Some great quotes from our victorious man today, Messi Jez. What do you think of the day's play?
England have been pretty shite, really. Well, I think it was very good bowling by India, if I'm fair. I think they were smart. They changed it up very well. They got balls to turn, and they got the straight oners to go straight on. On a wicket that wasn't really offering a lot, it was very smart bowling. And England fell into all the traps. Threw a couple of wickets away early, but then I think you have to say that India's bowling was better than England's batting. And once it started to go, you kind of got the feel, as Grubby was saying earlier, it's like once the competitive edge went out of England and they'd lost too many, it's kind of like the heads went and the end of term feeling came in, and it's almost like they don't really give a shit anymore. And I think India will rack up 500 and England will be bowled out for about 120. And then they'll all be on a plane, and it might be done by Saturday.
Some grim but realistic reading there from the Bear. Jez, what do you got?
Well, Stephen Kelk says great day's cricket from England. Mog says I'm inspired. Mike says don't give the Bear the money back, Messi. You earned it. Well, I won it last week, and there was a lot there, so I think it's only fair that we leave a pot there rather than have Guerrilla Cricket fork out and me make contributions, which PayPal or YouTube take a cut off. It's much easier that way. Over on YouTube, Jay says the Ireland Test is the only time I've seen not Fred happy. Maybe use that as a selling point. Nice understatement by Dave with questions. There's quite a fucking few. Ask Garth, she knows. And somebody who looks like Ben Stokes in India, Team India kit in the stands, which the Cricket Slash has sent us. There's a nice meme from the Armchair Cricket podcast about the story of England and India. Bazball owning world cricket, followed by Kuldeep and Ashwin bowling like 6 balls on the stumps, and all of a sudden it disappears. Jay Grover says, I'd talk loudly about Londonderry because I'm too pretty to hit. And thank you all very much. He says, cheers for the preemptive fuck off. It means a lot to me.
That's our pleasure, Jay. Thank you very much, Jay. Well, that about wraps up day one. There's always not so much to talk about on day one. England have been pretty shite, and India look like they're waltzing towards victory. We'll be back tomorrow at 3:50 in the morning. I'll be here. I don't know who's with me. I'll have a look on the rotor later. I'm sure Messi will be with me because he's always with me.
I'm sure I'll be here.
I'm sure you'll be here. So we shall see you then. Thanks, Dave. Are you on tomorrow, Dave?
I am, 9
All
o'clock.
right. Lovely. I will see you tomorrow morning. And we shall see you all out there at 3:50 in the morning. Until then.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville,